Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 26 to 4-Star Dungeon. Team Leader. These guys made an appointment at the Guochun Station's 6th exit. Which guild does the dungeon belong to? They are owned by the Warang Guild. Jung Minchen frowned. They are acting no better than poor noobs. It wasn't possible for an F-ranked roused to attempt a 4-star dungeon. How could they not know such a basic thing? They just blindly made an appointment. It seemed they were nothing more than amateurs. However, he hadn't verified their abilities himself, so it made him more curious. How much confidence do they have for them to attempt a 4-star dungeon with only the two of them? Do we have a 4-star dungeon near there? We do. It is the Chungsa Station's 11th exit. It's right next door. Is there an appointment around that time? It is scheduled for a training session for our new recruits. Tell them to go elsewhere. Empty the schedule over there. What? If you want to catch a fish, then one has to throw in the chum. The bait. He always talked about fishing. Kim Heeman grumbled inside, then he started modifying the schedule. You come with me to Guochun. Yes. Yes. TLN lost in translation. Nay equals yes. Heeman changed it to nay ee. Sub. I'll go to the market. Prepare everything for me. Yes, yes. TLN, he changed Nathan way. Heeman replied in a playful manner. Minchen hit him as he got up. Heeman was an asshole, but he trusted Heeman the most on his team. He was quick on the uptake, and he took care of business fast. Asterisk. Woojin and Heeman reached the Guochun station at the appointed time. However, Woojin had bumped into a precarious situation. Aren't you only AF ranked roused? Why are you here at a 4-star dungeon? Moreover, there is only 2 of you. Ah! Didn't I say it was all right? I am very confident that we could do this. Still, you can't go in. You don't have to take any responsibility for what happens to us. Just let us in. If you want to suicide, then go to the Hangang River. Why are you doing this over here? No. The regulation says so. The bureau employee blocked his way, and he wasn't budging. Sungu returned to Woojin with a hopeless expression on his face. Hyung Nim. I don't think we'll be able to go in. I'm sorry. I should have found out everything about this place. Sungu blamed himself since he had been too excited about signing his car contract yesterday. His earnings had significantly increased, but that was only possible since Woojin had gave away his earnings. Well, we can't do anything about it. I'll cover the lost appointment fee. It cost him $2,000 just to make an appointment. The person in charge of the appointment never thought that 2 ranked F would try to raid this dungeon. The employee thought Sungu was making an appointment at the behest of an organization. This was why he accepted the appointment request. This was a unique experience. I guess we'll have to write off today. I'll have to go to the bureau to renew my rank. See if there is a 3-star dungeon nearby. Yes, sir. Sungu had an apologetic face. He was about to move quickly when it happened. Oh my! We meet again in such a place. Jung Minchen had a surprised expression on his face, and he approached Woojin and Sungu. What a coincidence! I'm sorry, but what's going on? If it's possible, I would like to lend a hand. Sungu told Minchen about their situation. Minchen put on his thinking face, then he secretly glanced at Woojin to see how he was reacting. Woojin could see through Jung Minchen's intent, so he grinned. Coincidence? Bullshit. Woojin gestured with his chin towards Sungu. It basically meant for Sungu to talk. Sungu gave a detailed explanation. So what if we do this? Our guild's dungeon is located at the next station. I'll let you use that place. Hi, Hyung Nim. Sungu turned to look at Woojin, and he waited for Woojin to make a decision. Woojin nonchalantly asked a question. I'm sure you expect no return for the favor. Just a favorable impression toward us. Minchen put on a friendly smile. This caused Woojin to laugh with him. I'll use it with thanks. You are very straightforward. Minchen smiled as he looked at Woojin. His reaction was softer than yesterday. No, he might not be a psycho in the first place. Yesterday's reaction might be an exception to the norm. Haha. Follow me. Minchen yelled in delight inside his heart as he escorted Woojin and Sungu. When they left, the dispatched employee of the Warang Guild quickly made a call. Team leader. Young Minchen came here not too long ago. He took 2 rank F roused away, and he treated them like royalty. What are you saying all of a sudden? Ah. Recently, 2 ranked F wanted to enter the 4-star dungeon. They were being unreasonable, and argumentative. Do you remember the team leader from the Hammer Guild, who tried to act all elegant? He took the 2 rank F to somewhere else. No, he pretty much escorted them out. If that bastard Young Minchen moved, then something is fishy. Right? It seems those bastards have something up their sleeves. The F ranks tried to attempt a 4-star dungeon. First, let's end the call. I'll try to find out some information about them. Warang Guild's support team leader also started to get busy. The Guachun station and the Guachun City Hall station wasn't that far away. They walked for a short amount of time as they conversed, and they were able to arrive at their destination in no time. If you join our guild, you could have prevented such minor things from happening in advance. Moreover, you could raise your roused rank in a flash with us. Our guild is well known for giving a lot of support to our roused. During the brief walk, Minchen had repeated numerous selling points of the Hammer Guild. Woojin knew what was happening. This was the price for his favor. Woojin was expected to listen to him prattle on. So, he decided to just listen. Geez. That seems quite convenient. It really is convenient. If one needs money, then money is provided. If one needs an artifact, then an artifact will be given. You will be provided with any support you want. Woojin replied to humor him a little bit. The members of the Hammer Guild must really like it. Ha ha ha. Thank you for acknowledging our guild. He somewhat spoke the truth. Ah, we are already here. Please be at ease as you use this dungeon. You don't have to pay the fees for its use. Is that also a favor? Of course. The fees for the 4-star dungeons were known for being very high. However, he said he won't charge us at all, so it was a pretty significant favor. Woojin didn't hesitate as he agreed to it. I'll gratefully accept it. How about that public employee over there? I'll quickly work to adjust Woojin Nim and Sungu Nim's ranks. Those are some welcoming words. At Woojin's answer, Minchen smiled inside. There were no favors without a string attached to it. No. Even if he didn't want something back, the favor he gave would put a favorable light in their heart for the Hammer Guild. If someone bought you a meal, then you'll naturally wonder if you have to buy the other person a meal the next time. It was human nature to feel this burden. At the very least, Woojin would think more highly of the Hammer Guild compared to the other guilds. When one builds a fire, one had to be sure to build a proper one. Please wait a moment. I've prepared a present for the 2 of you. Oh. You also got us a present? Woojin didn't show any signs of refusing the present. Minchen yelled in delight inside his heart. As aroused, his potential ability was mind-boggling, but Woojin was still a 24-year-old cub. He could tell Woojin hadn't had much of a societal life. He unhesitatingly took everything just because it was given. Minchen was sure now. This opponent had basically climbed on top of his palms. Then please wait for a moment. Minchen went to the car he had parked nearby to pick up the present. While Minchen was doing this, Kim Heeman turned towards the 2. He tried to start a friendly conversation. Hee. Mr. Woojin seems very different from yesterday. Hey? What do you mean? Oh. I was too scared to start a conversation with you. Woojin laughed at Heeman's brashness. His head was a mess yesterday, because he was thinking about Tronet. Yesterday I wasn't feeling so well. Hee. You must be a man who act on his feelings. Now that I see you today, it seems you have a good personality. Do you want to have some soju after this ends? That'll be great. Ah. He'll welcome soju anytime. Heeman tactfully praised Woojin and Sungu. He tried hard to match their moods. Sungu could only shake his head when he saw them act like this. They were trying hard to fawn over Woojin, but would he actually join the guild? These guys are barking up the wrong tree. Tisk tisk. Sungu felt sorry for Minchin and Heeman. They were purposefully trying to be on the same beat as Woojin. Woojin wasn't evil, but he didn't have a conscience. Sungu thought his Hyung Nim looked splendid when he acted that way. Ah, I'm getting bored waiting for him. Tell him to give me the present after I come back out. Ah. You want to do that? I'll see you later. We'll talk over some soju. Hee. I'll take you to a great place. Woojin and Sungu quickly descended the stairway. We gave you plenty of time for your appointment. Fighting. Woojin grinned and he disappeared as he waved his hand. As he watched them disappear into the barrier, Kim Heeman smiled brightly, and he waved his hand. Suddenly, Heeman felt a terrifying sensation. His neck retreated into itself like a turtle, then he turned his head to his side. Wah! His heart. Team leader Jung Minchin was frowning as he glared at Heeman. Hey! What the hell are you doing? I'm seeing them off. A vein popped out on Jung Minchin's forehead. Didn't I say I'll go get the present? Haha. Weren't you going to wait for them to clear it before you were going to give it to them? Just give it to them when they come out. At Heeman's words, Jung Minchin felt himself raise his hand in anger. He was barely able to hold himself back. He dropped the bag he brought on the floor. The large sports bag let out a thump as it fell onto the floor. It was quite heavy, so the impact ripped the zipper open, and the content was revealed. There were water filters, first aid kit, cloth and a seeker. Moreover, it held a map with the location of the return stone, and a dungeon guide with the location of the enemy's position. A survival kit. The 1 3-star dungeons were low-level dungeons. The 4 6-star dungeons were high-ranked dungeons. It wasn't simply about the classification of high rank and low rank. There was a fundamental difference in the structure of the dungeons. The present Jung Minchin had prepared was none other than a survival kit. The F-ranked bastards came to attempt a high-ranked dungeon, but how much do you think they know about the high-ranked dungeons? That is. Heeman's face was turning pale. The recommended team composition for attacking a 4-star dungeon was to have a rank C team leader. The rest of the roused team had to be at least rank D. However, only 2 of them entered without any information about the dungeon. This isn't a favor anymore. We basically cornered them into the jaws of death. A 4-star dungeon with no information about it. It was a horrifying situation. Heeman spoke carefully. Do you think they'll come back alive? They basically went into jungle barehanded. Heeman's face turned white. From the beginning, he should have said it was a survival kit instead of a present. Minchin and Heeman didn't speak for a while. Excuse me, team leader. What if they do? What? What happens if they do come back alive? Well, they had gone to the jungle barehanded. Moreover, if they returned alive from a place crawling with monsters, and it was only the 2 of them instead of a team. At the very least, they will be rank B. Minchin's face turned dark as he spat out those words. Moreover, they'll probably be filled with animosity. They won't have any goodwill towards our guild. They had cornered them into the jaws of death without giving them any proper information. No, he wouldn't be able to say anything if they accused him of pushing them in a trap after digging it. They would also be reprimanded from the Roused Affairs Bureau. On the surface, it looked like they had thrown 2 rank F roused into a 4-star dungeon. Woo! Hurry up and tell them to change their roused rank right now. Young Minchen's sigh made Heeman more timid. Asterisk. This dungeon has already been captured. The basic monsters will be summoned. Woojin and Sungu steadily went down to the lower floors. Woojin defeated the monsters, and he searched for the bloodstones. Then he marked the corpses with his marking magic. Sungu followed after him, and he cut open the monsters' corpses to bag the bloodstones. They had been nervous since this was a 4-star dungeon, but the monsters were much weaker than they had expected. It was on the same level as the monsters from the 2-star and 3-star dungeons. Are you really sure this is a 4-star dungeon? I'm not sure. He hadn't fought against the monsters, so he had no idea. Even the 2-star monsters had been a tough opponent for Sungu. Therefore, he could tell the difference. Woojin said they were weak, so he just took Woojin's words at face value. Maybe this dungeon is more easier than the average dungeon. Well, who knows? Let's quickly dispatch them, then we could head out. Woojin cleared the lowest floor where the subway train would be parked, then he used his search magic. For the first time since he had entered the dungeons, Woojin was taken aback. What? The return stone isn't here. What? That can't be. Sungu stopped extracting the bloodstones. He approached Woojin with a worried expression on his face. Maybe my search skill level is too low. If he increased the search skill level, it would only increase the search radius. If an item was hidden in a secret location, he had to learn a higher ranked magic. This required one to be a magician class. Well, let's search again as we head back. Extract the rest of the bloodstones. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin was suspicious as to whether this dungeon was really a 4-star. The quality of the monster here was subpar. He had a method that could accurately measure this. Achievement points. Monsters of Rockwe quality gave 3 achievement points. The bloodstone drop rate wasn't that high, but there were a lot of them. He thought it would be better to attack a spot where a lot of Rockwees spawned. I've excavated them all, Hyung Nim. Then let's search for the return stone as we head toward the station's entrance. The return stone doesn't always come out from the monster's corpse. It could be hidden in various locations. This was why Woojin retraced his steps, and he used the search magic again. Even as he approached the entrance, there was no trace of the return stone. He suddenly felt uneasy. If we ascend here, it'll be the entrance. Sungu mumbled to himself. When they climbed the stair, a portal emitting a red light formed in front of the barrier. It let out a strange sound. Woojin and Sungu looked at it with a queer expression on their faces. Chapter 27 4-Star Dungeon, 2. Chapter 27 4-Star Dungeon, 2. Chapter 27 to 4-Star Dungeon, 2. TLN, regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing it early. The chapters seems to be getting longer. Tongue sticking out, I'll have Dragon Maken out in 2 days. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Is that a portal? The color was different, but the portal made by the Dimensional Guardian had the same appearance. No. The size is a bit smaller. Suddenly, Sungu kneeled down in front of Woojin. I'm sorry, Hyung Nim. Hey? Why? This is my fault. When I bought my car yesterday, I became too excited. I was lax in my preliminary research of the dungeons. Woojin smirked. It's all right. Get up. At Woojin's generosity, Sungu stood up with a touched expression on his face. He threw away the excited feeling from his heart, then he put a tight rein over his feelings using his nervousness. I've lost my mind. Sejol looked back on the past 2 days, and he had to admit he had been too excited. Sungu normally attacked only 1-star dungeons. The first time he raided a 2-star dungeon he had almost died. He had acted like he had forgotten about that incident. If it wasn't for Woojin, he would have died on that day. Moreover, he wouldn't even be able to enter a 4-star dungeon or even a 3-star dungeon. For Seungwoo, a 4-star dungeon was basically a death trap. Even though he was coming to such a place, he hadn't done the proper research. He came here with light feet as if he was going to a picnic. He had gone crazy. He really had lost his mind. Moreover, the little amount of research he had done wasn't for this dungeon. It was for the previous dungeon. When they moved to a different dungeon, he should have done more research, and he should come up with another plan. He had been in too much of a rush. Now that I think about it, this situation is a bit weird. Even though they said this was a favor, it hadn't felt like they were pushing us to enter. I guess. Woojin also thought for a moment. Woojin didn't worry about the past events since it was a useless thing to do. Either they planned on screwing me over or they have a very high opinion of me. Woojin started thinking about the future instead of the past. Portal. Should he go in or not? He had searched all over the subway station, but he didn't find the return stone. His path was already chosen. He was going to choose the path with no worries. Let's go in. Yes, sir. Hyung Nim. Even if it is hell, he would follow Woojin. Seungwoo decided on the spot. He didn't care about the guilds. Woojin was his guiding light. He was his rescue rope. Jing. Woojin passed through portal. He didn't feel the strain he had felt when he returned to Earth from planet Alphen. The view in front of his eyes turned dizzy. Then his visual field cleared. It felt different from moving to a different dimension. It felt like he had passed through a sticky liquid. It was unpleasant and it made him feel dizzy. However, there weren't anything wrong with his body. Hey! Woojin was surprised at the scene he saw in front of his eyes. A jungle with thick brushes and large trees was sprawled out in front of him. Hi, Hyung Nim. At Seungwoo's shocked expression, Woojin turned to see a naked Seungwoo. At Seungwoo's appearance, he raised his hand, and it seemed he wasn't wearing anything either. It basically means only the body can go through the dimensional shift. They were basically thrown naked into the jungle. Woojin opened his achievement store, and he started to shop for clothes. Fortunately, basic clothes with no option cost less than 4 points. It was being sold at a cheap price. As if Seungwoo was a little bit embarrassed, he let out a fake cough. Seungwoo's gaze secretly dropped down towards the lower half of Woojin's body. Of course, Hyung Nim is great. TLN, he used a double entendre in Korean, degree. It felt like he had lost, but he didn't care. Of course, the Hyung Nim he admired was huge. Here. Wear this. Where did those clothes? For a brief moment, Seungwoo's eyes had been looking elsewhere as his heart was being stolen. TLN, there is no romantic connotation here. Woojin tossed him some clothes, and Seungwoo was surprised when he saw it. Of course, he had a large package, degree, and he could make clothes out of nothing. Woojin put his plain clothes on, then he carefully observed his surrounding. The portal was located on top of a stone altar, and there was a wide open space around it. The radius was about 5 meters. He looked north, south, west, and east. However, the only thing he could see was trees. I guess we entered into the real 4-star dungeon. Woojin grinned. After he finished putting on his clothes, Seungwoo looked towards Woojin with a nervous expression. He had to be on his toes. Even a small mistake will get him killed. I'm going to prepare for a moment. Keep a lookout. Seungwoo immediately started to look around his surrounding. Woojin opened his achievement store, then he started getting ready for everything that could be thrown at him. He was level 10. He had his transfer bonus, so he would be rated higher than a normal level 10. However, this was a 4-star dungeon, so even he might be in danger. Necromancer's characteristics allowed one to deal with numerous low-level enemies with no problem. However, a necromancer would have a hard time with a single powerful enemy. He didn't know which monsters would jump out at him, so he had to make preparations beforehand. Fortunately, he had hunted like a madman at the Rockwe spawn site. He had taken a loss in how much bloodstones dropped, but his achievement points had steadily stacked up. So he had a lot in spare. Woojin bought all the small magic he would need for everyday life. Then he purchased several warrior class skills. One could feel how strong one's opponent is. Don't make the warrior angry. His anger allows him to use an unbelievable amount of power. Once he rages, his enemies will be slaughtered. Strength, agility, stamina stats are increased by 50%. Duration time, 30 SEC. Reuse cooldown time, 60 minutes. The warrior from time to time shows an unbelievable jumping ability. Energy consumption, 1. A warrior's charge is reckless. Anywhere he wants to be, he is already there. Energy consumption, 1. Warrior's powerful blow. Plus 100% attack is added to the basic attack. Energy consumption, 1. Warrior's sense and rage were passive skills. Moreover, he purchased jump, charge, and strike, which were active skills. All of them were class skills one could learn at level 10. If one wasn't a warrior then one wouldn't be able to learn it. Alright. That should be enough. Now the leftover stat. Strength, 30 agility, 30 stamina, 30 intelligence, 30. Magic, 25 vitality, 0 recovery, 10 healing, 10. Control, 34. Unassigned points, 0. Woojin had stacked 20 unassigned points as he leveled up to level 10. He put the points into magic and control. Then he bought several potions from the achievement store. He might run out of magic during a battle. If I want to work on my stat, then I'll have to increase my inventory. He decided to raise his stat through research. He needed various ingredients to make his drugs. Woojin's inventory was only 3 shelves. He bought 3-dimensional bags with 3 shelves each. The purchased dimensional bag immediately expanded his inventory into a space of 12 shelves. If he wanted to expand his inventory again then he had to buy different types of bag. It seemed the purchase limit for the same type of bag was 3. The 6-shelf bag costs 10,000 points. The price was too burdensome for him right now. He had to see the recipe, then he would know which ingredient items he needed to gather. Therefore, he bought all the reasonably priced recipes. I guess this much battle preparation should be enough. In the first place, necromancers use their summoned beings to fight their battle. They didn't put much importance on equipment. Their skills were more important. He had a lot more bonus points left, but he decided to save it. If the difficulty of the battles were too high, then the bonus points would be invaluable. It was basically Woojin's hidden trump card. Woojin used the rest of his points to purchase small items. He put it into his inventory, then he stood up. Woojin thought about summoning his steel staff, and it popped out into being in his grasp. Let's go. Yes, Hyung Nim. By the way. What? Is Hyung Him able to use the sub-dimension? Woojin suddenly produced clothes from thin air, and he had also taken out a staff. This was why he asked the question. If it wasn't a sub-dimension, then he had no explanation on how Woojin was able to do this. Yes. Ugh. The sub-dimension artifacts were very expensive. Woojin wasn't using an artifact, so it meant he was using magic. One had to be rank B to use the sub-dimension magic. There weren't that many rank B roused in Korea. Hi, Hyung Nim. You are incredible. I admire you. Stop playing around, and hide your life signature. Yes, sir. Woojin took deliberate steps forward. From now on, they would be in the real 4-star dungeon. The detection skill he had steadily raised was level 3. Now it was possible for him to detect a monster's life signature from a distance. There are 3 of them in the front. I don't know what they are. What should we do? You hit them. When those bastards start attacking, just escape towards me or you'll be summoned back as a skeleton soldier. Hiat. Sungu had a vivid image of his body exploding and a skeleton soldier being summoned through him. Even if he died, he didn't want to die like that. You dork! Stop being so afraid. I'm just telling you to be on your toes. Nervousness was like a poison in battle. However, the day you don't feel nervous on the battlefield is probably the day you will die. This was more poignant in a battle with monsters. Whether you become the hunter or the hunted, it wasn't like the faces of a coin where it is one side or the other. Are you going to melt and become the water or freeze to become an ice? Woojin always looked relaxed, but his senses were wide open and it was on edge. Let it fly. Hurururuk. At Woojin's command, Sungu threw his fireball. His ability wasn't a bad one. If one compared one's long-range magic, Sungu's fireball was stronger than any long-distance magic Woojin possessed. Pug. The fireball made impact, and it let out sparks to the surrounding. There was a problem he hadn't had to worry about in the subway stations. A forest fire started to spread, and it accompanied a quah. As it let out a terrible cry, an alligator-shaped monster named Crocodile showed up. It charged towards them like a soldier crawling underneath wires in training. Boom, boom. It busily moved its short legs quickly as it wiggled its body from side to side. It possessed prodigious strength and it broke all the small trees in the way of its charge. It was as large as a bull. Its saw-like teeth was as large as a kitchen knife. I'm fucked. At the incredible sense of danger, Sungu couldn't even think about running away. At that moment, Woojin walked in front of him. I guess this is the warrior's sense. Shoog. In a flash, Woojin charged forward as he plowed through the brushes. He looked like an Olympic sprinter. No. The movement technique in Muhaib novels would probably look like this. Kwajik. It opened its mouth in a threatening manner. Woojin's jumped 3 meters in the air to avoid it. Sungu's mouth dropped open. How could a person move like that? As he was falling, Woojin grabbed the steel staff with both hands, and he accurately planted it on the crocodile's head. The series of moves were so perfect that Sungu couldn't help but admire it. If Woojin was a gymnast, he would have given him a perfect score. Sungu saw Woojin's movement, and it was beautiful. Also. Its leather is really tough. Puck. Gurug. He was rough, and violent. Asterisk. In front of Gwacheon City Hall Station's 11th exit. Minchin and Heeman continued to stare at Dungeon's barrier with a stunned expression on their face. The barrier hadn't dissipated, so it meant there were people still alive inside. How long will they last? Wouldn't they be able to at least defeat a crocodile? They'll probably able to kill it. How about if they meet 3 of them? Wouldn't it be too difficult for them? Crocodile was a difficult monster to kill. Most physical attacks couldn't damage the tough leather, and it also had a pretty good resistance to magic. Maybe if one had a sharp spear-like weapon, then one could probably attack the inside of its mouth, which was its weak point. However, 4-star dungeons didn't allow one to bring outside items. Only the roused and the items from the other world could move through the portal. The items in the survival kit were manufactured from ingredients brought back from the other side. They are fighting barehanded, so even one crocodile might be too hard. Even if they are able to kill the monsters, food and water is a problem. Also, monsters weren't the only danger present. Even if there were no monsters, one was dropped bare naked in the middle of an Amazon forest. The probability of a human surviving there dropped sharply. Awoo! Minchin and Heeman could only let out a sigh when they felt the guilt about getting innocent people killed. Asterisk. Sizzle sizzle. Sungu ate the well-cooked skewer of meat, and his eyes turned round. Hyung Nim. This taste is to die for. Alligators taste great if you tenderize the meat. You are amazing, Hyung Nim. In Sunggu's eye, Woojin was basically a god-like figure. He didn't know when he had the time to pack everything, but he took out a sharp cooking knife from inside the sub-dimension. He also took out pots, and other cooking utensils. Woojin cut the meat, and he pierced it with wooden skewers. A little bit of salt was sprinkled before they cooked it over the fire, and the taste was fantastic. Woojin's omniscience was endless. He took out an oak cask, and he even poured out some beer. He brought alcohol to a dungeon. Dude! Try this out! Crocodile skewers go great as side dish with the beer. Kaya! This is so delicious! Siju raised both his thumbs. The beer had a much deeper taste than the imported beers. Sunggu wasn't proficient at tasting alcohol, but even he fell in love with it. Woojin was in a good mood when he was able to taste the Planet Alphen's beer he had purchased from the achievement store. He thought he would never be able to enjoy this taste again. Eat a lot. This place is large, and we have to search all of it. Yes, Hyung Nim. They didn't have any information regarding the return stone, so they had to search the entire jungle. However, Woojin was in a good mood since a single crocodile gave 30 achievement points. It was 10 times the point he made from killing the Rockwheeze. I guess I'll level up a little bit. Woojin grinned as he thought about the vast jungle. Chapter 28, Same Place. Chapter 28, Same Place. Chapter 28, Same Place. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. How long would this feeling of anxiety continue? Heeman had been feeling it for about 30 minutes and Minchin felt it for no more than 40 minutes. The two of them waited for the barrier to disappear. At the very least, they wanted to see the moment when the two had died as a courtesy. Team leader. These guys are lasting quite a while. I guess so. If they lasted this long, doesn't it confirm they were able to survive in the jungle? I guess so. Maybe they might clear it. At Heeman's hopeful words, Minchin's face turned bright for a moment. However, his face turned sullen soon. He is a necromancer, so he'll have his summoned beings. Even if he was able to defeat the crocodile using his summoned being as bait, he won't be able to escape the swamps. When you say the swamps, in various parts of the jungle, large swamps had formed, and the swamp was basically a death trap for close-ranged fighters. The swamps limited one's movement, and there were two types of monsters that spawned at the swamps. The Fuko monkeys and swamp anacondas. Fuko monkeys threw a very hard fruit named Fuko at their opponents, and it could deal quite a lot of damage. If one took a wrong blow to the head, then one would be in danger of dying. It was hard to move in the swamps, so the only way to attack was using long-ranged magic. Minchin had too little information on the two. He knew the roused named Hong Sungu had a flame ability. However, Fuko monkeys attacked in packs with at least 10 members. It wasn't something a single person could deal with. Moreover, when one is busy dealing with the Fuko monkeys, the large anacondas would silently approach and attack. One would be too exhausted to fend it off. Whew! That sounds difficult. It is difficult. When one attacked a 4-star dungeon, several types of abilities were needed. This was why a team was always formed. Mink Hanna and Heeman went back to watching the barrier with dark expression on their faces. Asterisk. Waruruk, boom! Several dozen fireballs flew towards the branches. Ookie. The surprised monkeys madly dodged the fireballs. During all of this, ice arrows flew in, and it struck the body of the monkey. It made their movement sluggish. Suavak. Boom. Kee. While the forest was burning up, an electrical attack came flying towards the monkeys. Pa-jeek. Squeak. Woojin was radiant as he saw the monkeys falling like leaves. Ku ha ha ha. Wipe them all out. Sungu's face was livid with horror as he looked at the horrible scene. Waruruk. The forest was burning. If this was Earth instead of a dungeon, this event would have been the headline in the media. Woojin already had 40 skeleton magicians by his side. Some were shooting fireballs and some were sending out ice arrows. The rest were using electricity magic. At least he was comforted by the fact that his fireballs was a bit stronger than the skeleton magician's fireballs. Sungu had never seen such a violent and brutish hunting method. Woojin had a retinue of skeleton magicians, and they were burning and destroying the entire jungle. It was an indiscriminate massacre. It was a banquet of magic. Waruruk, pa-pa-pung. Kikik. I leveled up again. Ooh ha ha. Sungu wondered if Woojin had lost his mind. It seemed his mood was elevated to another level. It didn't suit a person who was madly destroying the jungle. Sungu had never seen Woojin be in a better mood. No, this was the most excited he had seen Woojin be. When Woojin leveled up, he put the 10 bonus stat points into magic and control. He invested 5 points each. Now, come new recruits. At Woojin's call, 5 dead monkey corpses exploded, and new skeleton magicians were added to his troops. Dual class is fucking awesome. Woojin got a taste of a new world when he turned from level 10 to level 11. Every time he leveled up, he received 10 bonus stat instead of 5. The bonus stat had doubled. Even the bonus skill point had increased from 1 to 2 points. He thought it was a setup that allowed him to develop both the warrior and necromancer class at the same time. However, Woojin didn't even bother with the stat and skills for the warrior class. He put all the points into control and magic. His current level was 14. As a bonus, he had received 40 stat points. He put most of it into control and magic. He also put several points into recovery, which helped his magic recover. Magic, 40 recovery, 14 control, 55. As the number of skeleton magicians increased around Woojin, the forest was destroyed at a higher pace. The monsters were too busy running away. Every time Woojin killed one Fuko monkey, he yelled out in joy as he calculated the achievement points. In the 3-star dungeon, he had only received 3 achievement points because the hunting ground didn't suit his ability. Woojin's current level was 14, but the transfer bonus and other skills basically meant he could be seen as a level 40. Woojin swept everything before him as he advanced. From the rear, consecutive magic blast flew up like rocket launchers, and it landed in the forest. The only thing left was for the forest to burn. Asterisk. Who ordered the Hajang Maiyan? TLN, noodle and black bean paste and veggie/meat. Ah, over here. Heimain took the 2 bowls of Hajang from the delivery man, then he approached Minchin, who was sitting on the subway station's stairs. The dungeon employee, and the staff in charge went to a nearby restaurant to eat a meal. Team leader. Our dinner is here. I want ganjajang. TLN, same as Hajang Maiyan but the sauce is thicker. This restaurant's Hajang is tastier. You bugger. This is the first time you are ordering from this place. You. Whatever. Let's just eat. Minchin took the Hajang Maiyan, and he mixed it. He asked a question as he put a mouthful of the noodle in his mouth. How long has it been? 4 hours has passed. So, 16 hours. The structure of the 4-star dungeon wasn't the only thing unique about it. The time there was 4 times faster than the real time. They had already spent over 16 hours inside the dungeon. The dungeon monsters quickly realized if there was an intruder. The monsters slowly converged on the intruders, so hiding wasn't an option. One could hide for a short amount of time, but it was almost impossible for one to hide from the monsters for 16 hours. They probably came across a swamp by now. However, we don't really have much information about their abilities. That's true. Then don't we have to worry about them coming back alive? We were the one who put them in danger. Mitchin shook his head at Heeman's worry. It's already been 16 hours, so they are probably starving by now. How well do you think they'll know about the ecosystem over there? The plants, animals, and bugs aren't like the ones found on Earth. They are all very different. Geez. If they mistakenly eat a poisonous plant, it's the end of the road. Maybe it was because of the words he were mumbling, but he lost the taste for his food. In the future, don't order from here. Yes. Asterisk. The jungle was burnt to the ground. In the open space, Woojin was roasting something on a stick over the campfire. Chi-ji-jeek. From the surrounding, Sungu had gathered fruits and mushrooms that wasn't damaged by fire. Hyung Nim. I picked these up. Well done. Woojin picked up the fruits brought to him by Sungu. He picked each up one by one. You can eat this if you peel the skin. You can't eat this. It's poisonous. This one is also poisonous, but we can eat it if we cook it over the fire. Woojin gave an explanation to Sungu. Sungu feverishly listened to Woojin like a student who was going to take the college entrance exam soon. The only regret Sungu had was the lack of notebooks. He wanted to write all of this down. Hyung Nim. How are you so knowledgeable about this? That is. Of course, he was knowledgeable about it. This place was basically like a mixture of the ecosystem and neighborhood he had lived at for 20 years. Well. Why don't you just listen without saying anything? I'm sorry, Hyung Nim. I won't ask about it again. Go cut some of that grass over there. We can crush it into a paste. It tastes fantastic when you slather it on the meat. Yes, sir. So what's the menu this time? Snake meat. It's fantastic. Also, I'm getting tired of eating only meat. Let's eat some roasted mushroom. Kaya. My mouth is already watering. To his surprise, everything Woojin cooked was very tasty. Sungu was really looking forward to it. Asterisk. Mitchin favored the taste of ganjajang, but he still emptied the whole bowl. The current time was 7:45. Woojin and Sungu had already been in the dungeon for 4 HRS and 20 minutes. Heeman went to fetch a blanket, and he gave it to Minchin. Team leader. The day is getting cold. Yeah. Thanks. So, team leader. What happens if we aren't able to scout Mr. Woojin and Mr. Sungu? What do you think? We can only begrudgingly let them go. Don't we need to report it to the president? It's already been sent. He was apathetic. What? Heeman's eyes became round. If it wasn't an order from the president, then why were they putting so much effort into this venture? He had already ordered the employee to raise Kang Woojin to rank C and Hong Sungu to rank D. The newly issued roused card had already been delivered to Minchin's hand. If he was to be blunt, it basically meant if those two died then their work would be much cleaner. They would lament the fact that they weren't able to rope the two into the guild, but the consequence would end there. The complication would arise if those two came back alive, and they took issue with what happened. Hey, Heeman. Yes, team leader. You know about me. In the past 5 years, my eyes have never deceived me. It makes sense. Team leader's evaluation of others had always been on point. Minchin had been involved in dungeon-related work since the dungeon shock. He was a veteran. He wasn't an founding member of the Hammer Guild, but the work he had done for the guild was quite illustrious. Didn't team leader discover Park Jin-woo? Hammer Guild had 2 ranked A roused. One of them was Park Jin-woo. Young Minchin had recognized his potential, and he had roped him into the Hammer Guild. I get a powerful feeling from that bastard, Woojin. Does that mean he has a similar potential? If the roused had potential, the guild would bend over backwards to help the person grow rapidly. Heeman had asked if Woojin had as much potential as Park Jin-woo. Heeman shook his head. I have a feeling he has more. That is why I don't want to lose him. Young Minchin was telling the truth. He felt a strong sensation coming from Kang Woojin. It didn't feel like a sandalwood being fragrant even in seed leaf, tln idiom, it was much more than that. It felt like he was looking at a large tree. This is why I want him to come back alive. I don't care even if he doesn't join the Hammer Guild. If we lose a roused like that, then it would be a loss for humanity. Team leader. Heeman had to look at his boss, Minchin, in a new light. Usually he acted like an asshole, but today why was he looking so cool? No, he really looked cool. We could pray together, team leader. I'm sure they will come back alive. It'll be tough. Those bastards guarding the return stone are really difficult opponents. Of course, he knew that. That is why he said they should pray for their safe return. They'll eventually die. Weren't you hoping to see them come back alive? He took back the sentiment. If he wasn't his team leader, he would have hit him. Heeman berated himself for thinking even for a brief moment that his team leader was cool. Asterisk. Hyung Nim. The return stone is over there. After burning down the entire jungle, Woojin stepped forward to use his search magic. The return stone was in the middle of a large open space, and it was floating on top of an altar. At the thought of being able to escape this dungeon fraught with danger, Sungu was about to run towards it. Woojin roughly held him back. Sungu fell backwards after the back of his neck was grabbed. Before Sungu could turn to ask the question, why, the ground he stepped on collapsed on itself. A cloud of dust rose into the air, and he could see a trap with bamboo spears on the bottom. If he had taken one more step, then he would have died. Sungu's heart flipped in his chest. He was about to express his thanks, but Woojin was staring at something with a serious expression on his face. When Sungu saw the beings that showed up, he lost the words he was about to say. Chapter 29, Same Place, 2. Chapter 29, Same Place, 2. Chapter 29, Same Place, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John and Renee for the donation. I'll try to release Dragon Maiden as soon as I can. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you. This is quite unexpected. Woojin frowned as he saw the figures of about 20 monsters. He would have never dreamed orcs would show up here. Their level was visible through the warrior's sense, and it was fairly high. He had to assume their actual fighting power was much higher. These bastards were analogous to humans. When the monsters of this race gather in a group, they were able to work synergistically. Rocker Ri Mak 2, Ri Kyo Alphen. Sungu was surprised when bizarre words started to flow out from Woojin's mouth. Hi, Hyung Nim. Sungu wasn't the only one who was surprised. The orcs were surprised, and they started to murmur to each other. How can a human from Earth speak the language of the orcs? Woojin made a bitter laugh. Orc were of a similar race. They were one of the tribes that made up Alphen's society. Woojin wondered how these orcs came to be in this dungeon. Weren't the dungeons a route being used by Tronet to invade Earth? Why are the Alphen's orcs here on Earth? When Woojin replied in a similar words to their question, a large orc stepped forward. Who are you? How come a human from Earth knows the Alphen's orc language? That's not important. I'm asking why you are in this place. We lost our base. Woojin was surprised at the orc's words. Does that mean Alphen was taken by Tronet? The orc turned silent at Woojin's words. How could the human from Earth know so much about the matters regarding Alphen? That's right. One piece of the counterweight disappeared, and Tronet became the owner of everything. We are able to exist here after we made a contract with Tronet. Contract. Earth will become our new base. The invasion of Earth. Woojin frowned. It was a bullshit contract. Earth didn't belong to Tronet in the first place. Do they want to die? How dare they come here? When Woojin spoke in Korean, Sungu asked with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Hyung Nim. Are you okay? What? I thought Hyung Nim was speaking in tongues. Sungu had genuinely been worried. Woojin had suddenly let out guttural sounds. Sungu's concern seeped with loyalty, and it awakened Woojin's senses. Variable stats has been elevated. Duration time 29, 28. Woo. So this is what rage is. Woojin bottled up his anger, then he looked at the orcs. He had to direct his anger towards the orcs instead of Sungu. After they lost their homeland, they had crawled into someone else's land. Moreover, they were trying to take it away. I'm not afraid of a team battle. If it was a team battle, he was confident he wouldn't lose. Bombard them. At Woojin's words, the skeleton magicians on standby started to bombard the orcs with each of their own magic. Shuo, pu-pu-pung. The fire, ice, and electricity magic flew like raining arrows toward the orcs' position, and it scorched the earth. After a moment of disturbance, the cloud of dust subsided, and Sungu had a shocked expression at what he saw. Those bastards are unscathed. The orc shaman had used a barrier magic to protect themselves. Woojin grinned. Whether it was the orcs or whatever else, he wouldn't allow them to take Earth while he was here. Let's see if they could hold out against this. If his magic wasn't working, then he just had to increase their power. Woojin opened the skill window, and he immediately raised the level of skeleton magicians to 10. Keek. The appearance of the skeleton magicians started to change. A black air current started to form around their emaciated bodies, and it materialized into a black robe. If they stood still, one could mistake them for people with hood over their head. The hands made out of the emaciated bones thrust out from between the robes. Then a light 2 times the size of the previous one formed to make magic. Shoot them! At Woojin's command, magic that couldn't even compared to the ones before started to rain down on the orcs. Waruruk, Pung. Suzuzung, Podsijik. When the fireball made contact, it exploded. The ice froze its surrounding. The strengthened electric shock was the most effective against the orcs, since the orcs used tempered iron as weapons. Brave warriors! Charge! Beat them before they charge! Shoo shook. At Woojin's command, the skeleton magicians let out consecutive magic spells. When their level increased, the range, shooting rate and power of the magic had increased. The orcs had been a good distance away. While they were charging towards Woojin, over half of them had died. When the orcs closed the distance, Woojin immediately cancelled the summons for the 40 skeleton magicians. Waruru. Their body broke down, and a pile of bones was created. Woojin grinned. Let's change second round into a different event. He used the bones as medium to summon the skeleton soldiers. Keek. His 40 points of magic would all be used up, but he didn't care. He had other methods he could use. He wasn't only about the magic. Well, let's go. Keek. Woojin lifted his steel staff, and he charged. The skeleton soldiers quickly moved behind him. The orcs' attacks were very strong. The skeleton soldiers were weak in endurance, so their skulls were broken after couple blows. However, Woojin didn't care. Every time the orc brought down a skeleton soldier, it got injured. The next skeleton soldier would also wound the orc again as it fell. The orc couldn't face a skeleton soldier for the 3rd time. It was killed after being pierced by a skeleton soldier's sword. No matter how brave the orc warriors were, they couldn't stand up against superior numbers. Woojin killed the last remaining orc. He crushed the orc shaman's skull, then he let out a sigh. Maybe humans might show up in dungeons soon. Hyung Nim. You are even good at telling jokes. After the battle ended, Sungu was in a familiar territory. He quickly looted the items used by the orcs. Asterisk. In front of Gwacheon City Hall Station's 11th exit. Kim Heeman scratched his cheeks. Team leader. Isn't this getting pretty serious? How long has it been? It's been 6 HRS and 20 minutes. At Heeman's words, Michen's expression also turned serious. The normal clear time for a 4-star dungeon was 4 HRS. That meant 20 HRS had passed within the dungeon. The two of them had already spent 25 HRS 20 minutes inside the dungeon. This meant they had survived for over a day within the dungeon. Team leader. The barrier. Young Michen gulped as he saw the barrier disintegrate. Come out. Please come out alive. He yelled those words inside, but he didn't see any changes at the bottom of the stairs. When he let out a small sigh, he heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Maybe I should take a cart next time. Woojin and Sungu complained as they carried up the leather armors and weapons worn by the orcs. They were bringing up a lot of stuff. See, congratulations on your safe return. Michen ran down the stairs, and he was emotional as he grabbed Woojin. Woojin stared back at him with a blank face. Why are you making such a fuss? What? Just go down and bring those stuff up. Woojin and Seoul had gathered a massive amount of loot. They had 2 full bags of bloodstones, and the size of the bloodstones couldn't even be compared to the ones in the lower dungeons. Moreover, the equipment worn by the orcs were quite valuable. They also brought iron weapons, animal leathers, and rough cloths. It was items that could be purchased on Earth. However, these were valuable since it could pass through the portals. Any roused could enter the low-ranked dungeons. It was possible for them to take modern items. Those dungeons were basically neutral territories. However, the higher-ranked dungeons only allowed the roused to come across the portal. Modern items were useless. When Woojin returned to the other side of the portal after obtaining the return stone, his clothes, hand phone, and bloodstone bags were strewn all over the floor. They had to bring those items out too with the loot. With the help of Michen, Woojin, and Sungu were sorting the loot. You are saying I could exchange the bloodstones at the exchange store, but it is up to us to sell the other items. Yes. That's correct. Wait a moment. Michen opened the sports bag, and he took out a scanner. He brought it over the items as if he was scanning it. They are all normal items. There are no artifacts. However, these items came out the dungeon, so they should be quite valuable. So where do I go to sell this? Usually the support division of the guilds takes care of it. Michen stopped speaking, and he looked at Woojin to see how he responded. Would it be okay for him to talk about it? Well, if you enter a guild, then the support division will take care of these minor tasks. It does sound convenient. Why don't you enter into our guild? I promise we will give you the best treatment. That's all right. Why don't Uncle's guild buy some of this stuff? It'll be inconvenient for me to carry these around. Michen bought all the loot Woojin had brought. He also gave a good price on it. $110,000. The profit here isn't that great. I guess so. However, wasn't it a bit easier than before? Sungu knew what Woojin was getting at. At the Rockwe spawn site, he was busy extracting the bloodstones, so this was a bit easier for Sungu. Woojin also never felt he was in danger at that place. However, if he thought about the profit in terms of how much they made per hour, the 3-star dungeons was a better option. The gears inside Young Minchen's mind started to spin quickly. By looking at Woojin and Seju's reaction, it seemed they had never really been in danger inside this dungeon. Maybe he is rank A. Michen felt his heart pound. If it was possible, he wanted to accompany Woojin into the dungeon. He wanted to see with his own eyes as to how he attacked the dungeon. This particular roused had only attacked the dungeons on 3 occasions, yet he shook Minchen's heart. This was the first time he had felt this way. Please give me your phone number. No. Please give it to me. You are going to bother me if I do. Of course. Michen wasn't going to lose the roused he had an eye on. However, Woojin was a tough cookie. He had given a lot of help to Woojin and Sungu even though they weren't members of his guild. However, he didn't want to lord it over them. It seemed Woojin didn't feel thankful towards him. It felt like his treatment of Woojin was considered as matter of course. Let's coincidentally meet again next time. When the money was deposited, Woojin brushed himself off, and he stood up. Minchin didn't have any reason he could use to stop him. I'll see you out. Ah, it's all right. Haha. I insist. Let's go. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Heimin followed after the two, and he saw them off from the parking lot. Minchin felt dejected as he sat down. Soon, Heimin hurriedly came running back. Team leader. I got it. What did you get? His phone number. Minchin's eyes turned round, and he looked at the phone number in Heimin's grasp. Kang Woojin 010-12XXXXXX. Are you sure this isn't a fake number? No. I called it up. Hey. If he was going to give it away so easily, then why did he play so hard to get? I'm not sure. Minchin frowned. He couldn't make heads or tails of this situation. Previously, he acted like he would reject joining the guild, yet his action right now left some room for doubt. It seems he isn't entirely opposed to joining the guild. Is he some kind of an expert at negotiations? Minchin thought Woojin was a 24-year-old young man, who was short on experience in society. He had to revise this opinion. After thinking for a long time, Minchin suddenly asked a question. What did you say that convinced him to give you his number? I just said I wanted to have some soju with him next time. Ha! He had no idea what was going on inside of Woojin. Chapter 30, Same Place, 3. Chapter 30, Same Place, 3. Chapter 30, Same Place, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. The queue is cleared. Thank you for the donation, Renee. Next week regular chapter will be Elkinas and Dragon Maken or SSN. I think I mistranslated the title, so I'll go back and change it. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Inside Sunggu's car. Hey. I guess crocodile leather sells for a high price. I guess so. Woojin looked through the presents given by Minchin. Among the several items, he was looking at the Guochun City Hall subway station's 11th exit guidebook. It listed which monsters were present in the dungeon, and the pattern they showed up in. It also listed the vulnerable points. There were a variety of information that were essential in attacking the dungeon. It listed how much a part of a monster could be sold for. It also described the valuable plants and what types of valuable ores could be found there. These were easily found items. Woojin hadn't known it, but there was a robust market for these items in this reality. Well, it's too bad, but I can't do anything about it now. Woojin knew he hadn't been able to bring out a lot of things, but he didn't feel any regret over it. Also, in the future, he didn't have to think about gathering all those items by himself. Hey Sunggu! You take care of it next time. Yes. Sunggu would rather excavate the bloodstones. If he had to dismember monsters' corpses to bring the valuable parts, it was a little bit. My dream of becoming a flame magician. The desire to advance his ability was as strong as the desire to make money. He really respected the high rank roused. After meeting Woojin, Sunggu had more occasion to use the butcher knife instead of using his flame magic. He had become a master at extracting bloodstones, but his flame ability was in a standstill. However, he had made a contract, so he planned on being faithful to his job as a manager for 1 year. The amount of money he made was unimaginably larger than before. He would steadily save the money, then he'll buy a magic scroll to raise his ability. By the way, Hyung Nim. What? Woojin's eyes were glued to the guidebook, and he replied in a distracted manner. So why did you give your phone number to Assistant Manager Kim? He said he wanted to have some soju with me. Was it that simple? Is he trying to act heroic? Maybe he is Stu. No. Hyung Nim isn't like that. Since Assistant Manager Kim knows your number, doesn't that mean Team Leader Jung will also know your phone number? He'll find out about it. Then why did you give it to him? Well, why not? Woojin turned his head to look at Sunggu. Woojin answered in such a dignified manner that Sunggu thought back to see if he asked the wrong question. Hyung Nim. Are you going to join a guild? Nope. I thought you didn't like being bothered? That team leader Jung seemed like a pretty persistent person. Woojin grinned. Let me ask you this. After you block spam mails, does the spam mails stop coming? It shows up even if it is blocked. No. We just need to show moderate amount of interest. Then they'll introduce us to dungeons like today, and they'll give us presents. How great would that be? He was enjoying this. Of course, Hyung Nim's heart is really. If it's inside the dungeon, do you think he will follow in after me? How about when I'm not in the dungeon? I don't have anything else to do. I have a lot of time on my hand. He'll eventually give up after he gets tired. Evil. Sunggu grabbed the steering wheel in silence. Woojin was absent-mindedly looking out the window when his eyes widened. Isn't that Jimin? What? That's the student living with Hyung Nim. Yeah. Pull your car alongside him. Sunggu's car stopped next to the sidewalk. Woojin got out of the passenger seat, then he yelled as if he was glad to see Jimin. Jimin. Jimin was taken aback. He had come out near the school to eat out with his sister. He saw Woojin wave at him with a bright smile. Jimin unconsciously lowered his head. Hello, Hyung. Asterisk. Top floor of the Hammer Guild. One of the 10 rank A roused in Korea was here. Guildmaster Park Saen-go. The intercom placed behind his desk's nameplate rang. His secretary's voice came out when he pressed the button. President. The third support team leader is here for a visit. Let him in. Bye. The intercom turned off, then the door opened soon after. The passionate support team leader was the same age as him. He was 35 years old. He had joined the Hammer Guild late, but he had made significant contributions in helping the Hammer Guild expand. He managed the lower dungeon, which were the main source of funds for the guild, with a steady hand. He also had the ability to find talented prospects, so he stood out from others in the guild. President. I'm here to give my scouting progress report. It is about Kang Woojin, who I had reported to you before. Have you succeeded? Not yet. Didn't I give you all jurisdiction regarding this matter? You don't have to give me progress reports. Perhaps, your negotiation isn't going well. It would have been great if there had been an actual negotiation. The problem was Woojin didn't even think about negotiating. If team leader Jung is keeping tabs on him, then I don't care about how much he wants. I'll leave it up to your discretion. Scout him if you want. You will have to settle a matter regarding him. Woojin was already able to make a lot of money. No, he had found an amazing hunting method that allowed him to make as much money in the 3-star dungeon as the 4-star dungeon. He needed something more than money to entice him. Park Saen-go looked at the document he had to sign, and he frowned. Do we really need give him the position of vice president? Does he really have that much worth? Ha! The vice president seat is no joke. Park Saen-go looked through the other files. Kang Woojin's background was written in detail. He returned after he went missing for 5 years. As soon as he came back, he went to the 2-star dungeon once and 3-star dungeon once. Today, he completed a 4-star dungeon once. Yes. I predict he is a rouse possessing a very outstanding ability. Have you seen it? What? I said have you seen it? I haven't seen it yet, but my prediction. Park Saen-go through the documents, then he leaned back to bury his body into his chair's backrest. Look here. Team leader Jung. Yes, President. They were of the same age, but there was a large gulf between the boss and a subordinate inside the company. Minchin had the better educational background, but the gap between them was large. It was like the difference between a roused and a civilian. If he was really that competent, then why would I spare the cost of giving the vice president's seat? However, this is laughable. The position of vice president in the Hammer Guild isn't some part-time job. This guy is a baby who only cleared the dungeons 3 times. He isn't a known quantity. How can we give him the position solely based on potential? There were additional problems. Moreover, his potential is based only on team leader's hunch. Budog. Jung Minchin gritted his teeth. He had brought in numerous outstanding individuals based on his hunch. Hammer Guild was one step in front of the other guilds in terms of finding talents, and Minchin had a lot to do with it. He has to display his potential in a tangible way. If that isn't possible, find out about his abilities. Then I will be able to decide if he is worth the investment the guild will have to put out for him. How long did you expect us to make an investment solely on team leader Jung's hunch? It isn't like you are successful every single time. He was right. Numerous roused were brought in at Jung Minchin's strong assertion, and there were a lot of them who hadn't reached their potential yet. Still, if the president would just think of all the times they made a profit, this level of investment shouldn't be too much. We shouldn't throw around the vice president seat easily. Everywhere we go people will look down on us. It'll bring down the Hammer Guild's prestige. Do you understand? Yes. By the intercom rang just in time. He pressed the button and his secretary's voice leaked out. President. The Vice President is here for a visit. Vice President Park Jin-woo. He was the greatest talent found by team leader Jung Minchin. He was a 27 years old with a handsome face. Recently, he made a lot of appearance on TV, so he was as popular as an entertainer. He was also the only other rank A roused in the Hammer Guild aside from the president. His worth to the guild didn't even need an explanation. Park Jin-woo was tall, and he was wearing a suit. When he opened the president's door to come in, he came face to face with team leader Jung Minchin. Jin-woo's eyes became round, and he smiled as he gave his greeting. Team leader Jung was here. Yes. Well, please go have your conversation with him. In the past, he had merely been a cub when Minchin had found. However, he was a vice president now. His station was markedly different from the past. Jung Minchin walked past him with a rigid expression, and Park Jin-woo shrugged his shoulders. By looking at this mood, it seemed he was chewed out by the president again. Still, he had recognized Park Jin-woo during his new browsed days. Minchin had also introduced him to the Hammer Guild, so he had an attachment towards him. What's going on with team leader? Chet. I don't know. He saw some necromancer, and he want to give the guy one of the vice president's seat. Park Jin-woo laughed at the annoyed words of the president. If team leader Jung is advocating for him, then don't we have to try to catch him no matter what? What do you mean catch him no matter what? I think that guy's eyes have deteriorated. Every kid he brings in are mediocre now. Recently, the prospects found by team leader Jung Minchin was very mediocre. They were talented, but they didn't develop fast enough. The fact that team leader Jung was able to recognize your talent was pure luck. Still, don't be too harsh on him. Chet. All right. Anyways, how was your work in the US? Park Jin-woo. He had the wholehearted support of the guild, since he was a rank A roused. He was also the representative of the Hammer Guild, so he had been elevated to the position of vice president. The guild conference opened in the US. As the representative for the Hammer Guild, he had to participate in it. He had just returned from New York. Park Jin-woo's expression turned serious. I looked at the surrounding moods, and I think the rumor is correct. It's true. President Park Sa-en-go also put on a serious expression. There was a very weird rumor circulating between guilds that started not too long ago. He had sent the vice president to the conference to confirm whether if the rumor was true. In your opinion, who procured it? I think it's the Titans. The Titans. There were several large guilds in the US, but if one had to choose the best, one would pick the Titan. It was an obvious choice. If the rumor was true, then the possibility of the Titan having the person was highly probable. A person who came out of a dungeon. Park Seon-go's face had turned serious. Should he call that person an alien? Should he call the person a new species? He hadn't seen this person, so he had nothing to say. No. It might be a rumor made up by Titan in the first place. The absolute truth would probably only be known to the top executive of the Titans. If the rumor was true, this would be the first such incident since the dungeons formed 5 years ago. Asterisk. In the heart of Manhattan, a limousine parked in front of an building that rose into the sky in an imposing manner. People who looked like security surrounded the car. They quickly moved to open the trunk and they took out a wheelchair. The limousine's door opened, and a brown-haired middle-aged woman moved to the wheelchair. A blonde beauty in a tidy outfit approached her with a smile on her face. Mrs. Hamilton. Was there any discomfort in coming here? Discomfort? This is the first time I've traveled in such luxury. She had flown here by plane for 6 hours. However, there wasn't a single moment in the journey where she felt discomfort. Thank you for accepting our guild's request. It's no problem. If someone needs my help, I'll most definitely agree to it. Mrs. Hamilton was America's most respected psychotherapist. With guidance from the blonde beauty, they headed towards the top floor of the guild. Mrs. Hamilton. Before you meet the patient, you will have to sign this contract. The contract given to her by the blonde beauty was a commonly seen contract. It was a non-disclosure agreement. Many wealthy individuals were her regular customers, so she was used to seeing such agreements as their psychotherapist. When she signed the contract, the blonde beauty guided her to the patient's room. She was handed a concise summary of her patient. Hamilton asked in confusion as she read it. Does she have global aphasia? Yes. Mrs. Hamilton didn't ask any more about the patient's diagnosis. The file only had information regarding the symptoms exhibited by the patient. It didn't have any person information on it. She doesn't have any name, birthplace, age, or anything. The blonde beauty nodded her head. She was rescued from a dungeon. Your job is to find her voice again, Mrs. Hamilton. It is your job to fill the empty personal information of the patient. The beautiful blonde secretary led Mrs. Hamilton to a room. When she entered the room after opening the door, she couldn't help but yell in surprise. Oh my God! She had never seen such a beauty in her life. Even as a fellow woman, her almost unrealistic beauty surprised Mrs. Hamilton. As befitting a 5-star hotel, the room was decorated in an extravagant manner. However, it didn't even register in her eyes. She could only look at her. She was simply a mysterious beauty with unearthly beauty. Moreover, she also gave off an unearthly feeling. For a woman, who was rescued from a dungeon, her face was too peaceful. Psychotherapist Hamilton quietly approached her in the wheelchair. The secretary stood by her side as she looked on. After calming herself a little bit, Mrs. Hamilton started speaking towards the unidentified beauty. While Hamilton was calming down, the unidentified beauty had put on a faint smile, and it made her look very alien. Hello. My name is Mrs. Hamilton. The beauty didn't respond at all to her gentle greeting. She couldn't speak, but her eyes was letting out a light as if she was yearning for something. If it's too difficult, you don't have to speak. Do you want to write to me? Or you could draw some pictures. As if they had already tried this, the table next to them had a paper and pen on top of it. Hamilton smiled as she started to draw a picture first. She just had to go slow. Maladies doesn't suddenly get better in an instant. She couldn't suddenly make a hole through the barrier in her heart. She can only get closer to her a little bit at a time. The most important thing was always having sincerity in one's heart. I'm ready. I want to understand you. Can you hear me? What? Hamilton was surprised when a clear voice rang out inside her head. She turned to look at the secretary. Did you just hear someone speak? What? I didn't hear anything. Your trust allowed you to receive my voice. Hamilton's surprise-filled eyes turned towards the unidentified beauty. It was as if the light in her eyes were speaking to her. It was as if that was her voice. I can hear you. I guess my God hasn't abandoned me yet. My God. The beauty's lips hadn't moved yet. She was sure the woman was speaking to her. Her voice was clearly heard by Hamilton's ears. May you grant me my request? How are you able to speak to me? Who are you? How can this be? The confused secretary looked at the flustered Hamilton, who was talking to herself. She couldn't hear the patient's voice at all. Only Mrs. Hamilton was able to hear her voice. I've been rude. She had abruptly asked for a request. The unidentified beauty slowly stood up from her bed. With an elegant movement, she bowed. When Mrs. Hamilton saw this, she could only look on dumbfoundedly. I am Alphen's seventh highest. I am the mother of the land. I am the divine wing, and the voice of Arya. My name is Melody. My God! She was the holy priestess of the Church of Arya. Her name was Melody. She had taken her first step on earth. Chapter 31, Duja 1. Chapter 31 Duja 1. Chapter 31, Duja 1. TLN, this is a regular chapter for next week. I'll have Elkinas out Monday or Tuesday. Please turn off the ad blocks if you are able to. Thank you. Hello, Hyung. This is my Nuna. Nuna. This is the Hyung I was talking about, Woojin Hyung. It's been a while, Jiwon. You are still very pretty. Jiwon smirked at how shameless Woojin was being. She had firmly put on a hat. So, how would he know if she was still pretty? It's been a while. She had last seen him 5 years ago when Woojin had gone missing. It was the time when her life had taken a turn. We are about to go eat some grilled beef entrails. Do you want to accompany us for some alcohol? Grilled beef entrails. Duja-won hesitated when she heard Woojin's words. Had he been this aggressive in the past? Jiwon tried to comb through her memories, but Woojin's current figure was very different from the past. No. She hadn't been that close to him in the first place 5 years ago. She probably just didn't know about Woojin's personality. Places with a lot of people is. That's right. We just ate our dinner, so we are full. Woojin grinned when Jimin also stepped forward to make excuses. Do you think food stomach and alcohol stomach is the same thing? At Woojin's word, Jiwon turned to look at Jimin. She wanted to talk with Woojin. She wanted to thank him for helping out her brother. Moreover, she had to give back the excessive amount of money he gave Jimin. How can we go to an establishment that serves alcohol with my brother wearing his uniform? Let's just go home and talk. I heard all about you helping my brother. This kid is good at drink alcohol. At Woojin's word, Jimin had a guilty expression on his face. Jiwon whipped her head around to glare at Jimin. You drink alcohol now? That isn't. Woojin was the one that made him drink it, so what was he doing? How cheap are you? Jaemin's eyes looked at Woojin as if to say he wanted to be saved. Woojin grinned as he spoke. Send this kid home. Let's drink without him. This is the first time I met a high school friend since I've been back. You can tell me all that has happened. That's right. Woojin had gone missing. She had remembered Woojin in the first place, because Woojin had gone missing right before the dungeon shock. It used to be the hottest news in school. Let's go. Do you like beef entrails? Yet, I also have something to say to you. Jiwon was about to go when Jimin grabbed his Nuna's arm. Nuna. Don't drink too much. All right. You go home first. Nuna. If you feel like you are getting drunk, call me immediately. Gu. Go home and study. You said your test is coming up soon. Jiwon saw her worried brother off, then she followed after Woojin. Is that your car? No. It's the car of a dongseng I work with. Seeing. Sunggu opened the window of the front passenger seat to see outside. Then he bowed towards the passenger seat. Hello, Noonim. Ah, yes. Hello. Jiwon quickly lowered her head, then she pushed the brim of her hat down further. The large visor of the cap covered everything up to the bridge of her nose. However, one could tell she was a beauty just by looking at her slender jawline and red lips. When Jiwon sat in the back, Woojin followed her in. Young Nim. Where should I take you? Where do you think? Weren't you going to take me to a delicious beef entrails restaurant? He wanted to go to a beef entrails restaurant with such a beauty? Woojin didn't care if Sunggu thought it was weird or not. He wanted to eat beef entrails today. Noonim. Are you okay with eating beef entrails? Yes. It's fine. However, can you find somewhere with sparse amount of people? Coincidentally, there is a place I go to regularly. They aren't doing well, so there won't be any people there. Woojin frowned. He wanted to eat at a place where the beef entrails was delicious. Doesn't that mean it isn't tasty? No. I guarantee it will be really delicious. Sunggu was basically the chauffeur as he just drove the car. The two in the back seat didn't speak for a long time. So why are you going around wearing that hat? You didn't wash your hair. Sunggu sucked in a breath at Woojin's word. Sunggu had known Woojin had a difficult personality, but how could he ask a woman such a question? Perhaps, his great Hyung Nim was a virgin. TLN slang term was used. Mo-sol equals shortened from motel solo equals single since mother's womb. The way he treats women is too clumsy. No. I just like wearing a hat. Is that so? Woojin tried to think about the past, but he came up blank. He just remembered Jiwon had been the prettiest girl in school. He couldn't remember her personality or even her appearance. Ah, is that so? Anyways, I'm really glad I got to meet you. I was surprised when Jimin said you are his Nuna. What was it? How can he treat a person in such a comfortable manner? Jiwon felt like she was falling into Woojin's pace. I was also surprised. Jimin doesn't talk too much about his school life, so I didn't know he was being bullied. I'm really thankful. Ah, it was nothing. Jimin helped me a lot too. Jiwon remembered what Jimin had said, and she spoke quietly. I heard you extorted money from him. Haha. I just borrowed it. I borrowed it. Why aren't you driving faster, Sunggu? We are in a school zone, Hyung Nim. Why couldn't this bastard read his cue? While Jiwon was laughing, Sunggu's car left the main street into a construction zone where a neon sign was blinking. Chet. It seems a dungeon break happened here. Yes, Hyung Nim. This was originally an empty lot, but they started construction about a month ago. When a dungeon break happens, the area around the station becomes totaled in an instant. After the area around the station was organized again, the development plans varied on what kind of dungeon formed near the station. Why is there such a large construction site near this station? Ah! This is the housing complex where Kim Gong-chul will be moving into. Who is that? What? I said who is that person? How could he not know about Kim Gong-chul? Amongst the 10 great roused of Korea, he was the most successful one. You don't know who Kim Gong-chul is? I have no idea. He was the very first rank A roused of Korea. If you look at the roused rankings, he is ranked 1 st. Is he trying to build some pleasure palace? Why is he building such a big house? Hyung Nim was 24 years old, but how could he know less on how society worked than a 21-year-old? This isn't all going to be Kim Gong-chul's house. It is a housing complex being advertised as where he would live. The area around stations were dangerous. If the dungeon couldn't be cleared within 30 days, then the break would happen. As the word indicates, the monsters would flood out. It was the worst thing that could happen to a residential neighborhood. It was like living next to a ticking bomb. However, it was an entirely different situation if a high-ranked roused lived nearby. The roused living nearby would help attack the dungeon just from the fact that they didn't want their house to be damaged. This was why the real estate developers were desperate to have a high-level roused, so they could use the roused as publicity models. After listening to Sunggu's explanation, Woojin understood. So, if one could raise one's rank, then one could get free housing. That's correct. Woojin started touching his roused card. Jung Minchin was very quick in handling his business. Woojin was handed a rank C card, and Sunggu was made into rank D. Should I visit the bureau to raise my rank? He was able to enter high-rank dungeons as a rank C, so he didn't really care about his rank. However, the numerous benefits a top rank received was enticing. Du Jiwon was surprised when she saw Woojin's roused card. Woojin, you are a rank C roused? Yeah. Jimin said you were rank F. It rose. Didn't he know roused rank wasn't something that was easily raisable? Jiwon looked at Woojin in a new light. She had heard from Jimin that Woojin was making a lot of money. If he was a rank C, then she could understand why. Let me ask you a question. Jiwon became really nervous at Woojin's question. She hoped he wouldn't ask about her complex. Her heart started to beat faster from concern. How was I in the past? Woojin wanted to know more about his past self. He had lived a hellish life for the past 20 years at the planet Alphen. It almost made him forget who he was. We weren't that close, so. Is that so? Do you remember who I was close to? I don't. Woojin thought for a moment. Jiwon glanced towards Woojin. When she saw Woojin look outside the window as he frowned, her heart fluttered. Was that weird? It has been a while since she had met someone who only remembered her from 5 years ago when she had been pretty. Moreover, he didn't show any sympathy or disgust. It had been a while since she had a conversation like this, and she welcomed it. This was why she didn't want him to see it. Jiwon pushed her hat deeper onto her head. Asterisk. Sunggu drove past the construction site of the housing complex, then they stopped on top of hill at the poor part of the city. This place didn't even have access to a subway, so it was an inconvenient place to live. Most of the affluent people had left Seoul. The people in the poor part of the city remained as they guarded where they lived. Ago. My baby is here. Grandma. Ago. Are you friends with my Sunggu? No. It's just a Hyung Nim and Noo Nim that I know. You are Sunggu seniors. Please have a seat. The restaurant was located in a run-down building, and there were only 5 tables there. Moreover, the store was empty. It seemed Woojin's party was the first customer of the day. Was this place really a delicious restaurant? He came here with a very high expectation. This is your grandmother's store? No. This is the store of my friend's grandmother. You brought us here to increase revenue for your friend's restaurant? Heh. It isn't like that. Amongst all the places I know, this restaurant has the best tasting beef entrails. Woojin had a skeptical expression on his face. However, as the food was being laid out, his rigid expression relaxed. The beef entrails was delicious. No. It seemed every food on earth was delicious to Woojin. The grandmother, who was the owner, was pretty skilled at cooking food. This is the first time I am drinking alcohol with Hyung Him. I am honored. Fill it to the brim. Sunggu poured soju into Woojin's glass. It is an honor to be able to drink with Hyung Nim's alumni. Ah, yes. Is this person in the mafia? Every word he says ends with Hyung Nim. Kaya. It's delicious. After the toast, he emptied the soju. Then he picked up a well-cooked beef entrails, and he ate it after dipping it in a sauce. The cool soju and the chewy texture of beef entrails was downright delicious. Ah! This is tasty. Every time Woojin's glass emptied, Sunggu immediately refilled the alcohol. Woojin was able to have a good meal. It seemed Woojin really just came to eat some beef entrails with no ulterior motive. This made Sunggu and Jiwon stare vacantly at Woojin. Jiwon looked like a fish out of water. Hey? Why aren't you eating? I'll pay. Eat it. Sunggu secretly glanced at Woojin and Jiwon to gauge the mood. In the beginning, he thought Woojin had brought Jiwon, because they were close school mates. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. By listening to their conversation, this was the first time they met in 5 years, and they were only acquainted with each other's face. If it was me, I would have avoided such an awkward situation. I would have just parted ways after giving a greeting. Maybe Hyung Nim isn't used to being around a woman. Maybe Hyung Nim liked the pretty nonna with the graceful jawline? Is that why he brought her here? What was Woojin thinking inside? As his manager, what was his duty? All right. I'll create the mood, then I'll excuse myself. Maybe Hyung Nim was trying to test his ability. As aroused, he had cut short his college life, but he had a lot of experience drinking alcohol as a freshman. Sunggu's wasn't placed under academic probation for nothing. He'll prove it here. Then several dozen methods to break this awkward situation passed through his head like instinct. Hyung Nim. Let's do a game. A game. Hey? A game. Woojin had left Earth during his 3rd year of high school, so how would he know the drinking tradition of a college student? Sunggu grabbed a bottle of alcohol in one hand, and he spoke in a regional dialect. Then Woojin experienced a new world. The situation developed too fast for Woojin to stop it. Woojin experienced a diverse game. On the floor below the table, 12 empty bottles of soju was lined up. Jiwon was slumped over, and she was using her arms as a pillow. As he looked at Jiwon, the red-faced Sunggu stood up on his chair, then he started to shake his shoulders. Drink! Drink! The alcohol is going down. Gulp! Slurp! Gulp! Gulp! Keep doing the shoulder dance. Look at my shoulders. Tall. Woojin's face hardened. He had come here to eat the delicious beef entrail and soju. However, why was Sunggu trying so hard to make him drink alcohol? Why don't you sit before I wrench your shoulders out of their sockets? His voice held a murderous intent. Sunggu's dancing shoulders came to a halt. It was instinctual. Sunggu's neck retreated like a turtle, then his gaze met Woojin's eyes. Sit. Yes, sir. Ah. He was waking up from the alcohol. Sunggu quickly sat back in his chair. Both their eyes headed toward Jiwon. She had passed out after imbibing a lot of alcohol. Jiwon was already passed out, and when she moved a little bit, her hat fell away. Sunggu rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, he wasn't imagining it. The left side of Jiwon's head was bereft of any hair. On her scalp, there were lumpy scars that was unsightly. The injury reached past her forehead, and it reached her left eye. Sunggu looked at Woojin to see his reaction. However, Woojin indifferently looked at Jiwon. Chapter 32 Do Jiwon, 2. Chapter 32 Do Jiwon, 2. Chapter 32, Do Jiwon, 2. TLN, hey guys, I had some extra time, so I decided to translate another chapter. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks. Sunggu had a hard time moving his lips. Woojin didn't speak. However, it wasn't as if he stopped moving. He grabbed a piece of beef entrails with his chopstick. He dipped it in the sauce, then he placed it on top of a perilla leaf. He also placed a garlic he had dipped in the soybean paste on top of it. Then Woojin emptied a glass of soju. Crunch, crunch. Woojin smiled as he ate the wrapped meat. Ah! This really goes well as a side dish for the soju. Woojin raised his empty glass towards Sungu, and he wordlessly filled the glass. Hey! Let's not do any games like this next time. How about we just quietly eat and drink alcohol? Woojin brought the soju glass to his mouth when Sungu didn't give him an answer. When their eyes met, Sungu spoke. Hyung Nim. What? Why aren't you saying anything about it? About what? Sungu glanced towards the passed-out Dujuan, and he gave a meaningful gaze towards her. What? Her bald spot. W.A. How could he say such words so easily? Dude. So what? What? What's wrong with it? Hyung Nim is okay with it. What about it? Woojin emptied the soju into his mouth. She has a small scar. It isn't like she is going to die from it. That wasn't what he meant. What? Do you pity her? Of course, wouldn't anyone feel sorry for her? Woojin grinned. He had lived in Alphen where the wars were endless. He grew up in a world where it was normal to arm oneself if one wanted to survive. Deformed appearance? Handicapped? If one was able to run on one's own two legs, and one was able to grab a spear with both hands, then the person was considered to be a normal person. From Woojin's perspective, Jiwon was just a woman with a scar on her head. She was Jimin's Nuna, and she was an alumni from 5 years ago. Nothing had changed. Pour me some more alcohol. I'm in a good mood. Sungu didn't react to Woojin's words. Woojin was starting to frown, and it seemed he had drunk a lot of alcohol since his face had turned red. Sungu mustered up his courage. Once in a while, I am scared of Hyung Nim. You are too cold-hearted. Ha! When Woojin became dumbfounded, Sungu suddenly stood up from his seat. If a woman hurts her face in Korea, it might be a fate worse than death. What? Sungu flinched and he walked stiffly to the side. Then he exited the restaurant. Woojin still had his glass up in the air. He had a dumbfounded expression as he looked towards the restaurant's door where Sungu had exited. Ha! Woojin put his glass down. He picked up a soju bottle, then he poured it into the empty glass. Gall, gall. TLN, SFX soju pouring. I'll just fill it up myself. Woojin emptied another glass of soju, then he picked up some beef entrails. As he chewed, he glanced at Jiwon. So what? Was it because he was used to dealing with the wild women of Alphen? If it was on Alphen, no woman would cover up a scar of that size from shame. Instead, they would show it off. It basically told everyone she had survived from the wounds received from the monsters. Basically, it was a badge of honor. I don't get why it's such a big deal. She's still pretty. She had a great body and a pretty face. A scar was just a scar. Woo! Earth. Was he too used to living in Alphen? Was there too much of a gap between how one thinks in Alphen and Earth? If he went to the hospital right now to take a psychological examination, then would they want him to admit himself into the hospital? I've changed. Everything has changed. Too many things had changed. He became monster of his own volition. Even if he had pined for his homeland every day for the past 20 years, it was inevitable for him to become estranged. Woojin emptied another glass of soju. As he was refilling his glass, he glanced towards Jiwon. That son of a bitch! Now I can't get it off my mind. Sungu's words were bothering Woojin for no reason at all. After emptying his glass, he picked up the fallen hat, then he placed it back on Jiwon's head. Gall, gall. He spoke aloud as he refilled his soju glass. Ah, this is my last glass. Woojin looked towards the inner part of the restaurant. The granny, who was the owner, had already went into sleep. It basically meant they were supposed to leave on their own after they finished drinking. Woojin emptied the last precious glass of soju. Then he patted Jiwon's shoulder. Let's go home. Geez. Woojin carried the completely passed out Jiwon in his arms. Asterisk. Look at that woman. Is she dead? Did that person do that to her? Ooh. Disgusting. I think I'm going to throw up what I ate earlier. Ooh, okay. Woojin was carrying Jiwon in a princess carry. Every time her hat slipped off they became the center of attention, and he was annoyed by it. Why did he have to go through this after drinking alcohol in a good mood? Woojin was putting back her hat again when he had a great idea. He approached a convenience store, then he placed Jiwon on a chair for a brief moment. Then he headed into the convenience store. Asterisk. Everything will probably be all right. As Jimin headed back home, he let out a sigh of worry. In the past, his Nuna had been praised as being a queen card. TLN, Queen Ka, basically the queen bee. Everything changed after her accident. She used to be very prim and proper. She had a lively personality, and her looks. Moreover, the people around her changed. She worked hard at the factory to earn a living for her only remaining family, Jimin. Jimin knew how his Nuna felt, so he studied hard without going astray. DDI. When he opened the door, he saw the baby cat lying on top of his bed watching the TV. Something was off? Jimin was surprised. He took off his shoes, and he looked at the TV inside his room. It was showing a children's animation show called Porora. Hey! Did you turn it on? Nya. The cat vocalized in a cute manner. Jimin grinned as he looked at her. What kind of talent did this cat have where she was able to watch the TV? She probably stepped on the remote control by mistake. Hyung picked up the cat, but he didn't buy any items needed for a cat. Jimin changed out of his school uniform, then he sat in front of his computer. He accessed a portal site, then he searched for essential items for a cat like a litter box, sand, and cat food. Then he suddenly remembered this cat had been cooped up in this house for the entire day. Come here. Nya. As if she understood human words, the cat didn't run away even when he stretched out his arms towards her. Jimin looked into the cat's eyes. Hee. She's very cute. Are you hungry, Bibi? Jimin momentarily placed the cat on top of the dining table, then he opened the refrigerator. He was going to give it a sausage he usually buys. Did someone eat it? He had no memories of eating it, but the sausage was gone. He looked through the trash can, and he saw the plastic covering of the sausage thrown away there. This Hyung really? There was no way a cat would be able to open the refrigerator and eat the sausage. Woojin was the culprit. Since it had already turned out like this, Jimin hurriedly went to a convenience store to buy various cat items. Woojin had given him a lot of spending money, so Jimin wasn't tight on money. Even if he invested his money into the cat, it wouldn't be burdensome. Hee. Is it tasty? Nya. Jimin opened the can, and he stared at the cat. The baby cat, Bibi, sniffed at it several times. However, it seemed she had no thoughts of eating it. Why aren't you eating? Try eating it. His anticipation-filled gaze fell on the cat, and the cat let out a light sigh. Do cats have such expressive faces? Anyways, she let out a light sigh, then she started lick the contents of the can. Nya. When the tip of her tongue touched the food, the cat's eyes widened, and she quickly ate the entire content of the can. Hee. Eat well. She hadn't eaten all day, so she must have been very hungry. Jimin looked at the cat with satisfaction, then he sat in front of his computer. Like always, he enjoyed surfing the web for a brief moment, then he glanced at the front door. Recently, Jimin usually lived by himself, but after Woojin show up, he wasn't able to have his own personal private time. This is the time. Jimin quickly calculated in his head. The adults were drinking alcohol, so at the very least, they will be gone for 2 hours. Jimin would be alone for at least that amount of time. He used his mouse pointer to find the files hidden deep within the computer. Asterisk. Why is this bastard not picking up his phone? Jimin wasn't picking up his phone, so Woojin eventually opened the door while he was carrying Jiwon. Nya. Bibi ran towards him, and she started rubbing her body against his leg. She had really wanted to see her master. Master. It seems you have become stronger than last time. Ahong. I leveled up a little bit. Anyways, why is he sleeping? Woojin pointed toward Jimin, who was passed out on top of the bed. He had fainted with a blissful expression on his face. Niang. He was watching humans copulate, and he was taking care of himself. So I let him have a good dream. Ahong. Low-ranked demon. Nightmare. Succubus Bibi. It wasn't only nightmares. Bibi's specialty was causing erotic dreams. Chet. You are going to unnecessarily give the kid a wet dream. Niang. He is probably tasting heaven right now. Ahong. All right. Just unfold the blanket. Niang. Bibi opened the closet, then she took out a blanket. It was hard to think of her as a cat when one saw her powerful strength. Woojin placed Dujiwon on top of the blanket, then he turned around. Woo! I'm going out. Niang. Bibi jumped on top of Woojin's shoulder. Woojin thought about finding a motel, but there weren't any nearby. He thought about going back home to his mother and Suo, but he gave up on that idea. He was worried about showing himself suffering under a nightmare. Fortunately, Woojin had a key that opens any door in the modern times. He had money. He headed towards a hotel near the Hammer Guild. The employee told him he couldn't bring his pet to stay in the hotel. Woojin told the employee he'll put the cat somewhere else. He stepped outside for a moment, and he cancelled Bibi's summon. Then he was able to book a hotel room. Come out, Bibi. After he locked the door to his room, Woojin called for Bibi. A black smoke formed, and it coalesced into the shape of a baby cat. Nya. This is a hotel. Ahong. That's right. This room cost $300. Nya. Earth is a really nice place to live. Oh yeah. The thing called cat food is really delicious. Niang. The cats on Earth grow up eating such delicious food. It is a happy planet. Nahong. Next time give me more as a favor. Niang. Woojin grinned. By the way, Bibi. Niang. Do you remember what Alphen was like before Tronet invaded it? Niang? Master was my first contract, so I have no idea. Ahong. I lived in the demon world before that. Woo. I guess I'll have to level up fast. At the very least he had to reach LVL 80, so he could summon the Lich. It's been a long time. Let's sleep comfortably. Niang. Woojin laid down on top of the bed, and Bibi placed herself next to Woojin's pillow. After a brief silent moment, she heard Woojin's rhythmic breathing, and Bibi's eyes turned entirely black. Kayak! You lowly demons! The evil spirits suppressed by Woojin's control started to swirl around Woojin. They took advantage of Woojin's consciousness becoming murky. These evil spirits existed to torment Woojin. The low-rank succubus Bibi was the only one who could help Woojin. She helped prevent the evil spirits from tormenting Woojin. She controlled Woojin's dream by making it a nightmare. Asterisk. Woojin's consciousness became fuzzy. It felt like he was being sucked into the abyss. He was in the deep recess of his consciousness. It felt like he was sinking indefinitely, and he felt his limbs tremble as a sticky liquid bound them. It was red and sticky. Blood. 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 And then more blood. Woojin was standing on top of a lake made out of blood. The blood darkened, and it reverberated as it made a wave. Then the wave turned into hands and they grabbed his ankles. Don't abandon us! The black hands swayed towards him, and the hands stretched towards Woojin. The contorted faces was despair itself. Please save us! They had been thrown away. He had thrown away these beings. Us! Our monarch! Please take us away from the pain. Some only had hands, and others only had their upper body. There were corpses of various size and shape. The corpses clung onto Woojin's body. Woojin couldn't shake them off. He couldn't even take one step. He silently endured everything. O monarch of Alendal! Woojin's two eyes, which had been lively, started to shed tears. It was filled with regret and lingering attachment. I'm sorry. Were these the beings he killed? No. These were those who he hadn't been able to protect. The souls of the people he couldn't protect had turned into evil spirits, and they were circling around him. These souls had nowhere to go, and they couldn't let go of their vengeful spirit. I'm sorry I couldn't protect. I'm sorry. This was how Woojin was able to persevere through everything. Before Woojin could be swallowed up by the swamp of evil spirits at the field of corpses, a booming sound was heard from the distance. A large penguin, a dinosaur walking on two legs, a beaver, a bear, and even a fox showed up. Large friends of Pororum mounted an attack. Am I going to be chased by them too? Today's nightmare. Before he knew it, the evil spirits had disappeared. If he was stepped on by one of Porora's friends, he would probably be crushed to death. As he was chased by them, Woojin smiled. Chapter 33, Reset. Chapter 33 Reset. Chapter 33, Reset. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Gary. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Ooh. Jiwon's head felt like it was about to split open. She got up as she moaned. When she looked around her surrounding, she was at Jimin's house. Bits and pieces of her memories started to piece itself together. Woojin's Dongseng named Sungu took the lead, and he started a crazy storm of games. It caused her to frantically drink alcohol. Sungu had wished in vain for her to take off her hat, and he was persistent in getting her to drink. Then everything became too dizzy, so she leaned forward on the table, and her hat had fallen off. They saw everything. She wanted to hide it. She met someone who only remembered her beautiful old self. However, she had shown all of her embarrassing personal matter now. I don't get why it's such a big deal. She's still pretty. When her hat fell off, she didn't have the courage to get up. So she pretended to have fallen asleep. However, she did drink too much alcohol, so her memory was fuzzy. She thought Woojin had carried her over here. Then her film of memory was cut for real, and she couldn't remember anything afterwards. Jiwon put her hands over her reddened cheeks, then she realized she still had her hat on. She tried to take it off. Ouch! Jiwon slowly pulled against her hat and several strands of her hair was pulled along with it. See? On both sides of the hat, several strands of hair came off with the scotch tapes. When she saw this, Jiwon couldn't help but laugh. Geez! She couldn't remember when he stuck it on her, but it strangely made her heart flutter. How could a scotch tape shake a person's heart like this? This was the first time. This person called her pretty even though she had changed into a monster. She had assumed no one would think such thoughts about her unless the person was crazy. However, Woojin had appeared in front of Jiwon. Ooh! Her heart fluttered, and she was hung over. After quenching her thirst with water, she tried to go into the restroom, but the door was locked. Nuna is awake? Wait a moment. Why are you awake so early in the morning? While I was sleeping, I realized I didn't do the laundry. I didn't want Nuna to work too hard on my behalf. What the heck? At least leave the door open. Wait a moment. I'm almost done. It was 5 in the morning. The door to the restroom didn't open for a long time. Asterisk. Nya. Woojin woke up from his sleep, and the first thing that greeted him was Bibi. Did you sleep well, Ahong? Woo. What were those things chasing after me? It's Porora's friend Aong. I saw it on the television, Ahong. TLN, it's a real TV show. If you are curious, Google this. Woo. It was a long dream. They chased after him with a bright smile. He could still hear the laugh of the animal friends circling around his ears. Bring me my hand phone. Understood, Aong. Bibi brought the hand phone with her mouth. He opened the phone, then he composed a text message. Hammer Hotel Room 1703. If you come later than 9 o'clock, then I'm going to beat you up. It was 8 o'clock right now. 1 hour was plenty of time for him to come here. Woojin's body was soaked with sweat. He got up from the bed to wash his body. Shwa. He finished showering, and when he came out, Bibi was looking at a brochure. What are you looking at? It's the room service guide, Ahong. I want to eat this niang. Room service. Woojin looked at the guide, then he picked up the hotel's phone. I guess they deliver food. Soon after Woojin ordered the room service, the food picked out by Bibi showed up. It was spread out as if he was at a restaurant. Woojin was astonished by the food. Earth stacks up well against Alphen. He thought the nobles of Alphen lived in extreme luxury. However, if one had money, one could live in comparable luxury on Earth. No. Woojin hadn't experienced being in the upper class on Earth yet, so it might be more luxurious over here. When the plates of food were spread out, Bibi quickly jumped on top of the dining table, then she picked up a fork. Niang. I wanted to eat this, Ahong. Bibi picked up a tonkatsu, which didn't exist on Alphen. Niang. They fried the pig. The cooking methods of the Earthlings is fascinating, Aong. Even if it isn't pork, they fry everything. Is that true, Ahong? Alphen's cuisine didn't have any fried foods. Bibi started talking about various foods she saw on TV, and how she was going to eat all of them next time. Woojin realized something, while he was looking at her. Ah! I should also watch some TV. It was the 20-year gap in his consciousness. He was gone for only 5 years, but Woojin had returned to Earth after 20 years. It wouldn't be strange if he claimed the Earth in his memory and the current Earth were basically different worlds to him. Excluding the time he spent in the dungeon, Woojin decided to dedicate all of his time on watching TV. He'll be able to enjoy the popular culture, and it will allow him to quickly adjust to society. In the midst of the meal, the bell rang. Bibi. Go back into the summoning room. Niang. I haven't had my fill yet, Niang. I'll buy you more later. All right, Ahong. You most definitely have to buy it for me, Niang. Bibi turned into black smoke, and she suddenly disappeared. Woojin packed his belongings, then he opened the door. Sungu was waiting on his knees in front of the door. When Woojin came out, he prostrated himself on the floor. I'm sorry. I lost my mind after I became drunk yesterday. Please forgive me, Hyung Nim. It's all right. Were you able to make an appointment for a 4-star dungeon? If he thought about the money he made per hour, then quickly clearing the 3-star dungeons was the way to go. However, the experience he earned was low. If his goal was to level up, then it would be better if he attacked a 3-star dungeon. The money he lacked in purchasing his house could all be earned before he moved. I'll find it soon. Let's go down and have a cup of coffee. Woojin and Sungu went down to the coffee shop provided by the hotel on the first floor. They made their orders, then they sat down in the chairs. The coffee price here is really expensive. This is a hotel. Hotels are originally expensive. Chet. Anyways, hurry up and find it. Since you are making an appointment, why don't you just book us for everything available this week? Yes, sir. Woojin was a bit different from the others. If one was a normal roused, 4-star dungeons were more profitable than the 3-star dungeons. Woojin had a monstrous clear time, so he was able to finish a 3-star dungeon in a blink. He could make more profit per hour in a 3-star dungeon. However, if he became familiar with the 4-star dungeons, then he could probably decrease the clear time. It would allow him to make more money per hour. The 4-star dungeons were very large and there were too many variables. The 4-star dungeons were dangerous, so the roused teams attempted it carefully. Still, there weren't that many 4-star dungeons in existence, so there weren't many open spots. While Sungu was busily searching for a dungeon, Woojin focused on the game on his hand phone. Pew pew, Pong ya! Look who it is! Woojin heard a pleasant voice, and the voice wasn't welcomed by him. Woojin turned his head to see a smiling Young Minchin. Geez! You show up like a ghost. Haha! Before I go to work, I always drink a cup of coffee here. He was lying. Hammer Hotel was managed by the Hammer Guild. He had known since yesterday that Woojin had checked into this hotel. Ajashi! This is another coincidence. Ha 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 ha! I guess so. Maybe we are fated to meet each other. Woojin shrugged his shoulder when he heard the sly words. Then he pointed towards a seat. If you are here then why don't you have a seat? Should I? When Young Minchin took a seat, Woojin asked him a question. If you have some business with me then be quick about it. Haha. What business would I have with you? I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. If you need anything, just say the word. I'll give you anything as an apology. Woojin grinned. Why was this man so passionate about bringing him into the same guild as him? What did he gain by it? Is Mr. Sungu perhaps making an appointment for a dungeon? What? Yes. I'm trying to find an empty spot in the schedule for a 4-star dungeon, but there aren't. Dungeon Forum has a number of uses, but it isn't specialized. Please wait a moment. Minchin took out a notebook he brought on the table. He ran a program, and all the appointments to the high-ranked dungeons was projected on the screen. Whoa! Sungu was surprised, but Woojin wasn't interested. He didn't care if a good computer program or his underling was used to make an appointment. If he was able to make an appointment, then either method sufficed. The guild support division is specialized to deal with such problems. Moreover, if a roused like Woojin joins our guild, you will get free housing. Ah! If you prefer the hotel, then you could use this place indefinitely. A lot of roused already use this place as their lodging. Woojin glanced at Minchin. That does sound good. Ha ha ha. Are you a little bit interested now? Look over here. This is the list of the empty slots for the 4-star dungeons. 4 slots of 11 am, 2 pm, 5 pm, and 10 pm was empty. The appointment fee and usage fee was all listed on the side. The program was most definitely better than the Dungeon Forum. So what should I do? Should I make you an appointment? If you were in a guild, then you wouldn't have to worry about such cumbersome procedures. It really seemed he would be more comfortable if he had a guild. Woojin asked a question. If I take down your guild leader then will I become the guild master? No way. Then I'm not interested. Young Minchin couldn't speak for a long time after he heard such absurd words. I knew it. I guess he wants a high position. Minchin thought his prediction had been correct. Woojin was in the midst of negotiating with him. He acted uninterested, but he kept leaving hints. The fact that he checked into the Hammer Hotel was a signal being sent to Minchin. It was a signal saying I am staying here, so come find me. I have nothing that could reel this guy in. However, I have to catch a roused of this caliber no matter what. It would be best to accede to whatever he wanted. Adding Woojin to the guild would be a gain for the guild. Without the president's approval, it would be hard to give him the vice president's seat. However, if Woojin was able to get the position of team leader for a roused team, then would he accept Minchin's offer? Minchin's mind raced as Woojin pointed to the very top dungeon listed on the screen. Will I be able to make appointments with this? Of course. Is it okay to help people who aren't in your guild? This is a favor. A favor. When Minchin laughed, Woojin also laughed after him. Asterisk. It was too elaborate for this meeting to have been a coincidence. Kim Heeman was ready outside the hotel with his car. Well, let's go. My car is in the parking lot. Don't worry about it. When you finish clearing the dungeon, I'll bring you back here. Ah. Of course, this is a benefit provided to the roused who join our guild. As they listened to Minchin's guild promotion, Woojin and Sungu got into the car. Heeman drove 2 stations down from the Sadong station. They headed towards the Seoul National University station. It was within walking distance. I've finished making an appointment. There is a little bit of time left before you can use the dungeon. Why don't we come back after having some tea? There was 1 hour left until the appointed 11 o'clock time. This was a great opportunity for Minchin. The descriptions of the Seoul National University station's second entrance is in the guide. However, would you give me some time to brief you on this dungeon? Seoul National University station's second entrance wasn't owned by the Hammer Guild. However, the information about the high-rank dungeons were traded between guilds. This was why Minchin knew all the details about this dungeon. It was important to have a briefing before attacking a dungeon. If one paid attention and acted on the information, the dungeon attack became much easier. Knowledge was power. If one enters a guild, then one could clear a dungeon comfortably. Minchin wanted Woojin to know this. Ah! That'll be great! As Minchin's face brightened at Woojin's assent, a bright light was emitted by the 6th exit across the intersection. It's a dungeon reset. He had seen it on film, but this was the first time Sungu had seen it in person. He spoke out in surprise. There was only one reason why the dungeon would glow. Dungeon reset. The mine's lifespan had come to an end, and it had turned into a new dungeon. If the dungeon couldn't be cleared in 30 days, then a dungeon break would happen. JG's. Hurry up and contact the guild, Heeman. Yes, sir. Kim Heeman busily made a call. Woojin's gaze rested on the location across the intersection as he spoke. So a free dungeon formed over there. What? Dungeon reset. The first one to clear the dungeon went missing, so the dungeon basically became ownerless. However, a dungeon wasn't like picking up a coin off the floor. It would be reckless to attempt it. Woojin's 2 eyes became fully alert when he saw the people busily moving around the 6th exit. Chapter 34 Dungeon Reset, 2. Chapter 34 Dungeon Reset, 2. Chapter 34, Dungeon Reset, 2. TLN, another sponsored chapter. Thank you again, Gary. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Can anyone attempt it? What? No way. It is very dangerous to attempt a newly formed dungeon. Usually the guild takes care of these kinds of jobs. Does the guild have a monopoly over it? That wasn't entirely true. There were autonomous roused teams, and there were several instances where these teams were able to possess a dungeon. However, most of the undisclosed dungeons were taken by the guilds, who possessed roused teams specialized in raiding dungeons. Will I be able to attempt it or not? Minchin thought about what he would say several times before he finally spoke. You will be able to. However, the opportunity will only be available after the dungeon energy is measured. Geez. Just give me an explanation without holding anything back. Minchin had no choice, but to answer him. After the dungeon energy is measured, there is a restriction by rank on who could attempt the dungeon. If it is a 4-star, then you have to be rank C. If it is 5 stars, then rank B. Only an A rank had the right to attempt a 6-star. Woojin had a interested expression on his face. Aren't I a rank C? Then I'll have the qualification if the dungeon turns out to be a 4-star. What's next? The roused are given a chance depending on the order they arrive in. If the first challengers fails, only the teams with superior ranked forces are qualified to go next. If there are a lot of competitors, then the order is chosen through lottery. Ho! When he heard this, Woojin turned to Sunggu. Let's go, Sunggu. Yes. It's first come, first served. Hurry up and run. Yes, sir. Woojin cut across the intersection, and Sunggu quickly followed after him. Wait a moment. How could he be so reckless? The dungeons weren't a joke. How could he attempt a dungeon with no information? Now that I think about it. Didn't he do that just yesterday? He went into a 4-star dungeon without any information. The person running in front of his eyes had a clear time comparable to someone with information. Hey! Still. Woojin looked excited as he ran. He looked like a shopper attacking the food section of a mart during a closeout sale. I don't get why he is so excited. Young Minchin shook his head from side to side. Kim Heeman laughed as he walked next to Young Minchin. Haha! Isn't it entertaining to look at Mr. Woojin? Yes. It seems he has no fear. Maybe he has very little knowledge about the high-rank dungeons. That. Minchin felt like it was the opposite. However, he decided not to voice his opinion. Didn't Woojin register as aroused only couple days ago? It hadn't even been a week. Young Minchin's intuition was talking to him. It was saying Woojin wasn't attacking the dungeons without knowing anything. Where did a guy like that pop out from? He really was like a being from an unknown star. For the past couple days, this person was firmly entrenched inside Young Minchin's head. Other roused didn't even catch his eyes. He was pouring all of his effort in scouting only Kang Woojin. Asterisk. The Seoul National University Station's 6th exit was very busy from people coming and going. The dungeon reset always starts because someone had died. Ago. Yoongguk Hyung Nim. In front of the dungeon, a manager of a team was crying out loud. It seemed his team had been raiding the dungeon, and they had been wiped out. The sadness seemed to be isolated. The public employees dispatched by the Management Bureau were busily moving around. A truck with Dungeon Management Bureau mark drove up. After an introduction, the truck was directed towards the dungeon entrance. After parking the rear of the truck near the entrance, the truck's roof opened up. A satellite antenna-looking machine was revealed from the inside. It is a dungeon energy measuring instrument. One can find out the general size of the dungeon with it. He didn't know when Young Minchin had caught up, but he gave a polite explanation from next to Woojin. You will be able to go in if it is a 4-star. Did you write down your name on the registry? I did. Woojin had already written his name in the application registry being held by the Dungeon Management Bureau employee. He was the first one to do so. If it's 4-star or below, then it is mine. Haha. It will be yours by regulation, but I would recommend taking a team of roused. Our Hammer Guild has many capable roused who will be able to keep pace with you. If you join our guild, we could even make you a leader of a team. I already have one underling. Woojin focused his gaze on the monitor attached next to the machine. 8128371128. The numbers repeatedly fluctuated up and down, and it made one's eyes dizzy. Bloodstones worth about $50,000 is used to operate it once. Hey! It uses a filthy amount of it. Yes. There are smaller energy measuring equipment, and it is used to measure the energy of all the high-rank roused. Woojin's head turned towards Minchin. They didn't use it to measure me. The measurement equipment can't be used on all the roused. One use expends $2,000 worth of bloodstones. Bloodstone are used everywhere. Please let us gather some of the data on your energy measurement next time. If I have the measured value, then Woojin Nim could receive a rank befitting your ability. Well, maybe later. While he was talking with Minchin, the measuring equipment's number was becoming fixed. BBI, beak. The cutting-edge machine that looked like a monster let out an analog sound as it yielded the result. Rank 5 star. Disappointment flashed through Woojin's eyes. Minchin was relieved. If it was 4 star, then the possibility of Woojin soloing the dungeon would have been high. Then Woojin's worth would have been displayed to everyone here. There was a world of difference between the difficulty of clearing an already assaulted mine, and an undisclosed dungeon. Ooh wah! It's Team Vermilion. Hey? Where? One of the 4 great attack teams of the Warang Guild showed up. When Team Vermilion appeared, everyone's attention became focused on them. The crowd of reporters in the area started to press their camera shutters to capture their image. Li Yunhui was the leader, and she was a rank A roused. The rest of Vermilion team consisted of 10 people, and they were all rank B roused. Oh! It seems we will lose the dungeon to the Warang. Chet. We can't do anything about it. The reset dungeon was a first come, first served in its order of opportunity given. This was why the guild headquarters, and their offices were located near the subway stations. The Hammer Guild's headquarters was only 2 stations down from the Sadang station. As it so happens, Team Vermilion was nearby, so that they were the first to arrive. Even a broadcasting van had suddenly showed up, and they were filming the Vermilion team. There were still a lot of interest in the formation of new dungeons, and the first attack on a dungeon. If the attack fails, the dungeon would soon become the seed for destruction. Yes. I am here at the newly reset Seoul National University Station's 6th exit. Warang Guild's Vermilion team is getting ready to. The announcer spoke a prepared statement towards the camera. Sunggu was watching them when he felt a chill. He turned his head around. Where did Woojin Hyungnim go? Sunggu started looking around. Minchin became surprised, and he also started to look around his surrounding. Woojin wasn't too far away. He was snooping around with an curiosity-filled expression on his face. Yeah. So this is a measurement equipment? Please don't get close to it. Please get out the way. You will get hurt. I just want to look at it. Let me look at it. The public employee in charge of the dungeon energy measurement equipment was irritated by Woojin. During all of this, the security personnel ran in to separate Woojin from the machine. Stop pushing me. The security personnel's hands pushed against Woojin, and he didn't resist against it. He stumbled and he fell. Then he rolled down the stairway of the dungeon's entrance. While the surrounding people was frozen in shock, Woojin kept rolling his body down into the dungeon entrance, and he slipped through. The speed of the roll was way too fast to say it was a spontaneous accident. Did he purposefully break into it? Even Sunggu didn't know what to think. This was a 5-star dungeon. No matter how much confidence Woojin had, he wouldn't be reckless enough to solo a 5-star dungeon. This is serious. Someone went in. It's a scoop. The reporters, and the cameras used for broadcasting immediately filmed the entrance of the dungeon. This is terrible. There was an accident where a person fell into the dungeon by accident. An unprecedented event has happened. Currently, we are trying to ascertain the identity of the roused, and more information is coming in. Sunggu, Minchin, and Heeman were all frozen, and they were looking at the dungeon entrance with despairing gazes. Howl! Sunggu made a sound as if he was dumbfounded. Minchin and Heeman sighed as if they had been unfrozen from ice. Team leader! Isn't it impossible for Mr. Woojin to solo a 5-star dungeon by himself? Woo! Even a rank A roused have a hard time soloing a 5-star dungeon. The highest measured dungeon to date were 6-star dungeons. Those dungeons didn't reset often. Even if it did, the guilds and the government pulled all their resources together. They would attempt it after making a team of the best roused in the country. At that point, it wasn't just a dungeon. It was a life and death battle to prevent a catastrophe. Still, there were numerous instances where the dungeon break of the 6-star dungeons couldn't be prevented. Realistically, the 5-star dungeons were the highest-ranked dungeons a guild could monopolize. Any dungeons with artifacts had a different degree of danger when one faced the monsters. The minimum rank to attempt it was rank B. Normally an A rank leader takes a B rank team to attempt this type of a dungeon. Basically, the elite teams of the guilds attempted it. There were only 2 successfully attacked 6-star mines in Seoul. Moreover, there were only 8 5-star dungeons. Even the Vermilion team became nervous before attacking a 5-star dungeon, yet one roused went into the dungeon by accident. He was 100% dead. The Vermilion leader, Li Yunhui, frowned. Chet. It's just a delay. We'll be able to enter soon, so be ready. Don't relax yet. Yes, team leader. There was only one reason why a barrier would reopen again. It happened when the roused, who entered, died. Li Yunhui thought this would happen after a brief amount of time. Sunggu felt the sky turn yellow when he thought about Woojin dying. Hyung Nim. Everyone thought the barrier would disintegrate after a brief moment, but the barrier was still being maintained. Lunch passed by, and it was time for dinner. Then the sun descended, and the barrier hadn't disappeared yet. Asterisk. It's Woojin Appa. Sungmai's eyes turned round as she watched the TV. Suddenly, Woojin Appa's face was plastered all over the news. Ha. He's so handsome. Sungmai was fawning over Woojin's appearance when she finally was aghast at the content of the news. She ran into the kitchen. Madam. Something terrible had happened. Woojin Appa fell into a dungeon. What are you talking about? Eeing? Mrs. Li's son fell in. The kitchen ladies ran as if they were on fire, and they all directed their gaze towards the TV. The news were replaying a video taken by someone's hand phone. Woojin was having an argument near the dungeon entrance. He was pushed by the security personnel, and he rolled down the stairs of the dungeon. The news kept replaying the video. Victim Mr. Kang was a rank C roused, and he has experienced a dungeon only 4 times. However, it has been 8 hours since he first entered the dungeon. This means 32 hours has passed inside the dungeon. All the experts agree this is close to a miracle. The roused Mr. Kang will soon reach his limit. Li Sujiang lost the strength in her legs as she watched the news. She plopped down on the floor. Woojin. Ago. What are you going to do, Mrs. Li? Why would he go to such a dangerous place? She couldn't hear her fellow ladies' comforting words, or Sungmai sobbing. Sadness welled up inside Li Sujiang, and it felt like she couldn't breathe. Woojin's father. Please look over our Woojin. Please. Li Sujiang let out tears filled with sadness, and the atmosphere inside the restaurant became heavy. Asterisk. The scene of the accident at the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit. The barrier was activated over 9 and 12 minutes ago. The Vermilion team, several employees from the Warang Guild, reporters from the news station and several bystanders were still present near the dungeon. Minchen, Sunggu, and Heeman were identified as Woojin's companion, so they were allowed to wait near the dungeon entrance. They were monitored as they waited for Woojin. He is surviving for an annoyingly long time. He should just give up now. Someone from the Vermilion team spoke up, and Sunggu got angry. He isn't just surviving. My Hyung Nim is in the process of conquering it. Hey! That son of a bitch is rank C, so how would he conquer it? He is probably hiding as he barely extends his lifeline. Sunggu was about to stand up, but Minchen held Sunggu back. Endure it, Mr. Sunggu. He is recklessly speaking when he has no idea what he is talking about. We will keep faith as we wait for him. Wu. Mr. Sunggu should know since you've seen him in action. Is it possible for him to do this? Of course. Sunggu was filled with conviction. Woojin hadn't even been pushed hard in the 4-star dungeon. Woojin was thrown into a dungeon without any preparation, but he had his sub-dimension. Please talk to us a little bit. What is Mr. Woojin's ability? It says on the file he could only summon a single skeleton. I can't tell you anything. Sungu clamped his mouth shut, and Minchin clicked his tongue inside. This young man was very stubborn. He had stealthily asked Sungu some questions, but Sungu wouldn't tell him anything. Let's have dinner. It was already late, and they were hungry. The Hajang Myun was delivered to them. When Sungu received the food, his eyes suddenly misted up. Hyung Nim is having a hard time inside, but I'm here. Mr. Sungu. Eat. Let's eat then wait. The average capture time of a new 5-star dungeon is 12 hours. It would be 2 days worth of time inside the dungeon. Moreover, Woojin might take longer than the average time. If he failed, they wouldn't be able to see him ever again. He felt guilty, but he couldn't help being hungry. Sungu ripped open the saran wrap on the Hajang Myun, then he stirred it around. It happened when he put the chopstick to his mouth. Choo choo chut. The barrier disappeared, and Woojin popped out. He was walking up the stairs. Nim. Sungu wasn't chewing the Hajang Myung nor was he spitting it out. Woojin grinned when he saw this. Did you also order mine? Sungu forcefully swallowed the Hajang Myun, then he ran towards Woojin. All the cameras were focused on Woojin. Chapter 35 Dungeon Reset, 3. Chapter 35 Dungeon Reset, 3. Chapter 35, Dungeon Reset, 3. TLN, another sponsored chapter. This is the last chapter for the day. I'll try to have one out tomorrow. Thank you for the donation, Gary. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank and enjoy. He entered by breaking the regulation, so will he be arrested or be given a penalty? Haha. It was when everyone's attention was focused on him, Woojin saw the security personnel that was still hanging around the station. He spoke towards the one who had pushed him. Ajushi. What were you doing pushing me? I almost died. I didn't push you. Woojin approached the security personnel, then he gave an exaggerated hug. Ha ha ha. It's all right. Everything is fine since I'm still alive. Ajushi was probably also surprised. You don't have to feel guilty. Aren't I still alive? No. How can this be considered just being alive? This was the first incident where Aroused had successfully cleared a 5-star dungeon by himself. Hey! Hurry up and turn the camera. The people from the TV station, who were taking a break, started to busily set up their cameras. When the announcer spoke, Woojin's image was captured by the camera, and it was broadcasted to the entire country. We are bringing you some breaking news. Mr. Kang, who had accidentally fallen into the dungeon, has surprisingly come back out alive. We have no idea what has happened, but I will try to interview the person directly involved. When Jung Minchin saw the announcer approaching Woojin, he sidled up next to Woojin. Minchin took off his coat, then he placed it around Woojin. Woojin was confused, but Minchin quickly placed an arm around him. Please don't do anything. If your identity is revealed through the press, then the press and people around the country will gather to bother you. That couldn't happen. Woojin obediently put the jacket over his head. Sungu was quick on the uptake, and he also sidled up next to Woojin. Kim Heeman quickly went to get his car, so they could make a quick exit. During all of this, Jung Minchin blocked the path of television crew, and the reporters who were relentlessly pressing down on their camera's shutter. He has just barely made it back out alive from the 5-star dungeon. He is declining to do an interview. He requires stability right now. Who are you to block us? Doesn't the public have the right to know? Several complaining reporters recognized Jung Minchin's face. Isn't he a Hammer Guild's team leader? Does that mean the roused in the accident is part of the Hammer Guild? Was this incident disguised as an accident, so the Hammer Guild could snatch the dungeon away? Jung Minchen became serious when he heard the reporters talking in whispers. Please stop these speculative reporting. I will sue you. If the personal information of the roused is leaked, then we will respond strongly. Minchen blocked the reporters, who were trying to earn at least a single shred of information. Heeman brought his car around during all of this. Team leader. Over here. Sunggu and Woojin quickly entered the back seats. When Minchen also got in the car, Heeman quickly drove into the crossroads before the mass of people could crowd around the car. Whew! It felt like I've turned into a criminal. Minchen let out a sigh when he heard Woojin's words. Whew! I'm not really sure if I am in a dream or not. Minchen's heart pounded. His intuition had pointed out Woojin, but he would have never guessed Woojin would be able to clear a 5-star dungeon by himself. Moreover, it was an undisclosed dungeon. So what happened? What do you mean? I was pushed, and I entered coincident.ally. TLN, he clipped the word coincidentally into 3 parts. Minchen smirked at Woojin, who answered a question with a question. If someone saw him right now, who in their right mind would think this person just came out of a 5-star dungeon? So how was the dungeon? Ah! It was somewhat of a hairy experience. It must have been an arduous experience, since you weren't able to bring out any loot. Ah, it was in his subdimension. He was late, because he was gathering every last drop of bloodstones. Woojin didn't feel the need to tell him the truth. Well, it was something like that. Jung Minchen half turned his body from the passenger seat, and he stared straight at Woojin. There will be a lot of noise in the media for a while. Don't go to a dungeon for the time being. Better yet, don't even come out. The Hammer Guild will try its best to block the reporters, and the TV crews. Woojin grinned at Minchen's words. Why was he putting so much effort into him? Why was this Ajushi so amicable towards him? What's the catch? Minchen gulped down his saliva. Will you join the Hammer Guild? Your ability is already proven now, so it would be possible for me to get you the vice president's seat. I'll be able to get the authorization from the president with no problem. Moreover, we will make a team just for Woojin Nim. You will also have free rein to choose your team members. Sunggu, who was listening to the conversation from the side, gulped down his saliva. It was understandable. There were only 10 rank A roused in Korea. Woojin had suddenly emerged, and he might be a new rank A roused. Of course, he would be treated well, but this was too shocking. Sunggu stopped breathing as his eyes headed towards Woojin's lips. Even Heeman, who was driving, pointed his ears towards Woojin as he focused on what Woojin would say. Asterisk. Chet. Why does he have to go to a place like that to get publicity? Hammer Guild's president Park Saen-go clicked his tongue as if he was displeased. His ire rose when he saw team leader Jung Minchen's face on the breaking news. The 5-star dungeon was only 2 stations down from the Sadong station, yet the Warang Guild was in line to be the first one to attack the dungeon. Minchen had the galls to linger around there. In the first place, wasn't he trying to scout a necromancer named Woojin or whatever? Wasn't this the price of neglecting his original duties? When Minchen returned, he would hand down a strict disciplinary action. It happened when he was having such thoughts. The barrier being filmed by the broadcasting camera disappeared, and Woojin walked out. Park Saen-go abruptly stood up from his seat. This is nuts. He soloed a 5-star dungeon? It was possible. Park Saen-go was confident he could do it. However, he was a rank A roused. Wasn't the other person a rank C? No. He was able to become a rank C, because Jung Minchen adjusted the rank from the middle. Is he a rank A? This roused wasn't at all like Park Jinwoo, where his potential had to be unearthed. This person was already a completed product. This is crazy. Was Jung Minchen's intuition correct? He saw mention on the broadcast. He hurriedly protected Woojin's identity. They got on a car, then they quickly drove off. Park Seon-go made a fist. Yes. I knew team leader Jung would succeed. Jung Minchin was about to reel in the third rank A roused for the Hammer Guild. Asterisk. Hwarang Guild's master Lee Song-ho was sighing as he read over the investigative report prepared by the support department. How confident are you on this report? About 70%. Lee Song-ho frowned. A roused named Kang Woojin was the subject of this investigation. The conclusion from the investigation was written in this report. The roused was secretly grown by the Hammer Guild. He had disappeared for 5 years, but there weren't any conclusive evidence as to whether he really disappeared or not. He became active only recently, and he hadn't tried to raise his roused rank. He had been working as a rank C. Moreover, he cut in line in front of the Vermilion team, who had arrived first at the dungeon. Didn't he just ignore the queue? Woojin was the very first person to write his name for the queue. However, he was a rank C roused. He didn't have the right. His attempt at the dungeon broke the rules. He entered the dungeon using an accident as an excuse. He basically worked around the rules. He also risked going in solo. Moreover, he did this while revealing his identity as a secretly cultivated roused. The Hammer Guild did this to take a mere 5-star dungeon? It just doesn't add up. The Hammer Guild is currently struggling to shut the reporters from talking. Couldn't we draw a conclusion from this fact? Hammer Guild wanted to keep Woojin's identity a secret. The support team leader, who had made the report, furrowed his brows. If he isn't affiliated with the Hammer Guild, then his skill can't be explained. That's correct. It can't be explained. If a person could become a rank A just from completing 4 dungeons, then couple hundred rank A would exist. That's true. Please investigate him again. Please approach the investigation as if he was free. Please look at it as a possibility. The support team leader thought hard on it before he spoke. President. There is one way we can find out his affiliation. Lee Song-ho's ears perked up. What is it? Mr. Kang Woojin is still an incomplete. Lee Song-ho's round eyes turned into a crescent shape, then he smiled. Of course, if they used that method, then they would be able to accurately dig up Woojin's affiliation. Asterisk. Pooh ha ha. I really like that part. Haha. You are so funny, Hyung Nim. Jimin frowned since he couldn't focus on his study in this environment. He turned his head to see them laughing their heads off at the comedy program. Sunggu, Woojin, and the cat. Why is a cat laughing like that? Maybe this cat has some self-awareness? As he looked at them, Jimin couldn't stop himself from speaking. I'm studying for test, so couldn't you turn down the volume? All right. All right. Woojin half-heartedly pressed the button on the remote, and a single bar of volume went down. Hee. I'm sorry, student Jimin. Ha. Jimin let out a deep sigh. Why did this house become an inn for those youths with nowhere to go? Hyung. Aren't you guys worried? Ahaha. About what? Woojin gave a half-hearted answer as his eyes never left the TV. It's been 3 days since the reporters started blanketing outside. Jimin's voice was filled with exhaustion. They'll start to get tired of me, then they'll eventually disappear. There were a lot less reporters compared to the first day. However, that wasn't the problem. Hyung. Haven't you seen the internet? They are making a huge ruckus about the person who soloed a 5-star dungeon. I know it was Hyung. I guess I'm famous now. Jimin shook his head from side to side at Woojin's apathetic answer. There were several dozens of speculative articles written about Woojin every day before it got buried. The veiled roused, Kang XX. What is his identity? Hammer Guild's secret roused. There were all kinds of speculative reporting rampant everywhere, yet how can the people directly involved be so relaxed? Woojin was annoyed at Jimin, who kept talking to him. So he brought out his wallet. Ah! I'm in an inconvenient situation, so I can't even go out right now. That being said, could you go out and buy some tangerines? Student Jimin. Please buy 2 bags. Whoa! These hyungs looked frighteningly more relaxed than me. Furthermore, I'm the one who is being inconvenienced. He was damn uncomfortable right now. Hyung. It's my testing period. You can have the leftover money as a tip for shopping for me. Woojin took out $50 bill and he waved it around. Jimin had a sullen expression as he glared at the money. Then he stood up from his chair / Do you need anything else? Student Jimin. I want a melana. TLN, ice cream. I want a wonder cone. Nyah, nyah. Woojin immediately raised the volume as soon as Jimin left. Hyung Nim. Aren't we being too much of a bother to student Jimin? Haha. Where else are we going to go? Everywhere we go the reporters are following us. The reporters had even come looking for them at their home, and they were making life difficult for their family members. This was why the 2 of them had escaped to Jimin's house. It had already been 3 days, but the undercover reporters were still hanging around where they stayed. They couldn't even go to a dungeon, so they were just staying inside Jimin's one room. Also, Hyung Him. Are you really going to keep turning down the Hammer Guild's offer? Why? It was a great opportunity. They don't give the vice president seat to just anyone. Woo. It's nothing, Hyung Nim. DDIRIRIRI. At that moment, Woojin's hand phone started ringing, so he answered it. Yes, mother. Are the reporters still showing up? Yes. What? Woojin, who had been lying down on his side as he watched TV, suddenly sat up. They still send those things out. Sunggu was curious to know what was said on the phone. What made Woojin so surprised? Woo. I understand. If I have the chance later, I'll go pick it up. Hyung Nim. What's going on? Sunggu asked the question as soon as Woojin ended the call. Woojin's face turned as serious as Sunggu had ever seen. Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Did our countries unify yet? Not yet. Why not? If he knew the answer to that question, then he would be the Minister of Unification. Why would he be sitting here? Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. His draft notice had come. It had been 5 years since the dungeon had formed, but this damn country was still divided. Hey, Sunggu. You should come with me to Pyongyang. What? Why would we go there? Let's go kill Kim Youngil. What? Kim Youngil has been dead for a while. What? He's dead yet the countries aren't united. His son took over. After thinking over it for a moment, Woojin spoke again. Then let's go kill that son of a bitch. What? Woojin was looking at Sunggu with a serious face, so he knew Woojin wasn't making a joke at his expense. So he sobered up. Hyung Nim. What's causing you to act this way? My draft notice was issued. Sunggu's expression turned serious. Woojin abruptly stood up. Hyung Nim. Let's go. Let's unite the country. Let's unite it before I have to join the army. Hyung Nim. Please calm down. Do you really think both countries will immediately unite just from killing that person? Why not? It'll work. It won't. Woojin sat down in despair when he heard Sunggu's words. Ha! What era were they in? Why was the compulsory military service still a thing? Sunggu seriously thought about the situation alongside Woojin, when a thought suddenly came to him. Hyung Nim. What? When a roused goes to the army, they are assigned to a special division. Why? They are the first ones to be mobilized to the station when the dungeon break erupts. So what? There is a way you could do the same work without entering the army. Explain it so I can easily understand it. Sunggu had dropped out of school, so his draft notice would also be coming soon. This was why Sunggu had done some research on the army, so Sunggu was well informed on this subject. It is like working for the public interest. You don't enter the army, but when the military asks for help, you have to cooperate with them to suppress the monsters. Oh. So how do I apply for it? This option is only available for the roused who are verified as being a member of a guild. Sunggu slyly spoke to Woojin, who was racking his brain. Why don't you use this opportunity to join a guild? Woojin thought about it. Should I secretly enter Pyongyang for an assassination? He didn't want to join a guild in the first place, so entering one wasn't even an option. Then Woojin suddenly had a good idea. Hey, Sunggu. Yes, Hyung-nim. Let's make a guild. What? Woojin put on a satisfied smile. Get ready to establish a guild. He didn't want to bow his head to enter a guild. So he'll just make a new one. It's just a guild, so he could probably half-ass it when he made one. Chapter 36, Establishing a Guild. Chapter 36 Establishing a Guild. Chapter 36, Establishing a Guild. TLN, another sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation Jusaz. The next release will be DMW, not SSN. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Should I make a new one? Or should I steal one? Steal one. You can't do that. I guess I have to make one. You should find out how to make one first. Sunggu was taken aback, so he didn't know how he should answer Woojin. A guild wasn't some kind of a club. It wasn't something that could be made just on a whim. I probably won't be able to go outside since there are a lot of reporters out there. Sunggu. Yes, Hyung-nim. You can't hide from them for the rest of your life. It would be better for you to get used to ignoring the attention early on, so you can get along with your life. What? I thought Hyung-nim didn't want to receive any attention. I did. Woojin had a confused expression on his face. What kind of a person was Woojin at Alphen? His every movement and whims were of great concern to everyone in the continent. It was natural for everyone to be interested in him. This was why he didn't feel the slightest of excitement or repulsion from receiving exposure from the media. Should he live the life of an average middle-class citizen? Nonsense. Tronet was digging an underground tunnel through the subway stations, and he was aiming to take over Earth. So what if my face becomes famous? There are things you can prevent in this world, and there are things you shouldn't block. Well, that is true. Normally he seemed immature, but he always seems to come up with the right words for situations like this. As Hyung-nim said, they were already receiving a lot of publicity from the press. The Hammer Guild pressured the media, so the media hadn't released their information. Still, this caused public interest to almost explode. The person was able to accidentally enter a 5-star dungeon, but he was a monster who could solo the dungeon. The management bureau admitted Woojin's roused rank was incorrect, and they said his rank would be newly measured. I'll go do some research. Take care of everything before I have joined the army. Yes. If I go to the army, aren't you the one who is lose out? Yes. Anyways, a high-ranked roused like Woojin would most assuredly receive preferential treatment. Sunggu was booting up his computer when Woojin's hand phone rang. Hello. Yes, Mr. Woojin. This is Kim Heeman. Ah. What can I do for you? Isn't it too early to drink soju? Haha. We can do that next time. I have something to discuss with you face to face. I have to talk to you about who you are going to entrust with the management of the Seoul Station's 6th exit. Woojin thought of a good idea when Heeman contacted him. Let's talk in person. I have to talk to you about the guild, so why don't I also meet with team leader Jung? What? The guild? Are you sure? Yes. Where do you want to meet? I'm on my way right now. I'll be there soon. Before the phone call could be severed, he heard the sounds of Heeman running around. Hey! Why do they like me so much? Asterisk. Asterisk 4th support team. Team leader room asterisk. Boom. The door opened in a rough manner, and Young Minchen's face automatically nodded into a frown. Which bastard is being so rude? Team leader. We did it. We did it. Heeman ran in, and his face was dripping with happiness. It was as if Korea had won the World Cup. His overwhelming attitude made Minchen drop the etiquette between a superior officer and his worker. Moreover, he also stopped using the deeply ingrained Korean cultural etiquette between a senior and a junior to start the conversation. What did you just say? Mr. Woojin wants to meet us. Mr. Woojin want to meet us about guild business. What? Minchen suddenly stood up from his seat. His butt tipped over his chair, but he didn't care. You got another one, team leader. Haha, haha haht. He had received a lot of stress recently, but could there be a more happier event? Young Minchen quickly wore his jacket, then he spoke to Heeman. Let's get ready to meet him immediately. I'll go make my report to the president. Yes, sir. Haha. Heeman started to run with elation. Minchen also couldn't hold back his joy as he headed toward the president's office. The female secretary pressed the intercom button when Minchen arrived. President. 4th support team leader is here for a visit. Ago. Please bring him in. Minchen's ears picked up the small sound coming from the intercom, and it made him smile. Yes. Young Minchen isn't dead yet. Minchen confidently entered the president's office, and Hammer Guild's president Park Sa-en-go greeted him near the sofa. Ago, our team leader Young. What has happened? We were contacted by Mr. Kang Woojin. Ago. What a happy occasion. Park Sa-en-go grabbed Young Minchen's hands. Our team leader Young Minchen endured a lot of hardship. Ha ha ha. Hum. I need to settle a matter regarding Mr. Kang Woojin. Ha ha. Didn't I entrust my full authority to team leader Young? We previously talked about the vice presidency seat. Ago. If our team leader Young wants to give it to him, then we have to give it him. Park Sa-en-go's enthusiastic and almost burdensome support made Young Minchen throw a couple of victory uppercut inside his heart. Ha ha. Thank you for your efforts. Thanks to team leader Young, our Hammer Guild would establish our foothold as the #1 guild in Korea. The 3 great guilds of Korea. None of the Hammer, Hwarang, or KH possessed 3 rank A roused. If they were able to make Woojin their new guild member, then the Hammer Guild would rise up to an unrivaled position. Young Minchen looked like a treasure to Park Sa-en-go. So I'm going to go knowing I have your approval. Park Sa-en-go himself showed Young Minchen out of the president's office. Of course. Please have a safe journey. I'll be waiting for the good news. I'll be sure to return with good news. Ha ha ha. Hey, Secretary Kim. Prepare a guild-wide company dinner. Yes, President. Even when Young Minchen got on the elevator, Park Sa-en-go still shook Minchen's hand with a smile on his face. When the elevator door closed, Young Minchen made a fist, and he let fly an uppercut. Yes. Hoot. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to find a rank A like Park Jin-woo. It was all thanks to him. Ahem. Minchen felt his fallen confidence recover. Did healing feel like this? He had done it once again. Young Minchen wasn't dead yet. He was alive and kicking. He gathered the contract, required documents, and his notebook. When he arrived at the first floor, Heeman was already on standby inside his car. Heeman looked as happy as Minchen. Asterisk. Asterisk Satang Station's Cafe. Angel's business room asterisk. What? Did I hear you wrong? Minchen was suspicious as to whether his ears were really working or not. He didn't even have the chance to take out the contract. Woojin repeated his words once again. I want Ajashi to come to our guild. What kind of situation was this? He couldn't grasp what Woojin was saying, because his reply was so unexpected. When you called, it wasn't about making a contract with the Hammer Guild. Woojin grinned. Why would I go there? I want team leader Jung and Mr. Heeman to come to my guild. Jung Minchin was surprised. Kim Heeman was also surprised. Jung Minchin groaned. He already had a guild. Woojin was already affiliated with a guild. This was why he refused the temptation of joining the Hammer Guild. Where was he from? Warang? KH? Or some other small guild? Wu. What's the name of Mr. Woojin's guild? It's the Allendal Guild. What? Allendal? This is the first time he had heard of this name. If he didn't know about it, then it must be a very small guild. Heeman was quick to pick up on the situation, so he searched for it. However, the guild didn't exist. Excuse me. The guild named Allendal doesn't exist. Woojin nodded his head if Heeman's words were reasonable. Of course. What? Woojin looked at Heeman and Minchin. You two have to come. Yes. And make it. Did someone spike his morning coffee with drugs? Why did he keep hearing bullshit? So he wants to make a new guild? How much do you make currently, Mr. Heeman? What? Your annual salary? I make a little over $50,000. I'll give you $100,000. What? If that is too little, I'll give you an additional $50,000. Heeman's eyes turned round, and Woojin turned to look at team leader Jung. Jung Minchin beat him to the punch. I'm not someone who will be moved by money. No. Moreover, isn't this a little bit too absurd? What is? You are suddenly talking about making a guild. Moreover, you want us to change employment. I am a team leader of the Hammer Guild. Guild was where the roused gathered, but it was also a company. It saw similar to a talent agency. Each roused was in a contractual relationship with the guild. The normal people entered as employees to departments like the support division. Jung Minchin was an old hand in the guild. He had joined the Hammer Guild late, but he had enough ability to climb up to the rank of team leader. So how could he change guild based solely on money? If he took the long-term view of his future, it would leave a huge dent in his career. Woojin grinned. Guild Allendal. Why don't you become one of the founding members? Jung Minchin's eyes shook. The word, founding member, shook his heart. I'm trying to make a guild, but I know nothing. Why don't Ajashi come over and help a little bit? If you don't, I'll just go to Pyongyang. What did him changing his employment have to do with going to Pyongyang? Asterisk. As they headed back to the Hammer Guild, Heeman and Minchin didn't speak inside the car. Angel was next to an intersection near the Sadang station, so the Hammer Guild was a walking distance away. Before they could blink their eyes, they had arrived in the parking lot, and the silence didn't last too long afterwards. Team leader. I'm going to jump ship. Hey, you. No. To put it bluntly, isn't it great what he is trying to do? Mr. Woojin might be a rank A roused. No, I am sure he is one. Who else could solo clear a 5-star dungeon? Do you know how big his guild will become? If I stay in the Hammer Guild, then how far could I climb up? Hammer Guild had grown as large as it could get, and the guild would have a hard time expanding any further. His seniors, who had entered the guild before him, was firmly entrenched in the top seats. The prospect of him advancing in the guild was quite hopeless. Doesn't Mr. Woojin already possess one 5-star dungeon? To tell you the truth, if he manages just that dungeon, he wouldn't need to renege on my annual salary. He was right. Just by looking at the pattern in which Woojin attacked the dungeons, he could tell the guild formed by Woojin will have a very bright future. I have the chance to become a founding member. To tell you the truth, I could probably become a head of the support division. A position that handles everything that has to do with the support teams. By the way he said those words, it seemed Heeman had dreamed of the position for a long time. Minchin thought about it. Where was his ambition? Where did he fit in the Hammer Guild? The Hammer Guild's department heads, and the members of the board were all founding members. Even if he kept making serious contribution to the guild, Jung Minchin would never surpass them to become part of the management. I'll also go. Team leader. When he heard Minchin's decision, Kim Heeman took out his resignation letter he always carried around. Do you always carry that around? Heh. All salary man do so. Jung Minchin grinned, and he also took out his resignation letter from the pocket of his suit. Heeman's eyes turned round. You too, team leader. All salary man do so. Cool. Let's toss the resignation letter in style, then we can go have some soju. All right. Jung Minchin and Kim Heeman headed towards their possible last day at the Hammer Guild. They took the elevator to the 11th floor where the 4th support team was located at. The office lights were all turned off. The curtain was closed, and it was dark inside. He saw the members of his team standing around a cake with lit candles. It wasn't only the 4th support team. All of the support teams were assembled in the room. Moreover, President Park Saen-go, and Vice President Park Jin-woo was also present. Team leader Jung Minchin. Congratulations on being promoted to the head of the department. While Minchin was being confused, President Park Saen-go spoke as he laughed out loud. Ha. I had my eyes on Mr. Minchin, and I find the team leader position to be lacking. You will become the head of the support division starting tomorrow. What? As Minchin looked at them in surprise, his team members egged him on. Team leader. Hurry up and blow out the candles. Please don't forget about us after you become the department head. Ha. Congratulations on your promotion, team leader. Ha. Minchin was too flustered, so only laughter leaked out of him. He blew out the candles in bewilderment, and the office filled with people clapped. Well, he is back after finalizing an incredible deal. He is a genius of negotiations. Please clap once again for Department Head Jung Minchin. You are so cool, Department Head. Park Saen-go started a chant, and the continuous clapping assaulted Minchin's ears. Minchin and Heeman had pale faces, and they were just laughing. Yes, President. The genius of negotiation went to negotiate, but he was negotiated instead. He was ashamed of himself. Excuse me, President. Ha. Let's go to the company dinner to hear your good news. I booked a really nice place today. Wow! It's a company dinner. Ha. He could only laugh. He could become the Hammer Guild's department head or a founding member of a new guild. The sweet fruit he had always wanted was in one hand, and a seed that could grow into anything was in the other. Before he could hand over his resignation letter, everyone moved out towards the location where the company dinner was being held. Team leader. What should we do? What do you expect me? The flustered Heeman asked the question, but Minchin could only shake his head. Why was the president overdoing it today? Ha! They are throwing us a farewell party, so we should go. This big fuck-up wasn't created by Jung Minchin. Park Saen-go. The president brought it on himself. Minchin took out the resignation letters from his jacket, then he stabbed it into his back pocket. Chapter 37 Establishing a Guild, 2. Chapter 37 Establishing a Guild, 2. Chapter 37, Establishing a Guild, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. The donor didn't want his name known. I woke up late, and I don't think I'll be able to push out 2 chapters today. Also, I changed the setting on the comment section. I need to approve the comment if it's the first time you are posting a comment here. So don't be alarmed if your comment isn't showing up. I was getting like 100 plus spam comments since yesterday. At the hotel owned by the Hammer Guild. The large banquet hall was filled to capacity with people. Except for those on duty tonight, it seemed everyone had gathered here today. This is crazy. Team leader. What should we do? How should I know? It wasn't an atmosphere where he would be able to have a private talk. It was as if all the chefs inside the hotel had been mobilized to prepare the buffet. Everyone was in a cheerful mood, but Jung Minchen and Kim Heeman's face was turning darker as time passed. The department head, who would usually accept their letter of recommendation, had been transferred, and Minchen had been promoted to the head of his own department. The president was sitting at the table reserved for the managers and directors. Minchen was surrounded by his teammates, and he was continuously receiving congratulations for his promotion. At that moment, Kim Heeman pushed an envelope towards Minchen. What are you doing? Please accept my letter of resignation. At least I have to get out. But we are going to the same place. Maybe I'll go there early and ask for a better position. Who knows? Maybe I'll receive a higher position than team leader Jung. Son of a bitch. He was normally rude, but why was he so impudent today? Oh. I'm uncomfortable in these kind of places, so the food won't even go down my throat. I'm going to go first. Team leader fighting. Hey. Heeman quickly disappeared as if he didn't want to be caught. The resignation letters held firmly in Minchen's hand shook. Department head. Please let me pour you a glass. All right. The employees were already calling him department head, and they were sucking up to him. Minchen kept receiving alcohol from the employees, and he knew he couldn't put this off any longer. If he resigned, Minchen would probably never see them again, but the guild society was pretty small. There was a chance they would cross paths, so there was no reason why he should leave on bad terms. It would only make it more difficult for Woojin and his new guild. He didn't know how many glasses of alcohol he had emptied already. Kuhu. Minchen stood up from his seat, then he headed towards the table set aside for the directors. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on becoming the guild master of the greatest guild in Korea. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? It is all thanks to you all. Minchen firmed his resolve as he saw Park Sa-en-go, who looked as happy as Minchen had ever seen him be. It didn't matter what he said since he was fucking Park Sa-en-go over. The possibility of a beautiful parting didn't exist. Excuse me, President. Oh my. Aren't you the guild's #1 star, Chief Jung? Now. Please come over here. The directors looked at Minchen as the president called him over. Some of them were several prospects Jung Minchen had found in the past. They were all rank B roused. They were held in high esteem for their high roused rank and their history of attacking dungeons. It was a common occurrence to have yesterday's comrade be given a higher position in a brief amount of time. This was why not many roused bellyached at the other's promotion. They didn't become jealous. The positions were only words to be printed on a business card for the roused. Guild was just a place for them to gather. It was a place where they could work together for profit. If the roused didn't like the guild, they could leave after their contracts ended. Still, even if the title was considered to be a single line on the business card, it was a target to aim for. President. I have something to say to you. Oh. We have to listen to Department Head Jung's tale of exploits. I failed. At Minchen's words, Park Sung-ho's smiling face froze in place. I failed in making a contract with Mr. Kang Woojin. What did you say? I'm deeply ashamed of myself. Park Sa-en-go's face became turbulent. What kind of place was this? Wasn't this party thrown to congratulate Jung Minchen's promotion, and to celebrate him bringing in an almost verified rank A roused Kang Woojin into the Hammer Guild? How could you say such a thing right now? I'm sorry. Is this something you can get away with just by saying you are sorry? Do you want to be fired from the company? If that happened then he would be thankful. Do you know how much money you spent while you tailed after Kang Woojin? Do you think an apology is enough? He had allowed Woon to use the dungeon for free. Moreover, he spent money to secretly manipulate Woojin's roused rank. A loss was a loss. Yes, he was wrong. He was wrong. He made a very big mistake. I will take all the blame. Blame? Is this how you take the blame? What is this? This is my resignation letter. I will take all the blame, and I will resign from the Hammer Guild. Park Seon-go glanced at the resignation letter, and he looked at Minchin with a bewildered expression on his face. Are you crazy? What? You aren't a politician. Do you really think you are taking full responsibility by stepping away? Aren't you running away after making a mess? What could he say? No. What words were needed? He was going to quit. I'm leaving. Please take care of yourself. He placed 2 envelopes containing resignation letters on the table. Young Minchin gave a bow, then he escaped the banquet hall in all haste. That crazy son of a bitch! Young Minchin heard Park Seon-go fly into a rage, but he continued to walk as he closed his ears. His heart was jumping inside his chest. He was still nervous, but there was a faint smile on his face. It had felt great and satisfying. Moreover, he was filled with anticipation. Minchin had selected the seed rather than the fruit. When he stepped outside, Heeman was already in the front with his car. Over here, team leader. Ah. This is why he still liked that rude bastard. Asterisk. Asterisk Sadang Station's Angel Business Room. 8 p.m. Asterisk. Welcome to Allendal. Minchin and Heeman grinned at Woojin's words. I am looking forward to working with you. I will treat you as my president. Please look out for me. I will. Woojin and Minchin shared a handshake. Feel free to treat me in a way that is comfortable for you. I will use all my strength to establish Allendal. Is that so? Then I can just call you Minchin. Isn't he being a little bit too familiar with him? And he stopped speaking in the respectful form. Please call me Team Leader Young. All right, Team Leader. I'll leave the establishment of the guild in your care. Do what you consider is best. Yes. There was a saying that the people of the East being courteous is a thing of the past, yet Young Minchin was having a hard time adjusting to it. So you want to go have some soju today? His view on life seemed to be simple. If someone else saw them, it would look like they were making a club instead of a guild. Even if we get acquainted part to a later date. There is a matter President needs to address first. What is it? We need at least 5 founding members to establish a guild. They were in need of 1 more person. Should we put Jimin in the guild? I'm pretty sure you can't use an underage youth. Yes. An underage youth can't be one of the founding members. Minchin confirmed Sunggu's words. Woojin nonchalantly opened his hand phone. Mother do Jimin real Jimin 4. I really don't know a lot of people. He thought his personal connection in this world was quite simple. When his mother saw Woojin falling into the dungeon by accident on the broadcast, she had become bedridden. Moreover, the reporters kept bothering her at work, so she had to quit her job. Currently, she was just staying at home. Mother isn't an option. If he excluded Jimin and all the people gathered here, then he didn't have any more acquaintances. 1 was an unknown number. So the phone salesman was the only one left. Do we just need a name to use? What? Yes. We just need to fill the 5 spots. Minchin guessed Woojin was trying to use a family member's name for the position of guild's founding member. Woojin brought up the phone salesman's number, then he pressed the call button. Durururu. After a long wait time, the call was connected. Hello. Do you remember me? From that time. Oh, of course. I remember. I remember very well. Woojin put his phone down for a moment, and he looked towards Minchen. What documents are needed? What? He just needs his ID, a copy of his ID, and if he has a seal, he should bring it. Woojin held up his hand phone again, then he started talking again. Come to Angel near the intersection. Bring your ID and seal. Why do you need me to do that? Ah. I just need to borrow your name for a moment. Why aren't you answering? I saw it all on TV. TV. Your face is known to the whole country now. Do you think you will be able to ask me to do anything illegal? Ha! Do you think I am you? This isn't a scam, so come here with everything. I just need to borrow your name for a moment. I'm going to call the police. I don't care if you call them or not. Do it before I get mad. Do you want me to go there? No. I'll be there. Minchen asked a question after Woojin ended the call. Who is it? Ah. It's just someone I know. Is he coming here? He'll be here soon. Excellent. I'll fill out the required initial paperwork, and I'll go to the management bureau tomorrow to get an approval. Minchen took out several previously prepared stack of documents from his briefcase. I'm liking how this had turned out. Whether it was trying to run a guild or a country, one needed at least one aide. One would be able to dump the annoying work on the aide. Woojin was pleased by the fact that he had made an offer to Minchen. Oh yeah. There is something we need to resolve with haste. What is it? We have to create a guide for the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit dungeon. There is no information on this 5-star dungeon, so it isn't an easy dungeon to attempt. If there is no guide, then we would be hard-pressed to get any appointments. The very first team or guild to clear a dungeon received a tremendous benefit. Every time the dungeon is cleared, a 30% commission was taken from the price of the bloodstones. Moreover, one could levy a usage fee for the dungeon. This was why it was required to disclose all the general knowledge of the dungeon. Once the information is disseminated, the difficulty in clearing the dungeon decreased, and it would become more manageable for the rank B teams to clear the 5-star dungeons. The large guilds, and the upper-tier average-sized guild had numerous teams of that caliber. So this dungeon would bring in a lot of profit. Well, are we required to receive the roused who want to use the dungeon? I could just use it. During the times when President has to rest, wouldn't it be better if the dungeon is put to use instead of keeping it idle? You have a good point. Woojin didn't think too long on it. I'll immediately head towards the dungeon after the required paperwork is prepared. If he had an idea, then Woojin acted on it immediately. Let's go, Seunggu. You want me to go? It's a 5-star dungeon. He had risen to rank D, but he didn't think his skill measured up to the rank. Seunggu couldn't help but become nervous. Then you don't want to go? No. I'll go. He was scared, but at the same time, he felt a weird anticipation inside his heart. Woojin grinned as he looked at Seunggu. Asterisk. Woo Seung-hoon entered the cafe's business room. He turned his bleary eyes towards the people gathered in one place. They were the culprits causing a ruckus in the news. Look here! Look here! Everyone is gathered here. He had seen them on the news. Kang Woojin was the one who had accidentally fallen into the dungeon. The others were at the scene of the accident. You are here. His body froze when he heard Woojin speak. He shrunk back as if he had met his natural enemy. Did you bring what I asked you to bring? I brought it, but... Then go talk to team leader Jung. What? Woojin and Seunggu stood up. Keep up the good work, team leader Jung. It'll probably be tomorrow by the time I finish clearing the dungeon. We'll have some soju tomorrow. Yes, President. As I have told you before, I'll make the preparations. Woo Seung-hoon's eyes narrowed. What kind of situation was this? When Woojin and Seunggu left, Jung Minchen offered his hand for a handshake. My name is Jung Minchen. I used to be the team leader at the Hammer Guild. I'll be starting the Allendal Guild with you. I'm pleased to meet you. I look forward to working with you. Hammer Guild? One of the 3 great guilds of Korea? This person used to be a team leader in the Hammer Guild? Kim Hee-min shook his hand immediately afterward. Woo Sung-hoon grabbed his hand in confusion. My name is Kim Hee-min. Ha. Please take care of me. If you are an acquaintance of the president then. Friend? Or relative? What is this? They were swindlers. Woo Sung-hoon acted like he was listening to their stories, and he secretly searched for their info below the table. He had searched using Kang Woojin's news as the focus, so there were very little information on his companions. Still, the internet should have some articles about them. His eyes turned round when he searched for the articles. Chapter 38 to 5-Star Dungeon. Chapter 38 5-Star Dungeon. Chapter 38 to 5-Star Dungeon. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation Leap Van Rot, and the donor who didn't want to be named. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. It's Kang Woojin. Someone let out a shout, and the flash of the cameras burst forth from all direction. The reporters had the boring job of waiting outside the dungeon since they wanted a scoop. Now the reporters swarmed Woojin and Sunggu like bees. What are you guys doing? Sunggu spread out both his arms to block the reporters. He called himself a manager, but Sunggu wasn't proficient at the jobs done by an actual manager of Aroused. Mr. Kang Woojin. Is it true you are aroused secretly raised by the Hammer Guild? Is it true you are a rank A roused? Your mother works at the restaurant? What happened? Sunggu couldn't even respond to the questions that poured out like a waterfall, so Woojin stepped forward. Why are you standing there like that? Let's go. What? You just want to go like this? Then do you want to be stuck here? But how? Woojin clicked his tongue. Get out of the way. I'll just answer their questions quickly. Why are you getting so worked up over it? He was so cool. He was his Hyung Nim. The reporters rushed in front of Woojin. Hurry up and ask me a question. I'm busy. Mr. Kang Woojin. Please respond. What? I said hurry up and ask me a question. The reporter was taken aback, but he used his professional mind to quickly come up with a reply. What kind of a relationship do you have with the Hammer Guild? I have no relationship with them. What is your exact roused rank? I'll be measured soon. Your mother works at the restaurant. What happened? What do you mean by what happened? She just works at a restaurant. That's it. He gave short answers to the trivial questions, and suddenly 5 minutes flew by. I'm about to go into the dungeon, so could you guys move aside? This will be my last question. Speak. Which guild are you affiliated with? Allendal. The reporters quickly took notes as they asked their questions. It is the first time I have heard of this guild. What kind of guild is Allendal? What kind of guild was it? It was his military exemption card. I'm done answering questions. Let's go Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin and Sunggu pushed past the reporters, then they headed towards the dungeon's entrance. Several reporters caught up with him to keep asking questions, but he didn't give any answer at all. The entrance was guarded by public employees dispatched by the management bureau. This dungeon wasn't cleared by a guild, rather it was a privately owned dungeon. The management bureau had been entrusted with the supervision of the dungeon instead. There had been inquiries about the dungeon, but no one had made an appointment yet. So they weren't able to collect their fees even once yet. Mr. Kang Woojin? Are you going to use the dungeon? Yes. Here. Woojin took out his roused card, then he wrote his name inside the access control registry. Just the two of you are going in. The two of us will be enough. Woojin and Seunggu entered the dungeon with multiple flashes from cameras directed towards them. When they crossed into the entrance, the barrier formed, and everything external to the barrier was completely shut off. This dungeon has already been captured. The basic monsters will be summoned. Seunggu spoke in an excited voice. Uwa. Hyung Nim was like a famous entertainer. Stop talking nonsense, and pay attention. Yes, sir. I'm not kidding. If you take even one direct hit, you will probably die. Hook. Yes, sir. Seunggu sharpened his senses, while still being nervous. Even a ghost learns a few things after 3 years, TLN, idiom. Seunggu was somewhat getting used to the life of being aroused, so he was able to focus his mind in an instant. Only rats will show up until the last floor. Rats were enormous bat-like monsters. They stick to the ceilings of the subway station, and they attacked when they saw an opportunity. They were a very troublesome monster to deal with. If one didn't have a long-ranged attack, then this monster would cause a lot of difficulty. However, Woojin and Seunggu had ranged magic. Oh yeah! Try using this! Woojin took out a short stick from his inventory. When it was handed to Seunggu, he took it in confusion, and he was bewildered by it. A magical wand with a large ruby embedded in it. Plus 100% effect for flame-based magics. I picked this up. You should use it. Hyu, Hyung Nim. Seunggu was touched by the move. The price of a magical artifact was extraordinary. However, Woojin was just giving this one out without any qualms. It showed how great Woojin was. It wasn't just his ability to acquire such item. Seunggu was surprised at Woojin's willingness to give this item away as if it was nothing. This was a very precious item. It's a low-level item, so it should be useful for a while. Seunggu didn't realize the item Woojin gave out was trivial to him. In the previous tour of this dungeon, he had picked up several artifacts. There was a big difference between the artifacts found in the dungeon, and the artifacts bought in the point store. It all came down to whether another person could use it or not. The items purchased from the point store could be materialized and used. However, items with special abilities could only be used by Woojin. He could share the clothes and food with anyone. However, the skill books and magic-imbued artifacts couldn't be shared. He would be able to give it away. However, the skill book would appear as a blank book with no ability. It wouldn't be able to produce any magic, and it would basically be a normal item. I'll have to experiment with the consumable items. If he was able to transfer consumable items, then he wouldn't have to worry about things like potions. The 5-star dungeon gave much more achievement points compared to the 4-star. Moreover, he was able to level up faster. Okay. Let one fly as an experiment. Yes, Hyung Nim. Seunggu's face was filled with awe as he formed his fireball magic. The fireball was several times larger than before. Seunggu's eyes turned round. He threw the fireball towards a rat hanging onto the ceiling. Waruruk, Pung. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. When the fireball reached the rat, the fireball broke into several dozen pieces as sparks flew everywhere. Tseek. The fire coated the entire body of the rat. It flapped in the air for a moment before it fell to the floor. Finish it. Yes, sir. Seunggu's body was trembling from excitement. His magic was effective inside a 5-star dungeon. The real 5-star dungeon was across the portal, but still, how great was this? Seunggu was actually able to help in clearing the 5-star dungeon. Woojin was fascinated by how Seunggu had used his magic. Did he use his own body as a medium to imprint his magic? The roused was a fascinating existence. They had learned of a different way to use magic compared to the magicians on Alphen. Were they like Woojin where they leveled up? Did they only have a single skill? He didn't know when he will have to confront Tronet, but Woojin knew it might be impossible to do it by himself. No, it was almost an impossibility. He might need allies who will fight by his side. He needed to find out more about the existences called the roused. Sungo, who was by Woojin's side, would be a good subject to observe. Hyung Nim. I got it. I was able to do it. Sungu had killed one rat. It looked like it had been roasted. The rat's meat were similar to that of a bat, so it wasn't tasty. Even if it was cooked well, eating it was a chore. You did well. Woojin used the rat's corpse to summon a skeleton magician. The skeleton magicians had also leveled up to level 13 during all of this. The skeleton magicians also had a wand, so they took over one of Sungu's role. As the number of skeleton magicians increased, the speed of the hunt also increased. This forced Sungu to pick up the short sword instead of the magic wand. Ha! It feels more natural to excavate the bloodstones than using the wand. Woojin and Sungu took care of all the monsters inside the subway station in a flash. They returned to the first floor, and they saw the generated portal. It's the real thing from now on. They didn't want to make the same mistake as last time, so Sungu and Woojin changed into a different set of clothes. Hyung Nim. Your equipment. After changing his clothes, Woojin started taking out items from the sub-dimension. He started equipping the items one by one, and it made Sungu's eyes turn round. On top of his cloth, Woojin wore a blue raider armor, and a hat made out of leather. Moreover, the gloves and shoes looked quite unique. I customized my equipment a little bit. He had bought the shoes and gloves from the point store. He had picked up the armor and hat when he cleared the dungeon last time. It possessed options that increased his magic and recovery stat. He'll probably use this for a while. It would have been great if I had my old equipment. This leaves much to be desired. Woojin was a peak necromancer. If he could get his hand on the equipment he possessed on the planet Alphen, then he would become several times stronger. He had no choice, but to swap out his equipment one by one as he acquired better items. Okay. Let's go. Yes, sir. Don't even think about joining the battle. You just write the guide. If Sungu joined the battle, he wouldn't even be of any help. He might even get in the way, so Woojin decided to fight by himself. Even on Alphen, he had worked in sync with his summoned familiars. It wasn't in Woojin's style to hunt with other people. I only have 6 levels left. Woojin's current level was 24. The previous dungeon raid had increased his level by 10. This basically meant the 5-star dungeons gave a lot of EXP. This meant the level of difficulty for this dungeon had been quite high even for Woojin. Woojin's main skills were released every 10 levels. When Woojin reached level 20, his main combat skills were released. He just needed to raise 6 more levels, and he would reach the requirement to be able to summon another one of his familiar. He was able to increase 10 levels on the previous raid, so he thought it would be possible for him to increase his level by 6 this time around. Well, if it isn't enough, then I could just run it one more time. It wasn't as if the dungeon was going to run away. Woojin was the owner, so he didn't even have to make an appointment. He had acquired a proper inexhaustible hunting ground. Woojin and Sungu went through the portal together. Asterisk. A scene of a desert was spread out in front of them after they crossed the portal. The scorching sun was ablaze, and the heat made it hard for one to breathe. There will be an ambush within 10 seconds. Be careful. It happened right after Woojin's words had ended. Pot. The desert's sand exploded, and large tentacles shot out from below. The identity of the large tentacles was none other than the sand worms. The long worms were 2 meters in length. Its large terrifying mouth held saw-like teeth. It was able to move freely around in the sand, and it could burst forward from the sand to bite its enemy. The sandworm's attack was frightening. It seemed Woojin was the sandworm's target. He intentionally jumped high into the sky. Change. The steel staff in Woojin's hand changed its appearance in an instant. The blunt head of the staff disappeared, and it was replaced by a sharp spear point. The spear point's appearance changed into a shape akin to a falchion. The warrior's weapon evolved with warrior. When he reached level 20, he was able to change its shape into a spear. Qua! The sandworms tried to leap after Woojin, but they couldn't jump high enough. Woojin used his spear to attack. The soft sandworm had a natural resistance against blunt physical attacks, but a piercing weapon was very effective. Woojin attacked the 5 sandworms that had suddenly ambushed him. It only took a blink of an eye for Woojin to take care of them. Amazing! Sungu couldn't think of another word to describe what he saw. Woojin didn't look like a magic type roused. Instead, he looked like a physical type roused. Did you record it? What? Yes, sir. I wrote it all down. Sungu quickly wrote inside the notebook. 5 sandworms ambushed us at the same time we entered. Use sword instead of club. Do you see that over there? Yes. What is it? Woojin pointed toward a cloud of dust blowing towards them. The sand pill bugs are rolling towards us. There is about 12 of them. How are we supposed to kill it? There is only one way those bastards attack. They quickly roll towards their enemies, then they self-destruct. What? As it explodes, it lets out a poisonous gas. The poison is quite nasty, so it would be best to strike them before they could approach us. See, can't you use the skeleton magicians? Their range is too short. The skeleton magicians would have to be within range of the poisonous gas to kill those bastards. I will probably be okay, but you will die from the poison. Then what are we supposed to do? You have to either bring an antidote, or have an archer or a long-ranged magician in your party. Which method are we going to use? Sungu was a bit frightened when he heard about the poisonous gas. Sungu asked with a tremulous voice, and it made Woojin grin. How cute! Woojin raised one hand, and a bone spear formed on top his hand. This was the powerful magic he had gained at level 20. Ho-ho-hong! Woojin's body bent like a bow, and the dynamic movement allowed him to throw the spear a far distance. It was beautiful. He looked like an Olympic javelin thrower, and Sungu watched him with his mouth open. The thrown spear landed around 800 meters away. Still it was well short of reaching the sand pill bugs. It was approaching them faster and faster. Sungu could see the monsters with his naked eye now, and fear started to fill his eyes. At the very least, he didn't want to die a painful death from being poisoned. Woojin, who had been still as he watched the pill bugs approach him, started to chant a spell. Rise! Wall of bones! Magic slipped out of him as it accompanied the activation words. Then the bone spear, which looked like an item someone had just thrown away in the middle of the desert, changed. Quarururuk! Suddenly, the bones started to grow like vines in the desert. It grew quickly and it spread to make a wall. Qua quang, quang, qua quang. The wall of bones suddenly formed in front of the desert pill bugs, and they exploded as they ran into the wall. A large poisonous cloud was spread, but Woojin and Sungu was too far away. It quickly dispersed into the air. The first objective is the oasis over there. By the time I reached it, I was attacked 4 times by the desert pill bugs, 8 large scorpions, and some desert rats that shows up from time to time. Also, the group of 5 sandworms attacked me 3 more times. Woojin spoke as if nothing of import had happened, and it made Sungu's body quake. So this was a 5-star dungeon. Woojin was facing off against them like it was nothing. He was amazing. The only word that would come to his mind was amazing. Woojin leveled up once again when he disposed the sand pill bugs. He smiled. Level 30. He just need 5 more levels before he could summon the golem. Chapter 39 5-star Dungeon, 2. Chapter 39 5-star Dungeon, 2. Chapter 39 to 5-star Dungeon, 2. TLN, another sponsored chapter. I'll try to get a regular chapter out tomorrow. Thank you for the donation, John. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. They had already passed by 5 oases. During that time, they had found 3 artifacts. They were also able to earn a lot of bloodstones, and all of it had been placed inside Woojin's subdimension. Woojin and Seunggu arrived at the last field. There were crumbling walls, and the road was covered with sand. Trees were growing sparsely, and it was an indication that there were life here. What do you think of this place? Ray Grisha. What? It is the name of an abandoned city. Seoul. How do you even know the name of the city, Hyung Nim? It's written over there. Woojin pointed toward the gates leading to the collapsed city. Seunggu tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the undecipherable letters. How does he know this? He was able to speak with the orcs last time. Now he was able to read the writings found within the dungeon. However, he wasn't going to ask about it. He was just curious. He didn't want to be berated for asking unnecessary questions. You'll really have to be careful from now on. Yes, sir. Woojin scratched his cheek when he saw Seunggu answer bravely. If the danger went away just by the person being careful, then no one would die inside the dungeon. Wait. Woojin searched his inventory, then he took out a leather armor. This isn't suited for a magician, but it had a pretty good defense. Try putting it on. Hyung Nim. Seunggu was close to tears as he accepted and wore the armor given by Woojin. It was made out of leather, but there was something hard covering the chest and sides. It feels like my body has become lighter. An armor worn by the soldiers of Ray Grisha. It is a fairly heavy armor, but it increases agility by 5. Skill, acceleration. After the elated Seunggu put on the armor, Woojin spoke to him. It is an artifact imbued with magic. You said the roused could use it. Yes, Hyung Nim. Try using it. What? Seunggu was surprised as he started touching his armor. Does this have an imbued skill? The price of the artifacts depended on what kind of ability it had, and the price varied. Use it. Yes, sir. Seunggu spat out a surprised sound when he put his magic into the armor. It felt like his body was floating, and it made him feel dizzy. Moreover, a pain lanced through his head as if he had just ate a cold ice cream. Try moving around. At Woojin's direction, Seunggu was moving his body from side to side when he fell. Wow! The fallen Seunggu was surprised. He got up, and he started to speedily move around the surrounding. He was moving twice as fast as his normal speed. However, the amount of magic possessed by Seunggu was quite meager, so his movement decreased soon. Ugh! It seems I can only maintain it for 30 seconds with my ability. Can you use your fireball in that state? Seunggu tried to use his fireball magic. The fireball formed much slower than before. Whether it is the skill used through the artifact, or one's natural skill, the roused has to provide all the mana. He won't have any cause to use his flame magic. The armor will adjust his agility, and the acceleration skill could be used for evasion. Seunggu would have no problem surviving. You are less likely to die if you are able to dodge well. However, you should still be careful. Yes, sir. When the moment of danger comes, don't put your trust in me. Protect your own life. Don't expect others to protect you. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. Woojin wasn't Seunggu's protector. He couldn't always keep an eye on Seunggu on the chaotic battlefield. If he died, then it was his fate. Woojin could always acquire a new errand boy, but he kind of liked Seunggu. Woojin decided to prepare him as well as he could, then he would just have to hope Seunggu will live a long life. It didn't matter what Woojin felt. In the end, everyone had to defend for themselves. Seunggu had no choice, but to be watchful and alert. The monster that will appear is of the anthropomorphic race. They are called the Naga. I don't know how many there are, but they put poison on their weapons. Be careful. Yes. Ray Grisha was an abandoned city. The fallen houses, and the thatchless buildings created a maze. Desert rats were hiding in every corner, and they kept attacking. Woojin sent the skeleton soldiers forward to act as a pathfinder, and they also cleared the path. The skeleton soldiers performed well in their role as scouts. Kaya! Accompanying a horrible shriek, a spear came flying through the air, and it hit a skeleton soldier walking in the front. The spear embedded itself in the skull. The skull of the skeleton soldier broke, and it crumbled to the floor. Woojin ran out of the alley, and 3 Naga soldiers appeared. The lower half of a snake had merged with the torso of a human. The Naga looked rough, and they used weapons dipped with poison. It was unfortunate for them, but the skeleton soldier couldn't be poisoned. Keek. Keh. The skeleton soldiers quickly ran towards the Naga soldiers, but it wasn't enough. The bone swords couldn't penetrate through the armors they wore on their torso, and it also couldn't break through the scales surrounding the lower half of their body. The Naga soldier's spear was fast and accurate. The skeleton soldier's skull was crushed with a single blow. Even if there was a gap in strength, superior numbers could still be used to push the enemy. Even though the skeleton soldiers were level 17, it didn't pose any threat to the Naga soldiers. The skeleton magicians were probably more of a threat, but the Naga soldiers quickly hid themselves behind the terrain. Therefore, the skeleton magicians weren't that effective. Woojin kicked at the remain of bones left over after the skeleton soldier had been demolished. Papa! The stack of bones were scattered everywhere. Woojin aimed his bone spear at the Naga warriors. He threw the bone spear. Chw rah. It flew at high speed as it spiraled. The thrown bone spear was powerful enough to catch the attention of the Naga warriors. A Naga warrior's spear blocked Woojin's bone spear. Retreat! The Naga soldiers quickly disengaged from the skeleton soldiers, then they tried to widen their distance from the enemies. However, Woojin immediately summoned his wall of bones. Pieces of bones shot out in all direction, and one of the Naga warrior was skewered. Kwaya! The Naga soldiers had been surprised by the sudden appearance of a wall, and now a steel spear was flying towards them. Boom! They couldn't block it. No. Even if they did block it, the result wouldn't have changed. Woojin had used the level 20 warrior's skill, throw. He threw his spear, and it was sufficiently strong enough to kill the Naga. Release, summon. Pot. At Woojin's command, the spear stuck inside the Naga warrior's heart disappeared, and it was summoned back within Woojin's grasp. The warrior's weapon evolved alongside the warrior. The various ways one could use it was endless. When one throws one's weapon, it is the final attack. When one lets go of the weapon, one has to bet everything on it. The speed is increased proportional to one's strength. The accuracy is increased proportional to one's agility. The warrior class had many innate skills. There were a lot of basic passive skills like warrior's senses, throw, and spearsmanship. Moreover, the endlessly recoverable warrior's weapon was well suited for being used as a throwing weapon. The purpose of skeleton soldiers' attack was to occupy their attention. That had be enough. Schwag! Boom! Woojin's body was bent back like a bow. He let go of the spear as he shot his body forward, and the spear accurately pierced the Naga soldier's heart. The last remaining Nag soldier was dismayed. Woojin looked towards it, and he opened his mouth. Rianile root ta. Riona Raket. Riket la. Riona Raketania. Woojin once again spoke in words Sunga couldn't understand, and this time he wasn't confused by it. My God! How many languages does he know? He admired Woojin. Every move made by Woojin made him surprised routinely. He just took Hyungnim's smartness as a given. If you want to protect the Naga's temple, then gather all of your warriors and wait for me. Who are you? Tell me the reason why you are trying to trespass into the Naga's temple. My reason is the same as yours. I just want to protect Earth akin to the Naga protecting its temple. The guardians of the temple will all be gathered to repel you. While they were conversing, Woojin took down the wall of bones. Seunggu had a quizzical expression on his face when Woojin spared one Naga. Hyung Nim. Why did you let one go? Moreover, what did you say? I told them to attack me with a large force. Wouldn't it be dangerous? They looked really strong. Wouldn't it be cool? What? What was cool? Think, Seunggu. The answer is already determined. Find the answer. Find the answer Hyung Nim wants. An expert like me. Yes, Hyung Nim. Can use words to create a train. TLN, he used a gaming term basically lining up / gathering enemies. Is that what he meant? Wasn't the train used to round up easy monsters to kill? At a glance, the skeleton soldiers was incredibly inadequate to face these opponents. However, Hyung Nim must think otherwise. You are very cool. Hoo, let's go. If I had to hunt down all the Naga, then it would have taken half a day. Woojin was excited about the fact that he'll be able to fight all the Naga in one sitting. Seunggu was a little bit worried as he followed Woojin from the back. I'm level 30, so I should be able to do some group hunting. Woojin earned a main skill every 10 levels. The Golem Summon was one of the skills, but he had also earned an essential attack skill that was critical to Woojin. If he hadn't reached level 30 right now, he wouldn't have forced himself to hunt a group. However, he was level 30 now, so he would be able to do it. In the middle of the city, there was a large tower standing high over the city. The Naga warriors were packed around the tower. There were a little bit less than 100 Naga warriors. Seunggu swallowed dryly. Hyung Nim. Aren't there too many of them? It'll be dangerous, so you should wait here. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin marched confidently in step with the skeleton soldiers. He led them from the front. Are you the impudent human trying to take the temple? Can we dispense with the long speech? We will protect the temple at all costs. The Naga soldiers' fighting spirit burned brighter. There were 80 skeleton soldiers behind Woojin. He still had enough control stat to make more, but he didn't want to summon the maximum number. In this dungeon, the skeleton soldiers' role was insignificant. However, they were a linchpin for what he was about to do in this battlefield. Charge! Ki! The skeleton soldiers let out its unique yell, and they quickly charged forward. They were already dead, so fear didn't slow them down. He didn't even need to vocalize his orders. They were beings under the control of Woojin. He just needed to use his will to change their formation, and they would move like his limbs. Ki! The skeleton soldiers ran forward with force, but their numbers were cut down quickly by the Naga warriors' spears. However, Woojin didn't look worried. When the last skeleton soldier was destroyed, a very large Naga warrior stepped forward. I guess the boss mob only comes out only once in the beginning. The Naga chieftain that showed up in his first raid was absent now. One of the 5 great warriors that had stood by the Naga chieftain was this field's boss this time around. The difficulty was much lower compared to the first raid. You dare to invade the temple with such an inferior undead army? Woojin waited in the back as all of his skeleton soldiers were destroyed. Woojin laughed. The undead army. The undead army had always faced the Tronet army as an enemy. If your voices reaches Tronet, then there is something you should inform him. Woojin summoned 2 bone spears for each hand. With twin spears in his hand, Woojin started to walk forward. 1 step. 2 step. I, the owner of Alendal, is on earth. 3rd step. 4th step. As he took more steps, his speed became faster. On the last step, he jumped high into the air. Hoong! He looked down from mid-air, and he was able to see everything. Woojin looked at the pieces of bones littered around the Naga warriors. A large amount of magical energy exited his body. Kwaya Hachk. The pieces of bone fused with each other as it grew. It formed a massive wall of bones. No. It was a bone prison. The Naga was surrounded by the wall of bones. Woojin fell right in the middle of the crowd. Kwajik! An unlucky Naga warrior took Woojin's knee to its head, and the skull burst open. Woojin pierced the bone spear he held in both hands into the Naga warrior's head. The Naga warriors nearby ran forward to surround Woojin. A shock wave emanated from the embedded bone spear. It spread out with the bone spear as its focal point. Puh! The Naga warriors were pushed back all at once by the green shock wave. The damage caused by the shock wave was minimal. Green smoke started to spread, and it clouded the Naga's vision. When the green-colored poison suddenly spread, the Naga lost control of their senses. The poison stopped one from breathing, and it ate away one's blood. Kaya! Kaya! Rijinketa! The Naga warriors died as they let out a pain-filled scream. When he saw the state of the Naga warriors, Woojin laughed harder. I also know how to use some poison. The Naga's snake venom couldn't even be compared to Woojin's poison. Chapter 45 Star Dungeon, 3. Chapter 45 Star Dungeon, 3. Chapter 40 to 5 Star Dungeon, 3. TLN, hey guys! This is the regular chapter for this week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. I'll try to clear the queue before I start working on the regular DMW chapter this week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Sungu had watched what had happened from atop a roof of a building. Freaking awesome! Woojin had deployed the wall of bones to pen in the Naga, and he ran straight into the middle of the opposition. Accompanying a shock wave, a virulent poison cloud started to spread to the surrounding. Then the indiscriminate killing started. The poison had no effect on Woojin. Woojin had moved through the Naga as he took their lives. When the last Naga struggling from pain died, the wall of bones came down. The green poisonous cloud, which had filled the wall of bones, coalesced into a single location. Woojin was in the middle of the coalescing poison, and the poison was being sucked into him. All of the poisonous gas absorbed back into Woojin as it disappeared. Insane! He was insanely strong. Were rank A roused supposed to be this strong? What did Woojin used to do? Why did he hide his strong powers to act as a rank F roused? Sungu felt like Woojin was a person from another world. Somehow, Sungu was able to form a bond with such a person. He felt a mixture of surprise and fear. Hey Sungu! Yes, Hyung Nim. Sungu quickly closed the distance, and Woojin was walked out of the gruesome battlefield. Collect all the loot. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin had already used his marking magic to point out which items had potential value. There aren't any bloodstones, Hyung Nim. Normally Woojin marked the monsters with bloodstones inside their body, but he hadn't marked any of the Naga. The anthropomorphic race doesn't possess bloodstones. What? Just hurry up and pick up the items that are marked. Yes, Hyung Nim. Sungu started picking up spears, armors and other items that were marked. He would have to go through almost 100 Naga corpses. Sungu's acceleration skill was first used on a stage where he had to collect the loot. During all of this, Woojin headed towards the Naga's temple. The building had a basic circular design, and an altar was placed in the middle. As if they were protecting the altar, there was a statue of a Naga warrior on the right, and a Naga sorcerer on the left. They stood there in an imposing manner. The return stone was floating in the middle of the altar. Woojin walked to the altar, and he obtained the return stone. Then a box suddenly appeared below where the return stone used to be. When he opened it, he saw a single ring. I guess there is only one since this is a basic dungeon. When he cleared it for the first time, he had earned 3 rings. However, this was a recursive dungeon, so it seemed it only gives 1 ring now. Woojin took the ring, then he pried the red gem embedded on the pommel of the sword carried by the Naga warrior statue. Then he took out the blue gem embedded in the forehead of the Naga sorcerer statue. Woojin used the analyze magic on the 3 items. The ring received by the Naga princess as a wedding gift. When equipped heal plus 10. You can earn the same strength as the Naga warriors. Strength plus 3. Seal of a Naga sorcerer. Magic plus 3. Not bad. One was an artifact that adjusted one's stat. The other two were consumable items. Even if this was a basic summons dungeon, the loots here was quite good. Of course, it wasn't as good as the first rewards. He had earned 3 artifacts, and 7 consumable items. Even though the reward lessened, he could still make a tidy profit. Now that I think about it, I should have more main skills available for the warrior class. New skills were released every 10 levels for all classes. When Woojin reached level 30, he learned the main skills of a necromancer. He could now use golem summon and poison nova. This was also true for the warrior class. Woojin opened the point store, then he purchased all the level 30 warrior skills he found. Strike the earth with a large hammer to attack the enemies. Energy consumed, 3. Strike the surrounding enemy as you rotate your weapon. Energy consumed, 1 per cycle. As one trains in the using blunt weapons, one will become more proficient in using it. He also purchased several other skills, but the most important 2 skills were Earth Strike and Whirlwind. They were the warrior class first AoE attack. Woojin immediately summoned his warrior's weapon. Pot. He read the steel staff's information. The warrior's weapons is basically akin to one's friend in life. The warrior's weapon grows with the user. It will always be with you, and it is always be ready for your call. Effect: Strength plus 15, Durability recovery, during cancelled state. Skill: Summon, Cancel, Change, Spear, Hammer. The evolved steel staff added an additional plus 5 strength, and it was able to also change into a hammer. Woojin immediately changed the staff into a hammer. Cha! The head of the staff enlarged into the size of a human's head, and it changed into a large hammer. Even with his increased strength, the weapon was quite heavy. Woojin staggered when he first used it. Hung! Hung! He swung the hammer, but the center of mass was towards the end of the weapon. It wasn't an easy weapon to handle. He swung it couple times, and he got the feel of it. The passive skill, Blunt Weapon, was of big help here. Being a warrior is quite useful. If he want to use it in an actual battle, he would have to practice using it over and over to increase the skill level. Still, it seemed quite useful even though he had just learned it right now. Woojin cancelled his warrior's weapon, then he put the loots into his inventory. Then he stepped back outside. Sunggu should be in the midst of picking up the items, but he wasn't there. Woojin started searching for him, and he found Sunggu lying down between the Naga. "Are you sleeping on the job?" Woojin grinned as he approached Sunggu, but Sunggu didn't say anything. Woojin felt something was wrong, so he ran forward. Woojin saw the sight of Sunggu on the floor, and his lips had turned blue. His eyes were flipped over, and he was shaking. It seemed Sunggu's life was about to be extinguished. Poisoned. Woojin quickly pulled a Naga's soul, then he put the energy into Sunggu. Ooh! Hi, Hyung Nim. Sunggu regained some of his energy. He looked at Woojin with blurry vision, and he was barely able to open his mouth. What happened? Ooh! I cut my hand while I was moving a spear. The Naga's spear was dipped in poison. Woojin looked at Sunggu with an expression of disbelief. Geez! Woojin stood up, then he gathered more Naga spirits, and he poured more energy into Sunggu. His complexion improved, and he recovered some of his stamina. However, his poison status did not disappear. Hi, Hyung Nim. What should I do? What do you think? You'll just have to die. Hyung Nim. Sunggu flopped down onto the floor. So he was going to die like this? His life would come to an end in such a stupid manner? Woojin clicked his tongue as he looked at Sunggu, who had fallen in despair. Will the detox magic work on him? If he wanted to use a proper detoxification or healing spell, he would have to be of the priest class or else it would be impossible. Woojin purchased a detox magic one could learn before level 10. He had to spend 30 points. Come here. Pot. The light started formed in Woojin's hand and it passed through Seunggu. However, his poisoned status wasn't dispelled. Chet. It's not working. Since it was a low-level detox magic, it could only deal with weak poisons. Weak poisons along the level of causing discomfort to one's stomach. Woojin opened his point store, then he purchased an antidote. The antidote suddenly showed up in midair in front of Woojin. He handed the antidote to Seunggu. Try drinking this. If this doesn't work, then I really don't have any other methods. Who okay, Hook? Yes. Seunggu prayed as he opened the bottle's top, then he took a sip. Ooh. Well? How was it? Ooh. I'm not sure. It tastes like uncarbonated cola. Ah. I'm not talking about the taste. Are you being detoxed? Ooh, I'm not sure. Woojin let out a sigh. He took back the antidote to inspect its information. It can cure the poison status. It cannot be given to others. I guess it won't work on you. Hyung Nim. Woojin bitterly shook his head as he looked at the crying Seunggu. He had become quite attached to Seunggu, so it was a shame to send him off like this. If he died like this, he'll probably haunt him once again. Woojin's face was turning dark. He could buy the detox magic from the point store, but he wasn't of the magician or priest class. He had no way of using it. Still, he had grown attached to Seunggu, so Woojin couldn't just send him off without doing anything. If you have a will, then tell me. I'll pass it on. Ago. Hyung Nim. Please save me. Uaung. Seunggu cried as he approached Woojin, and he grabbed onto Woojin's pants leg. Hey! I'm not a god. How am I supposed to save you? While Woojin was backing away, the content inside the antidote bottle sloshed, and it spilled into the surrounding. Cheedzijeek. The antidote fell on a Naga's spear nearby, and it let out a sound as it smoked. Woojin's eyes opened wide when he saw this. Maybe, if he used it like that? Uhg, Hyung Nim. If you save my life, I will never turn on you. Seunggu had always regretted becoming mad at Woojin in his drunken state. Crazy. He had been crazy. He had lashed out against Hyung Nim. Woojin pushed Seunggu, who was tenaciously sticking to Woojin. Hey! Get off me for a section. Ago. Hyung Nim. Seunggu wrapped himself around Woojin's legs as if Woojin was his last lifeline. The only one he could believe in now was Woojin. I might be able to save you, so get off me. Is that true? If you can save me, I'll do whatever you want. Then get off me first. No. I won't. I will never let go until you save me. Hey. Jeez. Woojin looked at Seunggu, who was tenaciously clinging on to him. Woojin clicked his tongue. Then open your mouth. What? Seunggu raised his head in surprise. Woojin spoke as he met Seunggu's eyes. Seunggu was told to do as Woojin instructed, then he would be saved. Seunggu was wrapped around both legs of Woojin, and his gaze fell on that place. He said to open his mouth. Does that mean? Ah! Seunggu groaned. He had to either die as a man or live as a gay. Hook. Hyung Nim. You swung that way? Huang. Why didn't you tell me before? Did you go mad from being at death's door? Your face is already blue. Hurry up and open your mouth. Seunggu's recovered stamina was quickly dwindling in his poisoned state. Seunggu was becoming dizzy. While he cried, he grabbed Woojin's belt. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you to open your mouth? Hook. Don't I need to take it out first? Huaung! Sunggu cried as he tried to unbuckle Woojin's belt. Ah, this motherfucker is giving me a headache. Woojin grabbed Sunggu's head, and he forcefully pulled it back. Ahk! As his head was pulled backwards, Sunggu cried out in pain. Woojin poured the antidote into Sunggu's mouth. Ahgah guruk! Accompanying a scream, and a gargling noise, the antidote disappeared into Sunggu's gullet. Guruk! Kook, kook! It seemed the liquid went into his airway, so Sunggu coughed as he cried. Hook hook! Does Hyung Nim like the rough stuff? Why don't you just shut your mouth unless you want to be beaten? Who okay? You've been detoxed. Who okay? Yes? What? Sunggu was started touching his face in surprise. He didn't have any fever, and his sight had returned to normal. The pain in his head was gone, and he was now sure he had escaped his poisoned state. Woojin smiled when he saw this. Now I know how to use the consumable items. The items bought from the point stores will lose its magical property at the same time as it was given away. When Sunggu drank the antidote by himself, it had turned into regular water. It seemed only Woojin could use it. If he couldn't transfer it to someone, then he would just have to use it himself. He just had to feed it to the other person. Sunggu was filled with joy from the fact that he would live, and a strong question popped up in his mind. This was the most important question in Sunggu's life now. Then I don't have to do it. What? Did this bastard go mad from the poisoning? This guy was uttering nonsense for some time now. Hyung Nim wasn't a homosexual. Your stat has been increased. Duration time 30:29. Woojin summoned his bone spear. Why did he save this kid? He couldn't rein in his anger. I guess you need a little bit of a beating. Hook hook! I knew it. You leaned towards the S&M. Tears flowed down Sunggu's face as he modestly pushed his butt toward Woojin. The countdown will start from the increased time. Duration time 45:44. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The frowning Woojin's forehead furrowed deeper. Chapter 41, Hot Issue. Chapter 41 Hot Issue. Chapter 41, Hot Issue. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. As I have said in a previous post, I am getting bombarded with bot comments, so I'll have to manually approve comments for first-time commenters. So don't be alarmed if your comment doesn't show up immediately. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The barrier is disappearing. What? That's crazy talk. The reporters gathered in front of the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit was surprised when they saw the barrier start to disappear. It takes an average time of about 8 hours to clear a 5-star dungeon. However, Woojin and Sunggu was showing up after entering the dungeon for 4 hours. Even if the time flowed 4 times faster in there, they had completed the dungeon in about 16 hours. Hurry up and write the article. We'll have to try to get an interview from him. Oh wah! What the heck is this? Doesn't this mean he is almost at Kim Gong-chul's level? Still, you are comparing him to Kim Gong-chul. If one had to pick the greatest roused of Korea, then everyone would say it was Kim Gong-chul. Still, his impact won't be something to scoff at. Yet. They are coming out now. Surely there weren't any roused in Korea that was hotter than Woojin right now. He was the roused who had cleared the 5-star dungeon by himself. He was still obscure since he is a new rank A roused, but there were a lot of controversy surrounding him. Why didn't he reveal his true rank? What happened during 5 years he went missing? What ability did he have, etc. Since not a lot was known about him, there were a lot of speculations, and the conversations were hot in the internet community. It was the job of the reporters to reveal any information about the roused Kang Woojin, who was hidden by a veil. Mr. Kang Woojin, please do an interview with us. The reporters crowded in to get closer to Kang Woojin. He glared as he ascended the stairs. I'm not in a good mood. Why don't you get out of the way while I'm still being civil? His seething voice was fierce like the sound of a wild animal. The reporters flinched at his intimidating spirit, and they retreated to the back. However, there were over 20 reporters gathered there. The reporter at the end of the line yelled out a question. Mr. Kang Woojin, please give us a statement. Woojin stood still as he looked around to see the reporters. Woojin's gaze came to a rest on a microphone placed right in front of his nose. Put that away. After hearing his threatening voice, the reporter quietly lowered the microphone. Woojin glared at them, and the reporters all avoided his gaze. Ooh! How can a person glare like that? Woojin started walking away, and the atmosphere deterred the reporters from talking to him again. The reporters latched on to Seunggu, who was walking despondently towards them. Mr. Hong Seunggu. You are Mr. Kang Woojin's only teammate. How did you guys meet? There are people who are comparing Mr. Kang Woojin and Mr. Kim Gang-chul. Who do you think is stronger? At the rapid succession of questions by the reporters, Seunggu uncharacteristically got mad. Are you guys taking this a little too far? Do you think a dungeon is a playground? We came back alive, and when he just started to breathe the air of Earth, you guys are pushing the cameras in our face. When the reporters didn't say anything, Seunggu became more irate, and he started yelling. Do you do this to other teams? Do you think we are that easy to deal with? The reporters covered them since they had been easy to deal with. The other large guilds teams wouldn't allow the reporters to rush them in the first place. The support teams blocked the reporters as a matter of course. Please get out of the way. Seunggu escaped from the grasp of the reporters. Woojin had already walked a fair distance away. Seunggu ran, and he fell in behind Woojin. Hyung Nim. I'm sorry about before. Hey. Yes. Enough. That's enough. Yes, Hyung Nim. You have to act in moderation or they won't see you in a favorable light. Weren't you a little bit too heavy-handed? I'll be careful. Woojin grinned when he heard Seunggu's depressed voice. He thought Seunggu was too innocent. He guessed it would have been more strange if Seunggu had been fine after he came face to face with death. How much hardship had Woojin gone through at planet Alphen? You are a man. Put your chest out, dude. Yes, sir. Be brave. You were only cuss it out a little bit. You don't have put on a martyred expression. Ah, this was unfair. He was hearing such words from the actual culprit who had berated him. However, Seunggu was still strangely comforted by his words. Yes, sir. Dude. Then let's go. Woojin got into Seunggu's car, then he made a call to Kim Heeman. Mr. Woojin. No. President. You've already come out. What are you doing right now? Where is Team Leader Jung? Team Leader went home after he finalized the contract for an office. He went home to make a final inspection on the documents he will submit tomorrow. You guys already acquired an office? Yes. Do you want to see it? What's the point of seeing it right now? He just wanted to rest today. I'll see you tomorrow. Just give me the address. Yes, sir. I'll immediately send you a text. When Woojin's phone call ended, a text arrived. He pressed the address, and the Maps app opened to indicate where it was located at. It's close. At Woojin's words, Seunggu snuck a question in. Isn't this too much like a declaration of war against the Hammer Guild? Why? If our headquarters are close, then we would be in direct competitions with them. When a dungeon reset happens, the raid opportunity is given to the very first team who arrives. If one's headquarter is close, then one will have a higher chance of arriving first. It was natural for the competition to become intense for nearby companies. The large guilds were called the Korea's Three Great Guild. Everyone stayed far away from them. KH was located at Gangbuk. Warang was at Incheon, and Hammer was at Gangnam. Even the medium-sized guild stayed a good distance away from their territory. This was how the large guilds kept an advantage over their competitors. So what? It isn't like we want to fight them. Aren't we just trying to keep our options open? I guess so. Initially, they had established the guild to avoid joining the army. However, the Hammer Guild wouldn't see it like that. Jimin's house was only 2 stations away, so he arrived at the house in no time. I'll see you tomorrow at the office. Yes, Hyung. Please head in. All right. Excuse me, Hyung Nim. What? Thank you very much for saving me. No problem, man. Woojin waved his hand, then he headed towards Jimin's house. Asterisk. Woojin opened the door to come in. It seemed Jimin was still at his tutoring school, and he wasn't back yet. Nya. Master has become a lot stronger again, Ahong. Woojin grinned at Bibi, who always greeted him. Bibi. Do you remember Tronet's underlings? Niang? What about those monsters, Niang? I was thinking about it. Let's say these damn dungeons were created by Tronet to attack Earth. I understand those bastards are trying to make something like a dimensional tunnel. However, why haven't we seen any signs of Tronet's underling? Nya. There was that time, Niang. The Rockwi and Drab Bits were all low-rank monsters. It was hard to call them as being part of Tronet's army. They were wild animals that usually showed up near Tronet's territory. Maybe they could be considered to be tool used by him. I meant that bastard's real underlings. He wasn't talking about the low-rank monsters. If Tronet's real army showed up right now, it would be impossible for the Earth's forces to stand in their way. The 10 Balahud rank A roused of Korea only possessed ability akin to level 60. They were on the same class as a 6th circle magician. They would have made some waves with that level of power on planet Alphen, but it was insufficient when facing Tronet. Nya. Maybe they are still short on power, Niang. Power. Look at me, Niang. I can't materialize my true body on Earth, and I'm stuck in this state, Niang. My they can't materialize on Earth yet, Niang. Woojin suddenly had a thought as a light bulb went off in his head. Those bastards don't have enough power to materialize on Earth. Niang. I think so, Ahong. That seemed likely. No, it must be true. If not, why wouldn't they actively attack? Those bastards are sending the anthropomorphic races they had captured or enslaved as the advance troops. They were using the dungeon and the dungeon break. This might mean the humans of Alphen might really come over to Earth. From the perspective of people living on Earth, they might be viewed as beings of the same race. Why does the dungeon break always happen on the 30th days? Niang. Maybe it's that, Niang. What do you mean? Tronet's army always seemed to be reinforced each month, Niang. Master said so before, Niang. The bastards only come out on their payday, Niang. Yes. I did say that. Bibi had the face of a cat, but she spoke in a serious manner. The one thing for sure is Tronet's smell will get stronger as the dungeon break keeps happening, Ahong. That sounded like trouble. The humans of Earth couldn't face Tronet's army yet. Earth will probably succumb to Tronet more helplessly than Alphen. If he could get rid of the dungeon itself, then it would be great. However, he couldn't come up with a good idea. It felt like there should be a good solution to this. Oh yeah. If you return to the summoning room, Dulcie should also be there. TLN. Dulcie equals rock iron. Niang? Really, Ahong? Woojin's second family member. Bibi was very happy at the golem Dulcie's appearance. Niang. I'm so happy, Naha. Can I go play with Dulcie inside the summoning room? All right. Yaong. When you go to a dungeon next time, please call me out, Ahong. Okay. I understand. Su Suk. It seemed Bibi was happy at Dulcie's appearance. She quickly disappeared as she turned into black smoke. Then should I start studying about the society? Woojin found the remote control, then he turned on the TV. Then he started writing a text to Jimin. Buy me 1 bag of tangerine when you come. DDI ring. It took less than 10 seconds before a reply came. I'm almost home. Before Woojin could respond, the front door opened. DDI, DDI, DI. DRORI. Hey! Why don't you go out and buy some for me? Yes. Let me change my cloth first. Woojin had a puzzled expression when he heard Jimin's obedient words. I'll be back. DDI Deek. Jimin put away his bag, then he changed his clothes. As he watched Jimin leave, Woojin spoke as he decided not to take out his wallet. He isn't even going to ask me for money. Soon, Jimin returned with a bag of tangerine, and he handed it over to Woojin. Hey! Did something bad happen in school? Is someone bothering you again? No. Thanks to Hyung, I'm doing well. I want to thank you once again. Jimin bowed his head. Woojin's eyes turned round, because he wasn't used to this Jimin. Why was he being like this? Do you need some spending money? No. The money Hyung gave me last time should last a while. I don't need more spending money. Hey! This guy! He's being really serious today. How odd. Well, I have to study now. It's my testing period. You do that. When he saw Jimin open his book after sitting in front of the desk, Woojin had a sour expression on his face. This kid suddenly turned very serious, and it bothered Woojin. Woojin pressed his remote control, and he decreased the volume. Jimin had his book open, but he couldn't concentrate. He wasn't bothered by the sounds of the drama coming from TV or the sound of Woojin peeling the tangerine. He felt a heavy feeling in his chest. It felt like he was suffocating. Ha! Before he knew it, a sigh leaked out Woojin, and he called out to Jimin. Well, what? What's going on? Are you going through puberty? It isn't anything like that. Jimin's face was filled with worry. He looked like he was holding the burden of the whole world on his back. Woojin called out as he clicked his tongue. Dude! Just hurry up and tell me. Stop sighing and just talk. At Woojin's word, Jimin closed his book, then he sat down heavily next to Woojin. Hyung. Yet. Woojin turned off the drama. Jimin bit his lips several times, and he was barely able to find his tongue. Do you remember the time I told you about my dream? What? Do you mean you wanting to join a guild? Yes. I do. You said you want to make a lot of money. Woojin remembered what Jimin had said. Jimin bolstered his nerve, then he continued to speak. Hyung's story is all over the place recently. In the past, I didn't know Hyung was such a great person. He extorted a high school. No, he gave the money back. Anyways, Woojin had borrowed money for transportation, and Woojin didn't have a place to live, so he was living at his house. It would have been weirder if he had thought Woojin was a great person. So what? Are you sulking because I didn't tell you? No. I heard Hyung Nim is making a guild. Woojin secretly smiled. Ah. So that's what it was. Do you want me to give you a spot in my guild? Hey. I was already going to add you in, but I was told underage kids can't join a guild. Dude. Were you disappointed? No. He wasn't disappointed. However, my dream is to get a job at the Korea's 3 Great Guild. Then I would have a higher probability of obtaining that medicine. I am studying hard for that dream. Medicine. It isn't something one can purchase with money. It is given when you distinguish yourself in a guild. What kind of medicine? It's the regeneration salve. Ah. For your Nuna. Jimin clenched his mouth shut. Recently, he searched Woojin's name on the internet when he was bored. Woojin was being compared to Kim Kang-chul. Will it be possible? However, he couldn't. He wasn't shameless enough to ask him for it. Gadok, Gadok. Jimin's hand phone rang just in time, and the awkward atmosphere was dispelled. Hyung. I have to go out for a moment. Why, you do that? Jimin hurriedly put on his coat, and he left. Woojin grinned. That guy needs to grow a pair. Jimin always studied hard. It seemed money wasn't the reason why he wanted to be hired by a guild. It was all for his Nuna. Currently, his Nuna was working hard for her brother. He thought they were a very loving brother and sister. If he wanted to make a request, then he just needs to spit it out. Woojin laughed, then he opened his points store. Chapter 42 Hot Issue, 2. Chapter 42 Hot Issue, 2. Chapter 42, Hot Issue, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter, and the queue is cleared? Thank you Andrew and John for the donation. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Ooh. Why can't we see each other tomorrow at school? Why does she always call me out when the weather is cold? The weather was getting cold. Jimin quickly walked in haste as he adjusted his clothing. Jimin looked into the distance when he saw a woman sitting on a swing inside a small playground. Her figure was lit by the street light, and he was sure it was Lee Seolgi. Hey! We'll be able to see each other tomorrow at school. Why did you come here? It's dangerous. Yo! Jimin is now worried about me. Of course. It's really dark here, so it's dangerous for you. Heh. The study bug Jimin is now worried about this Nuna. I guess it was worthwhile to come here. Seolgi's bright smile and her words made Jimin's heart pound. She was already pretty in her school uniform, but she was pretty in a different way in her casual clothes. Ha! Do you have something to say to me? What's the rush? Sit here. At Seolgi's words, Jimin sat next to her as he grumbled. Seolgi kicked the ground without saying anything. Her movement caused the swing to sway. Jimin didn't press her for an answer. He just waited for her. Today Seolgi was in some undecipherable mood. What did she want to say to him in such a serious manner? Hey, Jimin. Yeah. I was chosen by the SW agency as a trainee. What? Jimin was surprised. If it's the SW agency, it was a really big entertainment management company. And if she was chosen as a trainee, with Seolgi's face, she wouldn't have any problem debuting as an entertainer. Yeah. Congratulations. Didn't I tell you in the past you will become an entertainer? See, congratulations. Seolgi didn't show any signs of being happy at Jimin's congratulations. Don't you have anything else to say except congratulations? Say what? Jimin's heart trembled. Why was it shaking so much? Is it because she looks sad today? Seolgi would usually smile brightly towards him. His heart pounded. His imagination ran wild, and it made it feel like he had stopped breathing. Don't you have anything to say to me? This might be your last chance. Haha. You have to become a great entertainer. Seolgi's face was filled with disappointment. Her moist eyes turned damp. When Jimin saw this, it felt like he had committed a sin. You stupid idiot. You made Seolgi sad. All kinds of guilt started to wash over him. However, he couldn't take back the words. Idiot. Even until the end. Seolgi mumbled in a small voice. He couldn't hear what she said at the end. He was handsome and smart. He didn't play around like the other kids, and he didn't chase after the skirts of girls. She really liked him. In her heart, she had always wished Jimin would reciprocate her feelings. It seemed she was the only one wishing for such results. Seolgi stood up from the swing. She rubbed her eyes as she wiped away her tears, then she stood in front of Jimin. Hey! Suji! It felt like Jimin's heart was about to stop. It felt like the inside of his head was empty. Seolgi tried her best to smile. When this Nuna becomes famous, you are going to regret it. There will be a day when you will hit the ground in regret. She was so pretty. Just by looking at her eyes, his heart shook. He would most definitely regret it. No, he was already regretting it right now. What should he say? Would it be possible to turn back the time? His head was filled with complicated thoughts. However, the complicated thoughts flew away in a moment. Shoob. Suddenly, Seolgi bent over, then her lips met Jimin's lips. Huoop. He stopped breathing. A bat was continuously hitting Jimin's heart. It felt like time had stopped. Seolgi's closed her eyes, and her face was right in front of his nose. Her long eyelashes trembled. Does that mean she is sad? Huoop. As if she was surprised by what she did, Seolgi pulled back with a red face. Jimin's face also turned red, and he didn't know what to do. What should he say? No thoughts came to his mind. Seolgi saw his flustered figure, and she laughed. Poot! When I become famous, you better not bully me on the internet. Haha. No way. Retard. Is that the only kind of answer he could give? He was about to lose his mind. Seolgi waved her hand. Nuna is going. I'll see you tomorrow at school. Uong. See you. He berated himself for being a retard. See you. He said see you. His excited heart cooled down. His heart was talking to him. It said this is the end. This is the end. Catch her. Catch her. In the end, his body didn't react to the voice inside heart. Asterisk. Yubbo. I have something to say. What is it? Ddiri, Darara. Oh. How can it end there? The drama he was watching with much interest ended, and a commercial for a cafe started running. This meant he had to wait until tomorrow to see it again. He cleared his palate of regret when the front door opened. Ddi. Ddirori. Hey! You came back? Your Nuna's hand phone number. What the hell? Jimin came in crying, and he didn't even have the presence of mind to wipe away his tears. Woojin was taken aback. Jimin. Jimin immediately went into the restroom. He came out after he washed his face. He started wiping the water off, and he looked more pitiful like this. Soon tears started to fall once again like waterfalls from his red eyes. Seolgi. Hey! What's going on? Woojin wasn't sure if his words had been heard by Jimin. Jimin fell onto his bed, then he buried his face into the pillow. What happened? Hi you should leave, alone. Tln Hyung should leave me alone. You. All right. He didn't know what Jimin experienced outside, but it wasn't a situation where he could ask for Jiwon's phone number. Jimin sobbed his heart out. Regret and remorse. Sadness and fear. Now he wouldn't even be able to dare to look up at Seolgi. She will probably be up too high for him. Yes. How could he grab onto her ankles? Goodbye, Seolgi. He didn't know it when she was next to him. However, he knew it now that she was going to leave. Jimin found love late into his third year of high school, and he cried endlessly. Asterisk. Oh. My dream was quite fierce. He had a nightmare every night, but today's nightmare was a bit worse than the usual ones. He dreamed of being chased by Jimin, who wouldn't stop crying. Jimin had already left for school, so Woojin half-heartedly washed himself before he left the house. I didn't get Jiwon's number. He wasn't in a hurry to get it. Woojin headed towards the address given by Heeman yesterday. It was a somewhat large building near the intersection. It's the 5th floor. Woojin entered the building, and the construction of the interior was in process. Heeman found Woojin looking around with a blank expression on his face. He approached Woojin. You are here, President. That's right. Where is Team Leader Jung? He went to the Management Bureau to hand in the paperwork for establishing the guild. When is he coming back? He should be back by lunch. Is that so? Do you want to look at the office? Let's see it. Heeman guided Woojin around the office. It was originally an office space, so the purpose of the construction was to reorganize the space. Do you have an interior design in mind? If you tell it to me, then I can immediately change it. Just put a big TV in here. Heh. Yes, sir. Also, please don't be so formal with me. I am older, but aren't you the president? Woojin nodded his head at Heeman's words. Okay. Still, he didn't expect Woojin to go straight to talking in an informal manner. Since we've moved, let's have Hajangmyeon for lunch. Yes. It felt weird. The funny thing was Woojin was only 24 years old, but he was quite natural at using informal speech. I have nothing to do, so I'll go around the dungeon once more. You have to mine for the artifacts. Hey! Aren't you going to the dungeon to mine the artifacts? Why would I do that? Kim Heeman started to explain to Woojin about the change the dungeon goes through after the first clear. The highest number of artifacts comes out on the first raid. After it changes into a basic dungeon, the number of artifacts that can be found inside decreases. As one repeats the dungeon, the probability of finding an artifact decreases. This was why a number of artifacts had come out of this dungeon even if the basic monsters had been summoned. He had thought something was weird. After the dungeon doesn't drop any artifacts anymore, the dungeon is open to the public. To the miners who excavate the bloodstones. Yes. Still, the probability of an artifact dropping isn't zero, so it does drop occasionally. If one shows up, it is considered a jackpot. Moreover, normal items also drops continuously. Woojin grinned. So we suck out the nectar first, then we rent out the rest to the outside party. That's correct. Then I'll be back after I go suck out the nectar. I'll come back at lunch. Are you going to take Mr. Sungu? I'll just call him on the way. Yes, sir. I'll drive you there. Kim Heeman had been an elite inside the support division. Dungeon management, roused management, and other duties related to the support division was mastered by him. Therefore, he smoothly took care of his business. Woojin met Sungu in front of the dungeon. Before the two of them could enter, Heeman asked a question. Excuse me, President. Do you not excavate stuff like bloodstones? It's all in my subdimension. Kim Heeman was surprised by Woojin's words. He had been curious as to why Woojin didn't bring anything out even after cleared the dungeon twice. He thought Woojin hadn't gathered any loot on the first run, since Woojin had to expend a lot of effort on the first raid. The second run was done so fast, so he thought Woojin had only picked up the few important artifacts before he came out. What? Should I take it out? No. There were too many eyes in the surrounding. Anyways, artifacts were private property. It didn't matter where one sold the artifacts. However, the bluestones had to be sold to the Bloodstone Exchange store run by the Management Bureau. Excuse me, President. Please take care of the bloodstones this time at the exchange store. There are different routes to sell it, but those options are too troublesome. All right. Let's go, Sungu. Yes, Hyung Nim. I'll head back to the office after I finish this run. Don't wait for me here. Go back to the office. I'll be back before lunch. There were only 3 hours and 30 minutes left until 12 o'clock. You, understood. Woojin and Sunggu headed towards the dungeon, and Heeman returned to the office. They had hired a lot of workers for the construction. The walls of the office were already clean, so only several fake walls had to be put up. The construction ended before lunchtime. When the walls were put up, the delivery men arrived in waves to deliver the furniture and office appliances. Jung Minchen arrived at the office around that time, and Woo Sung-hoon also came to help tidy up the place. After they tidied everything up, it was already 1 o'clock. Woo! It looks a bit presentable now. The workers were still here cleaning up the place, but everything seemed to be in place. Everyone worked hard. Haha! Team leader was the one who worked hard. Mr. Sung-hoon endured a lot too. Ah, yes. Woo Sung-hoon smiled bashfully. Yesterday, he thought this was a scam, but when he searched all over the internet, he couldn't find any evidence of this being a scam. I was already having a hard time living on commissions, so it might be better to join a guild instead. It didn't seem like they had work suited for him, but he wouldn't refuse any work assigned to him. Sung-hoon had already packed up his store, then he put his store out on the real estate market in the morning. Then he came to this place. He seemed to be a scary person last time, but it seems he has a good conscience. He had beaten Sung-hoon, and he also stole the expensive Crazy Red. However, Woojin had recruited him to the guild. When Sung-hoon heard how Jung Minchen and Kim Heeman spoke about Woojin, it seemed they were treated pretty well by him. He might even receive a higher annual salary than when he worked at the store. Woo Sung-hoon was filled with anticipation, and he waited for Woojin to return. Woojin and Sunggu returned to the office at around 2 o'clock. Sunggu let out an exclamation when he got off the elevator. Yeah! This is a really good office. Sunggu was surprised, and even Woojin showed some signs of being surprised. In the morning, the office felt disorganized, but they had organized the office in a short amount of time. The space really looked like an office. It was a little bit too large for only 5 people to use this space. There seemed to be a little bit of an excessive number of desks here, and it bothered Woojin a little bit. Woojin saw the unexpected person inside the office, and he tilted his head in puzzlement. Why is this guy still here? What? Woo Sung-hoon had a confused expression on his face. I just wanted to borrow your name. At Woojin's word, Woo Sung-hoon's face drained of blood. Jung Minchen queried in surprise. Why you weren't trying to recruit him as founding member? Hey? I was just trying to fill up the required spots. Geez. I was mistaken. He thought Sung-hoon was close to Woojin, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Woo Sung-hoon was taken aback, so he didn't know what to do. Woojin grinned. Well, we could just assign him work when needed. Anyways, let's order some hajangmyeon. I'm hungry. Yes. I know of a delicious restaurant nearby. Kim Heeman quickly picked up on Woojin's wishes, and he ordered the food. While Heeman was ordering the food, the topic of Woojin's subdimension came up. Does that mean you stored all of your loot in the subdimension? Yeah. I'll take it out after I eat. Everyone except Sunggu was filled with excitement at what Woojin said. It was the job of the support division to sell the artifacts and items at a good price. It's a little bit small over here. What's that over there? Woojin pointed towards a door. That is the president's room. The room next to it is the storage room. The office was so large that there were empty spaces left even after dividing the space. Woojin nodded his head after looking around. He needed a lot of room and this space was of an adequate size. Well, I'll take it out now. Woojin opened his inventory, and he started pouring out all the loot he had stored up. He had over 300 Naga armor, and he also stacked up the spears the Naga used. Everyone's mouth fell open at the surprising amount of items. However, the finger-length artifact was what made everyone really surprised. This is. Minchin held the artifact in surprise. This was considered to be one of the highest ranked artifacts. It was something he had only seen in the Hammer Guild only several times. It was a super high-priced item. Chapter 43, Regeneration Salve. Chapter 43 Regeneration Salve. Chapter 43, Regeneration Salve. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Christian. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Edit. Some have expressed concern about the title. This is a start to a 4-chapter story arcade. Next couple chapter name is Regeneration Salve, 2-3-4. It's just how the author names his chapter. The first part doesn't get labeled with a 1. Isn't that a return portal marble? Return portal marble. Jung Minchin carefully looked over the item. I think you are right. It's a return portal marble. Woojin looked at the fingertip-sized gem. The tier of the adventurer's Godskia opens a path to the starting point. Use, portal formation. I guess it's used to escape a dungeon. See, correct. It is an item that can't be easily found. When I was at the Hammer Guild, I only saw it 2 or 3. Is that so? Woojin looked around his achievement point store. He found an item with a similar function. The god of time Hayrace is determined to start his adventure anew. This item cannot be transferred to others. Use, portal formation price, 3000 achievement points. He would have to kill 1000 Rockies to fill the point requirements. However, each Naga in the 5-star dungeon gave him 100 points. Therefore, the achievement point was equivalent to killing 30 Naga. It wasn't an insignificant amount of points, but it was a useful item to have in case of an emergency. So how much is it? At the very least, it is worth $10 million. At his words, Wu Sung-hun and Sunggu became wide-eyed. Isn't that too expensive? What function does it have? It has a very rare function. It allows one to escape a dungeon before it is cleared. This is the only way on could achieve such a feat. This wasn't an item needed by the low-rank roused. However, the return portal marble was more valuable than any other artifacts to the high-rank roused. It was well worth the price. One couldn't return from the dungeon without the return stone. The return stone acted as a key to opening the barrier. However, the return portal allowed one to escape the dungeon by bypassing the barrier. This is an item one must have to attempt a 6-star dungeon. The price is inevitably high since the supply is low. An incomplete dungeon meant a certain death for the roused. Even if all the teams were composed of rank A roused, the probability of clearing a 6-star dungeon was very low. This was why the team was required to have a return portal when attempting a 6-star dungeon. If one fails in clearing the dungeon, the portal could be used to come back outside. If the rank A roused didn't have this item, then they would have a hard time making up their minds as to whether they should dare to attempt the 6-star dungeon or not. So what's the actual price? Guilds or nations wants to procure as many of these items as they are able to. In the beginning, it was sold for a price close to $50 million. However, the price varies where you purchase it now, and it ranges from $10 to $20 million. Whoa! Everyone was surprised. The fingertip-sized gem in front of their eyes was worth $10 million. Woojin was surprised by something else. If I could transfer it, then I would have been able to make 10 million per 3,000 points. The 3,000 points weren't a low figure, but the cash felt larger compared to the points. How much is this? Woojin took out a variety of items now. There were some minerals, and mushroom-looking food ingredients. He also had medicines in bottles. The items he took out was all over the place. These are reinforcement stones. Whether it is a mineral or not, they are called reinforcement stones. It is an item that can strengthen the roused's abilities. You are well informed. So how much does each sell for? As a team leader of the support division, Mitchin had distributed a lot of these items. This was why he had a good eye for judging the price of the items. It has to be measured. The price differs a lot based on how much energy is within the reinforcement stone. The reinforcement stone sells for at least for $100,000. The price skyrockets as the measured energy increases. 100,000. If it costs $100,000, then it was probably a drug that increases 1 stat point. If he tried to buy a drug that increases 1 stat point, then the lowest asking price in the point store was 2,000 points. That's too bad. If only the return portal was trade-able, he could have sold his 3,000 points for $10 million. He could have used that money to gather reinforcement stones. If he was going to save his points, then he couldn't purchase the reinforcement stones in large quantities. Still, he wasn't too worried about it. Even if it wasn't a return portal, there were other ways to make a lot of money. Move aside. Woojin took out 7 magic scrolls, and 17 artifacts. Whew! This is tremendous. You basically brought back everything that could be found in the 5-star dungeon. Woojin grinned. Woojin hadn't taken out the artifacts he would use for himself. Moreover, the money he received from exchanging bloodstones were all put into his account. How much do these sell for? First, I have to find out the artifact's ability and effect. Most decent guilds have a team for identifying items. We could also send the artifacts to the management bureau to have them identified. Bring me a paper. What? Heeman was quick to pick up on Woojin's intention, so he brought Woojin a piece of paper. Woojin wrote the abilities held within the magic scrolls, and he wrote all the artifacts' effects. Now how much can we get for these? Why, you also have the ability to identify items. If a roused possessed an ability that could read the artifact's information, even a rank F roused with that ability would be treated well in the guild. The identifiers were essential in circulating the artifacts. What? Is it strange? How many ability do you have? How many skill did he have? He had learned a lot minor skills along the way. Several. Why? Is it important? Ah. If you are reluctant to talk about it, then you don't have to. The number of abilities could also influence the determination of one's roused rank. So how much would all of them sell for? Unlike the bloodstones, there aren't a fixed price on the artifacts. We'll know the exact figure only after we sell it. If I had to guess on an approximate value, I think we could receive around $15 million. If we also sell the return portal, then we would bring in around 25 million. That is the floor. If you aren't in a hurry, we could sell it slowly. Then we could probably double the profit. Woojin nodded his head. All right. You take care of selling everything here. Also, if there are any reinforcement stones selling for a fair price, then purchase all of them. Yes, sir. I understand. Woo Sung-hoon was listening to their conversation, and he secretly swallowed his saliva. Ah! This isn't a joke. They are playing in a different league. Yesterday, he searched for articles on Kang Woojin. He knew Kang Woojin was hot, but he never knew he was this capable. Sung-hoon had just stepped into the world of the roused, and it made his whole body shake. I have to stick here at any cost. No matter what it takes. He knew how hard it was to enter into a guild. Moreover, it was a guild with a rank A roused. The guild was still in its infancy, but he knew this guild would grow into a large guild. This job would allow him to earn money and fame, and it couldn't even be compared to working as a hand phone dealer. Jung Minchin started counting the items for the inventory list, so Woojin didn't feel the need to stay in the storage room anymore. He took all the reinforcement stones, then he relocated to another location. Where is my seat? Over here. Woojin followed Heeman, and he was guided into the president's room. The room was twice the size of Jimin's one room. Woojin sat on the sofa, and he pointed towards the opposite wall. Let's put a TV over there. Yes. I ordered one. It's supposed to arrive in the evening, so it'll be here soon. Woojin had hinted at what he wanted in the morning, but Heeman had already taken care of it. After they finished taking inventory, tell everyone to come in here. Yes, sir. Woojin sank his body into the sofa, then he became lost in his thoughts. This was a small organization with only 5 members, but it still needed a hierarchy. Woojin had ruled over a lot of followers on Alphen, and he was comfortable with dealing with such issues. Soon, the 4 people entered Woojin's office. Woojin told them to sit. Team leader Jung. Yes, President. What position should I give you? What? Don't we need ranks to decide what we should all do? Everyone tell me what you guys want. Everyone became nervous when they heard Woojin's words. They had to speak carefully right now. Woojin seemed indifferent and indulgent regarding this matter. However, no one was willing to speak first in this atmosphere. Team leader Jung. How are the normal guilds structured? The guild is divided into 2 categories. The roused position range from deputy to director. The roused could be given the title of vice president, but the titles aren't that important. The treatment of the roused is determined by the percentage of the profit the roused would receive for clearing a dungeon, and the basic adjustment rate. Everything is written in detail in the roused's contract. There was only one other roused here. What do you want to do, Sunggu? What? I have to be Hyung Nim's manager for a year. Ah, it's fine. Then Sejul will be a director. AD, director. Sunggu was deeply moved. Woojin grinned. Director in charge of picking up the loots. Did such a title for a director exist anywhere else? It would have been better if he was called the Director of Packaging Services. How is the support division structured? It is divided into Executive Branch, Sales Branch, Accounting Branch, General Affairs Branch and the Support Branch. The 3 of you are going to be responsible for all of that. Team leader Jung. Yes. You are the General Director. I'll do my best. It was the highest position one could reach inside a guild if one wasn't aroused. Jung Minchen felt a feeling surge up from inside his chest, and it moved him. He was so moved that Minchen didn't even realize that Woojin had spoken to him in an informal manner. What do you want to do, Heeman? Please assign me as the department head of the support division. All right. They weren't playing house, where they were deciding if one was choosing to play the role of mother or father. So how couldn't Woojin be so cool in this situation? Heh. I'll be loyal. Woojin looked at the remaining person, Woo Sung-hun. His face was flushed, and his face was filled with anticipation. Well, I'll leave the rest to Director Jung. Director Jung. Director Jung. The word circled around Jung Minchen's ears, then he felt his heart beat faster. He suddenly felt he made the right choice in changing his occupation. It felt like he had become one of the nucleus of this guild. It was more than a feeling now. He had become a core member. Yes, President. So how should we go about hiring new employees? Woojin thought about the empty desks within the office when he heard Minchen's words. We have to hire more people. Yes. If we want to run a smooth operation, we would need. Why do you need to hire more people? Well, we have to grow our guild. As the number of roused increases, we would need some employees. Woojin took out an envelope from his pocket, then he tossed it onto the table. Minchen was surprised when he saw the contents. Draft notice. This is. Woojin grinned. He had only 4 people under him, but now that he had underlings, he felt freed from dealing with annoying businesses. Moreover, Minchen and Heeman were elites in this field. I want to be exempt from joining the military, and I want to clear the dungeons in peace. Do I need more employees for that to happen? So this was it. This was the reason why he made the guild. Minchen felt dizzy. If he wanted to avoid joining the military, then he could have just entered the Hammer Guild. Minchen would have been given the title of General Director of the Support Division for his meritorious deed if Woojin had done so. Why aren't you saying anything? Still, we need to bring in couple more people. All right. Then I'll leave it to your discretion. General Director is in charge of any work related to the support division. All right. Yes. Did Woojin trust him this much, or was Woojin trying to push all the annoying work to him? Ah. Why did he feel so uneasy? Then you take care of it. I'm going to clear the dungeon one more time. It took a little more than 4 hours to clear it, but 16 hours passed inside the dungeon. Woojin's hunting speed was so fast that Seunggu was being worked to death. Woojin wanted to go to the dungeon again with only this much rest. Seunggu's face darkened, and Minchen spoke to Woojin. Before you do that, you have to visit the management bureau. Why do I have to go there? You have to be measured for your true roused rank before the guild evaluation could proceed. I guess I'll go there first then. I'll go with you. Woojin, Seunggu, and Minchen headed towards the management bureau. Heeman and Seunghoon stayed behind in the office to sort out the rest of the loot. Asterisk. Fascinating. Woojin stood in front of a machine that looked like the dungeon energy measuring instrument. Every time the machine was used, a pile of bloodstones was used, so it wasn't used that often. Still, this was the most accurate method in measuring a roused's rank. The public employee finished setting it up. He spoke as he pointed towards the thick wall of the measuring room. Could you please direct your most powerful ability towards that direction? When a roused used their abilities, energy was emitted. The measuring instrument measured that energy. Woojin summoned his bone spear as if it was a trivial matter. Ddiririk. Several numbers appeared, and in the end, the rank showed up. It says rank C. What? Did something go wrong? The two public employees saw the monitor, then they started having a serious conversation with each other. The media spoke as if Woojin being a rank A roused was a foregone conclusion. No. One just had to look at his accomplishments. He was able to clear a 5-star dungeon by himself. Without a hint of doubt, everyone believed Woojin was a rank A roused. Today's rank measurement was a formality. It was done, so there would be a record of his rank measurement. Well, do you need something more from me? Do you have a more powerful technique? Well, if it isn't enough, then I could give you more. At Woojin's word, the public employees prepared the bloodstone again, then they activated the measuring equipment. I'll just emit magical energy until the rank A shows up. Turn the monitor towards me. What? Yes. The public employee turned the monitor, so Woojin would be able to see it. Woojin summoned 10 bone spears at once. The measuring instrument's number quickly rose, but AB showed up on the side. It seemed the bone spears wasn't enough. He quickly summoned the wall of bones, which consumed a lot of magic. He sent it towards the measurement room's wall. Then he consumed his vitality in preparation to use Earth Strike without a weapon. The letter A appeared on the screen. When Woojin saw this, he retracted all of his magical energy. All right. Is that it? Yes. That'll be all. Then have a nice day. After Woojin exited, the two public employees looked at each other. As if they had seen an illusion, the public employees looked toward the measurement room where Woojin had exited. His control over magic isn't something to scoff at. He really might be comparable to Kim Gongchul. Woo! An A-ranked roused card was issued with Woojin's name on it. Articles about Woojin was published soon after, and after several hours, his name was the #1 searched word on the internet. When Woojin entered the dungeon, Dujewon had finished her work, and she opened her hand phone after coming back to the dormitory. Chapter 44 Regeneration Salve, 2. Chapter 44 Regeneration Salve, 2. Chapter 44, Regeneration Salve, 2. TLN, hey guys! This is a regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing it a little bit earlier. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. After she finished her shift, Ji-won returned to the dormitory, then she fell immediately into her bed. Woo! The company had originally been a small one, but it had prospered from the dungeon business. Every day her workload increased, and each day felt more daunting as time passed. The door to the dormitory opened. Her roommates, Heejin and Naeung, came in. Woo! Uni did a good job. Yes. You guys also did a good job. Heejin and Naeung were both 21 years old. Ji-won was a 24-year-old Uni, but they weren't comfortable with the age difference. They might also be uncomfortable with her appearance. They got along well with each other, and they excluded her. Uni. We will wash first. Yeah. You guys do that. Ji-won opened her handphone to take a brief break. After a hard day of work, she always read webtoons for a brief respite. Then she read short romance novellas. Hoo. Ji-won let her imagination run wild as she thought of herself as the protagonist inside her romance novella. The sudden dungeon shock killed her parents during the third year of her high school. After the dungeon shock, the subsequent dungeon breaks put Seoul into turmoil. Ji-won had almost died on that day, but she was barely saved by an unknown roused. She remembered the roused's face, but she didn't have any way of meeting him again. However, the cost of being saved was high. She had lost too many things. She was called a goddess, and she was the object of everyone's attention. She had been haughty, and she had rejected every single guy who had confessed to her. However, her life had crashed in an instant, and everyone looked at her as if she was a monster. Or they would look at her in pity. No man would ask her out just from pity. This was why Ji-won had never dated before, and the novellas made Ji-won's heart flutter. After she got off work, it was her sole comfort. Ah, this one's fun. This author always ends it at the most entertaining part. She had finished reading couple tantalizing novellas, but her dormitory dongsengs were still using the restroom. Ji-won had some time left, so she started reading articles on the portal site. It's Woojin. She clicked on the hottest news article. She saw Woojin's picture on the first screen, and Ji-won's face unwittingly became red. As if he wasn't satisfied something, Woojin's sour face made her laugh. Woojin is incredibly famous. The portal's main page was half adorned with articles about Woojin. He was that hot. Kang Woojin's Guild Allendale registered. Management Bureau is reviewing. Korea's 11th A rank roused Kang Woojin. Which star did he come from? Supernova Kang Woojin. Number 1 Kim Kang-chul's opinion. Kang Woojin's man. Who is Hong Sung-gu? Kang Woojin's high school, Mido High School. His teacher's interview. Our third-year Korean history teacher spoke about him. It was fascinating, and exciting to see someone Ji-won knew become famous. She had shared alcohol with such a person couple days ago. It felt like she was keeping a secret the public didn't know. It was a novel feeling. After she read over the articles for a while, she got up, then she opened the closet next to her bed. There were numerous hats of various colors stacked inside. Hats were an essential item she couldn't live without. Amongst all of them, there was a hat that occupying the corner of the closet by itself. The hat had transparent tapes on the side with several strands of hair clinging onto it. Hoo. She thought about what happened couple days ago, and Ji-won smiled automatically. People filled with prejudice always stared at her with pity and disgust. She had lived through it for the past 5 years. She had met an alumni of her high school after 5 years, and Kang Woojin was like the protagonists inside the novellas. Oh yeah! It's about time Jimin gets off school. Ji-won always called Jimin around the time he got off. He was her only family member, and the only reason why she continued on living. Nuna. Hey? Are you sick? What's wrong with your voice? He was sick. His heart hurt. Ha! Nothing. I'm fine. Okay. Did you eat? Are you on your way to the tutoring school? Yes. Oh yeah. Woojin Hyung texted me, and he wants to know Nuna's phone number. Should I give it to him? Woojin wants it. Dujuwon's heart strangely beat faster when she heard it was Woojin. It's a little bit weird, right? I'll tell him no. Tell him. I said tell him. That Hyung is a bit dangerous. Are you trying to get smart with Nuna these days? I understand, Nuna. I've arrived at the tutoring school. Do you mind if I end the call? All right. Study hard. I'm busy this week, so I won't be able to visit you during the weekend. Okay. I understand. Jiwon ended the call, and her face was flush. Ha! Why did he want to know? Why did Woojin ask Jimin for her number? I don't get why it's such a big deal. She's still pretty. Woojin's words were still fresh in her ears. She was sure she had heard him say it. It wasn't something she misheard when she was drunk. Maybe Woojin. No way. There are those that date ugly women, but there weren't anyone who would date a monster. She squashed the sense of anticipation that was trying to rear its head. Click. The door to the restroom opened. Heeman and Naeung came out, and when they saw Jiwon in front of her closet, they were startled. Uni. I know we are in our rooms, but can't you wear your hat? That's right, Uni. You should have some manners. We were surprised. Okay. Jiwon hurriedly covered her face as she gathered her towel. She went into the restroom. Jiwon turned on the shower, then she started to undress. You! That orc bitch! She surprised me. Really? When I save some more money, the first thing I'll do is leave this dorm. Every time I see her my heart trembles. How can she live with such a face? If it was me, I would have killed myself. They spoke as if they intended for Jiwon to hear everything. Jiwon soundlessly undressed. When she took off everything, Jiwon's body was beautiful. The sound of water from the shower wasn't enough, so she also turned on the wash basin's faucets. Swaha! She placed both her hands on the wash basin as she stood. She had heard those words ad nauseum, but those words hurt much more today. It sounded like they were saying she didn't have the right to pursue anyone. Duke, Duduk. Her sad tears joined the flowing water. No one understood her. The monster inside the mirror cried more sadly today. Asterisk. Hou. After Sunggu finished gathering everything, he let out a sigh. Then he headed towards Woojin. Hyung Nim. I've gathered them all. Really? Woojin, who had been resting, put all the loot Sunggu had gathered into his inventory. Hyung Nim. Your hunting speed is much faster than before. Of course. He had already almost reached level 33. Less artifacts are starting to show up. Yes, Hyung Nim. It seems we gathered most of the artifacts. At Sunggu's answer, Woojin cleared his palate in regret. He gathered only 3 artifacts this run. Let's go out now. Yes, Hyung Nim. When Woojin and Sunggu left the dungeon, Woo Sung-hoon was waiting for them. Director Jung sent me. I was told to wait for President to come out, then I'm tasked to bringing you back. It seemed Jung Minchin had sent Sung-hoon as a chauffeur. Where is Director Jung? It seemed the guild was approved, so he'll be back in the office after he visits the management bureau. Okay. Then, I'll bring the car around now, President. You do that. Woo Sung-hoon disappeared, and Sunggu asked a question he had wanted to ask for a while. Hyung Nim. How did you get acquainted with Mr. Sung-hoon? Him. Yes, Hyung Nim. He sold me a hand phone. What? The parking lot was right next door. Sung-hoon drove the car out, and he started honking. Ah! The reporters in the front should get out of way. When he saw Sung-hoon disperse the reports with his honking, cold sweat ran down Sung-gu. He put someone who sold him a hand phone into the position of founding member. When Woojin approached the car, Sung-hoon got off to open the back door. Please get on. When Woojin and Sung-gu tried to enter the car, the reporters charged forward like a swarm of bees. Mr. Kang Woojin, I've heard you aren't taking appointments for the Seoul National University Station's 6th exit yet. When are you going to open it up for the public? Mr. Kang Woojin. At the reporter's torrent of questions, Woo Sung-hoon put on a menacing expression, then he started to shout. Ah! Get out of the way! They just finished clearing a dungeon, so they are tired. Please request an interview through the official channels in our guild. If you continue this close coverage, we will respond with legal suits against the relevant media outfits. We aren't taking any questions right now. Please step back. I've memorized everyone's face. Even if you request an official interview, I'll remember you all. I'm very capable of holding a grudge. The reporters were already sick of Woo Sung-hoon's rapid-fire words, so they retreated. Woo Sung-hoon lightly got into the driver's seat. Director Jung said he is going to sue the media companies. He won't, President. He won't. I lied. Good job. Woojin's praise caught Woo Sung-hoon's ears. Please allow me to serve you, President. All right. He had already folded his store. He'll give himself completely to the guild. Woo Sung-hoon grabbed the handle as a sense of duty filled him. Asterisk. 3 days had passed. He had cleared the dungeons 9 times, and the clear time recorded on the last raid was 2 hours and 49 minutes. This caused the reporters to busily write articles, and release them in droves. It was an unprecedented event. Kang Woojin hadn't met the number 1 ranked roused of Korea, but he was frequently being compared to Kim Gang-chul now. No, he was being compared to the famous roused of the world. The person in question, Kang Woojin, showed no interest in the subject. He sat on the sofa inside the president's room, and he was eating snacks out of a full basket. The medicines that increased stat couldn't be taken infinitely. The body needed time to accept the medicine, and the time needed increased every time a medicine was taken. He took Renan's blood and Chen's sagacity. They both increased vitality, and he had taken them in succession. It would take a long time for the items to be digested. Woojin ate a variety of medicines, which increased other stats. Some could be eaten again after 2 hours, and others took a whopping 17 days. Sung-gu watched Woojin eat the reinforcement stones like candy, and he gulped. That one is worth 200,000, 170,000, and that one is worth $500,000. Woojin was a money-eating hippo. A money-eating hippo was in front of Sung-gu. Woojin felt Sung-gu's gaze on him, so he spoke in a sly manner. What? You want some too? No. How could I? The medicine called the reinforcement stones were being purchased by Director Jung in his spare times. There was a delay period in ingesting it, so he couldn't ingest all of them at once. Still, he could give couple to Sung-gu without feeling the loss. Sung-gu had to follow him, and do the odd jobs for him. If he became stronger, his survivability would increase. Moreover, Woojin wouldn't have to worry about him as much. Eat this, this, and this. Woojin picked the medicines that would increase strength, agility, and stamina. He handed it over to Sung-gu. Thank you, Hyung Nim. Sung-gu was moved. He bowed to express his thanks. Well, it's nothing. If he became stronger, then he could carry more loot. If his agility increased, he'll be able to pick up items faster. If his stamina increased, then he could work more. From now on, I'll give you couple medicines you'll need. Hong Sung-gu, realize it was a blessing to have met Hyung Nim. That's right, Director of Miscellaneous Work. Hurry up and eat these. Ah, the title described exactly what he did, but couldn't he call him something else? Director of Miscellaneous Work will try it. Seunggu acted as if he had received the medicine from his king. He started absorbing each of the medicine with an expression of ecstasy on his face. Woojin grinned, then he took out his hand phone. He opened the messenger program, then he pressed the chat window. Chat with Dujuwon Nim. 1. It's me. 1. Isn't this Dujuwon? 1. Why don't you answer your phone? Ah. She hadn't seen this either. The avatar had a picture of her and Jimin. He was sure he had contacted Dujuwon, but she wasn't picking up her phone or responding to his messages. Hey! What the hell? Whether I give her the medicine or not, I can't do anything unless I meet her. Woojin spoke to himself, and Seunggu replied back. Seju's face had turned red as he was absorbing the reinforcement stones. Yes? What are you talking about? I'm talking about Jiwon. She isn't answering her phone. If she is on her shift at the factory, she won't be able to use her phone. Still, it's Saturday, so isn't she off today? Jimin said she's too busy to come this weekend. Jiwon Nuna doesn't really have any reasons to avoid you. Did something happen that day? That day? Woojin frowned when he thought about the day when the three of them ate beef entrails. Was she angry because of the tape? What? The hat kept falling off, so I taped it on her. I don't have any experience with women. You. What were you doing instead of going on dates? He wanted to snap back with what about Hyung Nim, and it almost made it past his mouth before his patience persevered. Go outside, and bring me someone who is well versed in these matters. Yes. Seunggu sulked as he exited the room, then after a moment, he brought Woo Seung-hoon into the president's office. Did you call me, President? Yes, I did. Look at the text I sent. What's going on here? Is she purposefully not reading the text I sent? It was here. His chance was finally here. Young Minchin and Kim Hee-min was outstanding at their job, and they were willing to do all the mundane work. Hong Seunggu had a place in the guild since he was aroused. Woo Seung-hoon was the only one with a tenuous position within the guild. He didn't want to be kicked out, so he ingratiated himself to everyone. Then he had taken on every miscellaneous work. However, an opportunity for him to shine was finally here. The heavens was helping him, so he would have a chance to succeed. You made the right choice in hiring me. I'm a specialist in these matters. I'll prove my worth. Seung-hoon smiled in satisfaction, but Woojin looked at him with doubtful expression. Chapter 45 Regeneration Salve, 3. Chapter 45 Regeneration Salve, 3. Chapter 45, Regeneration Salve, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation dams_dap. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. There are a lot of flashy techniques, but the basic foundation is sincerity and emotiveness. I have the answer for this situation. You have to try to break through to her by forcing the issue. Woo Seung-hoon spoke passionately as if this personally concerned him. Seung-hoon called Jimin to find out when his Nuna would get off work, then he looked at the clock. We'll barely make it, President. Why don't we start moving first? Where are we going? Everything about President is perfect, but your style is a bit. How about doing a makeover so the women would like you more? He wanted to apply some medicine on her, so why did he need to dress up for it? Well, it was the weekend, so it would be okay if he took a break. Let's go. Seunggu didn't have anything to do, so he followed Woojin and the excited Woo Seung-hoon to the department stone. Our time is tight, so let's clean you up first. As a new rank aroused, he had societal recognition and fame. It was his first visit to the department store, but Kang Woojin was made a VIP. The department store's VIP employee welcomed Woojin, and she guided him to the VIP lounge. The private room was decorated lavishly, and the employee started measuring Woojin with a ruler. Please stay here, President. I'll bring the clothes. Woo Sung-hoon left. Woojin, Sunggu, and an salesperson assigned to them was left waiting in the room. Her face was so pretty that Sunggu couldn't meet the employee's eyes. His nervous eyes could only roll around. Bring me some water. Yes, customer. At Woojin's word, the employee assented to his request, and she brought a tray with a cup of water on it. Woojin indicated towards the tray with his chin. Drink this. What? Yes. It seemed the water was for the nervous Sunggu. Woo. Hyung-nim is used to places like this. This was the first time he had come to a department store in Korea like this. However, on Alphen. Well, I'm kinda used to it. Of course, Hyung-nim is. Sunggu's respect for Woojin deepened, and at that moment, Woo Sung-hoon entered the room. It seemed he had finished shopping. He was followed by employees carrying clothes. Kang Woojin was the VIP, but it looked as if Woo Sung-hoon was the one who was puffing his chest out. President's hair and makeup should be styled like this. Sung-hoon brought up a picture on his hand phone to Woojin's face, and he started giving an explanation. Woojin grabbed and pulled his ear. Hey, Sung-hoon. Yes, sir. Isn't this enough? He was in danger. Sung-hoon's instinct was warning him. If he pushed Woojin any further, then he would be in danger. President is very well built, so a well-fashioned clothes will bring your style to life. Woojin grinned. He just wanted to give Ji-won the medicine, so he didn't know why Sung-hoon was making such a fuss. Still, it wouldn't be bad if he could purchase some good clothes. Woojin entered the dressing room to change his clothes. When he came out after changing his clothes, Sung-hoon and Sunggu raised both their thumbs towards him. A man should always wear a suit. Woojin had a sculpted body, so the suit and tie really brought him to life. As if he looked dashing, several of the female employees, who had brought the clothes, had flushed faces. Sung-hoon pushed shoes and a watch towards Woojin. A watch completes the suit. Woojin grinned as he put on the watch. I'm going to go out then. Please take Director Hong. At Sung-hoon's word, Woojin shook his head. Do you think he is some kind of a chauffeur? He worked his butt off until now, so he should rest today. I'll just take a taxi. Sure enough, Sunggu felt like he was about to die. It had only been several days, but he spent 4 times the time inside the dungeon. He didn't have time to rest during the rigorous schedule, so he was exhausted. While you are resting, don't even come to the office. I'll see you on Monday. Tell Director Jung what I told you. Yes, sir. Please succeed. Succeed with what? He just needed to put the medicine on her. Woojin was about to go, when Sung-hoon gave him a note. I've finished researching about Pyongtaek. If you follow these instructions, then you will be fine. Woojin looked at the note, and it had several addresses of popular restaurants. It was a pretty well-planned outdate course. Well, he guessed he could take a brief break since he was going there anyways. Well, thanks. Have a nice weekend. When Woojin stepped out, the department store employee called somewhere, and she ordered a car to be readied for Woojin. Hua! It's a rare time off. What are you going to do, Mr. Sung-hoon? Sunggu automatically grinned when he thought about the delicious 2-day break. However, Sung-hoon looked at Sunggu with a determined expression on his face. Hoo. I still have some work to do. What? I've never failed at creating a couple when I set them up. I'll support the president all the way. What? Hyung-nim went to confess. Hoo. Why wouldn't he? Sunggu tilted his head in puzzlement when he heard Sung-hoon's confident words. Did Woojin Hyung-nim really like Ji-won Nuna? He had no idea. Hoo. Then I'll see Director Hong on Monday. I have a lot of things to prepare. I have to get to Pyeongtaek as fast as I can. Sunggu shook his head when Sunghoon disappeared in a rush. I'm pretty sure he wasn't planning on confessing. Sunggu thought he had heard something about healing from the president's office. Well, he was a single guy, so he was in uncharted waters. Since Sunggu was at the department store, he decided to shop for presents to give to his parents. His body was weary, but he had accrued a vast amount of money these days. He should at least buy some presents for his parents. While Sunggu shopped, Woojin headed towards Pyeongtaek. Asterisk. I'm late. Woojin tried to ride a taxi, but the department store let him use a car as a courtesy. So he was driven in comfort to the factory where Jiwon worked. However, Jiwon's line was already done with their shift, so they had retired to their dorm. Woojin had no choice, but to look for her at the dorm. The dormitory looked like an old 7-story apartment building, and there were 2 of them standing side by side. Woojin found the dormitory's security office. Could you give Ms. Jiwon a call? Don't you have that interphone or something? Why don't you call her yourself? She isn't answering my calls. What? An old security guard glanced at Woojin, and he made a knowing expression. You fought with your girlfriend. After retiring, he had spent the last 10 years as a security guard. This kid dressed up to the nines, and it seemed he had come to look for his young lover. Ha ha ha. I'll call her for you. While the security guard left his seat, Woojin decided to wait outside. Asterisk. Jiwon came out after finishing her shower, and she was getting ready to sleep. Her line was being rescheduled this weekend, so after a short break, she had to go in again for the night shift. However, the doorbell interfered with that plan. Ms. Jiwon. Your lover is looking for you. Ah. Hurry up and go out. When the security guard's voice was heard across the door, it wasn't Jiwon who reacted first. It was her roommates Heejin and Naeung. Wow! Uni had a boyfriend. WA, jackpot, jackpot. The girls quickly headed towards the window, and they stuck their heads out. Wow! This is crazy. He is tall. He is looking this way. He is handsome. He is a jackpot. When she heard them making a great fuss, she decided to see who had come looking for her. She stuck her head out the window. When Woojin saw her face come out from the 3rd-story window, Woojin laughed and he waved his hand. Wow! This is crazy. He looked over here. Is he really Uni's boyfriend? I think he just waved his hand when he saw Uni. Wow! I think he did. This is a huge event. Jiwon was taken aback by the fuss created by Heejin and Naeung, so her face stiffened. Why did he show up here out of nowhere? Jiwon hurriedly found her hand phone, then she pressed the call button. Why did you come here? Why do you think I came here? You weren't answering my calls or texts, so I decided to come here. Ha! Jiwon let out a sigh. Heejin and Naeung covered their mouth, and they were acting silly. Wah! Jackpot! Jackpot! It's really him. It's the real one. If you have something to say, then just say it. It isn't something I want to speak over the phone. Come out. Let's go eat something, and I also have a present to give you. While Heejin and Naeung tried not to scream in delight, Jiwon brought the hand phone closer to her ears. Jiwon was uncomfortable with the girls, so she started to edge backwards. However, this made the girls more interested, and they chased after her to listen to her phone call. I have to work again on the night shift. I don't have any time. Just tell me through the phone. When I went to your company, I spoke to your president. Your schedule is empty now, so come out. What? Why was he being like this? Why is he keep trying to get involved in her life? His faces was already plastered all over the media. He was a famous person now, and he would only hear bad things if he became associated with her. If you aren't coming out, then should I head in? If you don't want to come, then I guess I can give you the present over there. No. Outsiders can come in here. All right. Take your time. Jiwon let out a sigh when Woojin ended the call. Wow. Jackpot. Who is that Appa, Uni? Is that really your boyfriend? No. He's just a friend from my high school days. Heejin and Nayoung's faces switched to an expression filled with anticipation when they heard Jiwon's words. It's Kang Woojin. It really is him. He's the roused Kang Woojin. Someone yelled out from another window in the dormitory. Heejin and Nayoung hurried back to the window, then they searched for Woojin on their hand phone. Wow! I have goosebumps right now. It really is him, Kang Woojin. Uni is really friends with Kang Woojin. Hey? Yes. At Jiwon's words, their gazes turned hot, and it was an emotion close to desire. Can't you take us, Uni? We are hungry too. Yes, Uni. Please take us along to eat dinner. She was going to return after talking to him, so why were they being like this? They suddenly acted nice to her. She was taken aback, and she felt uncomfortable. Since when did they start acting so close to her? I didn't ask Woojin about it. It would be bad manners. So you won't mind if Appa says okay? Asa. Hey, hurry up and get ready. I knew it. Uni is an angel. I'll get a picture as evidence, then I'll post it on Facebook. Hee hee. While Heejin and Nayoung fussed about what clothes and makeup they should wear, Jiwon quietly picked out a hat. Asterisk. Ha! What's taking her so long? Every window in the dormitory had a head sticking out, and they were looking at Woojin. Woojin felt like a monkey in a zoo. However, he never cared about others' gazes, so the situation didn't make him feel uncomfortable. He didn't care if they saw him or not. After a while, Jiwon showed up, and Woojin grinned when he saw her. What the heck? You kept rejecting me yet you came out looking pretty. At Woojin's word, Jiwon's cheeks flushed from shyness. Oh, Appa! Nice to meet you. They had followed after Jiwon, and the girls gave their greeting toward Woojin with wide eyes. What is this? Who are these uggos? One had a wide face like an orc, and the other's eyes were squinty. One was an orc and the other was a goblin? Jiwon was surprised by Woojin's words, and she tried to put a hand over his mouth. They are my roommates. They said they wanted to go have a meal with you. Jiwon's troubled words made Woojin grin, and he pushed her hand away. Are you guys hungry? Yes, Appa. They thought they heard some unpleasant words, but since they will be able to eat dinner with the roused Kang Woojin, they decided to overlook it. Woojin took out a $50 bill from his wallet. Hey, kids! I saw a lot of stores selling fried chicken when I was coming here. Go order something, and eat it. Appa needs to have a talk with this pretty Uni. Hey! What did you say? How rude! They were quickly disappointed. Jiwon didn't know what to do when Woojin led her away with his hand on her shoulder. Well, let's leave these dongsengs. They look like they will be great at eating chicken legs. We can go have something delicious. Woojin. Woojin pulled her away with his hand, so she was unavoidably led away. This situation was so ridiculous that she unintentionally let out a laugh. What's happening? When she saw the flustered Heejin and Nayoung, it felt like a stone that was pressing on her chest was removed. What the heck? This doesn't make any sense. Hole. Kang Woojin really sucks. I'll tell everyone on Facebook. Yeah. When I read the articles, I wrote he was cool. I'll have to change it through the app. What nonsense. Will food go down his throat if he eats with someone like Jiwon Uni? I don't know. I think he's a crazy bastard. It's basically the handsome man, and the beast. Eh. I put on my makeup for nothing. Let's go eat some fried chicken. Woo. Let's just go back in. As the girls head back into the dormitory, Woojin took Jiwon away, and they got into a taxi. Chapter 46 Regeneration Salve, 4. Chapter 46 Regeneration Salve, 4. Chapter 46, Regeneration Salve, 4. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation Kevin and Joey. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Queue is cleared. Thanks and enjoy. It was quiet inside the taxi. Woojin asked a question as he looked at Jiwon's uncomfortable figure. Why were you avoiding my calls? Just. Was there a word that was more ambiguous than the word just? Do I make you feel uncomfortable? No. It isn't like that. She was nervous instead of uncomfortable. She might come to like him. She felt nervous at the prospect of starting to like him, when she wasn't qualified to do so. She was forcing herself to ignore him, but he came here to find her. So what's the real reason why you are here? No reason. I just had something to give you, and since I'm here, I might as well go on a date. Date? Ah. Too many surprising events kept happening to her one after another, so she was dazed. We're here. Let's go. She got off when she heard Woojin's words, and she realized she was at downtown Pyeongtaek. There were too many people here, so she'd never been here before. It's a little bit too early to eat dinner, so let's go watch a movie. Woojin. This place is a little bit. Woojin spoke as he looked at her. What? Is it because there are a lot of people here? Yes. Are you that worried about other people's gazes? How can she not mind the other people, especially with this face? Jiwon pressed her hat further down her face. After looking at Jiwon, he led her to a street stall. He opened his wallet, and he bought 2 shoddy masks. Do you want to be Iron Man or Spider-Man? What the heck? What kind of guy was this? While Jiwon was flustered, Woojin put on the Iron Man mask. He was in a suit, yet he was wearing a mask worn by children on Children's Day. He looked ridiculous. Try wearing it. She was taken aback when Woojin took her hat. He put the Spider-Man mask on her face. How is it? Please give me back my hat. Her hat was akin to her clothes. Without it, she felt naked when other people looked at her. He took her hunched shoulder, then he pointed toward a glass window. How is it? What do you mean how is it? She looked like an idiot. They were Spider-Man and Iron Man. It's all right? Then let's go. Why you want to go around like this? What's wrong with it? Do you want me to buy you another mask? No. Then let's go. Woojin grabbed Jiwon's hand, and he led her away. While being dragged away, she glanced at their figure in the building's window. An Iron Man in a suit was leading a long-haired Spider-Man away. Every time they passed by people, their gazes landed on the two of them. Wow! What is that? That's really funny. What is that? Wah! Jackpot! TLN, jackpot or debak is a term used when you express approval or admiration. Jiwon's shoulders shrank. Wow! Their figures aren't a joke. Who are they? Are they celebrities? Is it some kind of an event? Halloween is still far off. They stood in front of the crosswalk. She felt people watching them as pedestrians tried to catch a glimpse of them. Eyes, eyes, eyes. It was the unconcealed gazes she was used to. However, there was something different about it. The disgust and pity had changed into curiosity. Wow! That woman's body isn't a joke. Her face must also be pretty. Appa! Are you crazy? Where are you looking at? Jiwon couldn't help herself from laughing when she heard the couple next to them fight. What? Woojin was unconcerned with the whispers heard from his surrounding. He turned his head towards Jiwon. This is a little bit too unexpected. Why? This is too funny, and it is also exciting. Well, the signal changed. Let's go. Woojin grabbed Jiwon's hand and he led her away. Jiwon grabbed Woojin's hand a little bit tighter. Her shrunken shoulders straightened, and her steps became a little bit more confident. She threw away her embarrassment. Iron Man and Spider-Man entered the theater. Asterisk. Ah. That's too bad. Woojin scratched his head. Every movie was sold out. Jiwon grabbed Woojin's arm. We don't really have to see a movie. Too bad. Woojin was about to turn away, when a man wearing a hat and a surgical mask tapped Woojin's shoulder. I have an urgent business. Would you like to see this movie? What? Have a nice day. I really do have an urgent business. In the confusion of the moment, Woojin took the tickets, and he saw the man trot away. He looks familiar. The man who was hurrying away turned around. He looked at Woojin, and he gave a wink. Then he disappeared. Why did he follow me here? Woojin shook the ticket in front of Jiwon. I guess we are lucky. I guess so. Jiwon and Woojin bought some popcorn. When they entered the theater, a man with his face obscured by a mask and hat showed up again. When he pulled down the mask, it was none other than Woo Sung-hun. He approached the ticket booth, then he took out a bundle of tickets from his pocket. Please refund me all of the tickets except for this screening. What? Didn't say it was going to be a group viewing. Ah. Could you give me a refund? There is still 20 minutes left before the movie starts. While the ticket employee tried to deal with the customer, Woojin and Jiwon had entered the theater. Both of them had an absurd expression on their faces. Asterisk. What? They said it was sold out, but no one is in here. I guess so. One of his underling was overdoing it. Well, whatever. Let's just watch it. Woojin sat down in the empty theater. He found out the seats in the middle had the best view of the movie. No one is in here. If it is stuffy, take it off. Should I? Jiwon took off her mask, then she turned toward Woojin. Give me my hat. It's okay. Just watch it like that. Don't I bother you? Why? Should I look at you strangely? Should I look at you with pity? No. That wasn't what I meant. It came in like a punch. His straightforward answer was very heavy-handed. Jiwon was taken aback. Woojin spoke. You are pretty. Don't feel small because you have a scar. There are a lot of ugly people out there even if they don't have any scars, like the orc and goblin from before. Orc and goblin. Those girls who came out before. For a moment, I thought I had entered a dungeon. Ah. Still, you should judge people too much on their appearances. Well, aside from the appearance, their souls weren't pretty. It was greasy. Soul. Your soul is pretty. It's pure white. W.A. She had goosebumps. How can he say such a buttery comment with a straight face? She didn't know him that well before, but Woojin's personality was like the fourth dimension. He wasn't surprised when he looked at a monster like her. No, it seemed he didn't even have a pulse. His eyes didn't hold any judgment, and this fact mercilessly shook Jiwon's heart. He had also bought her a mask as a consideration for her. Ah, it's starting. Woojin focused on the movie as he ate the popcorn. Jiwon kept alternating from looking at Woojin and the movie. Asterisk. Ah, that was fun. Hooah. I think it's really been 5 years since I saw a movie. I think it's been 20 years since I've seen a movie. Ho ho. What? Woojin grinned when Jiwon laughed. Even if she had her mask on, he could tell she was having a good time. He felt the happiness in her clear soul. See? Isn't it good to laugh? I have to go use the restroom. When Woojin left briefly to use the restroom, Ji-won wrapped both her hands around her face. What am I going to do? Her shaking heart was starting to run harder. What should I do? While Ji-won was shell-shocked, Woojin went to use the restroom. While he was urinating, Woojin's phone buzzed. He took it out to check the message. I've made an appointment at XX restaurant in President's name. It would be best if you take a stroll there. It was a text from Sung-hoon. What the hell is he up to? He had planned on eating soon, so. Woojin exited the theater with Ji-won. He searched the address on a map, and he realized the restaurant wasn't too far away. They had to walk a busy road full of people, but he didn't mind. Ji-won had gotten used to the Spider-Man mask, so she was rather excited. Oh! Hey there, hero couple! Come spin this once. It's free. It seemed to be an advertising event where one had to spin the roulette. Ji-won and Woojin waited in line, and soon it was their turn. There was only a 10% chance of losing. It was an event where almost every spin yielded a prize. Ji-won turned the roulette, then she gathered her hand in a prayer. Ah! I'm really bad at these kinds of stuff. Despite her prayer, she landed on a dud. Ah, too bad. Haha. Do you want to spin it, Iron Man? Wouldn't it be great if you could give your girlfriend a present? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Woojin grabbed the roulette, then he spun it hard. The roulette started to spin, and it was slowly heading towards a dud. Ji-won watched on in anticipation, and Woojin looked at her. The man in charge of the roulette had bet his life on this event, and all three of their emotions intersected. The roulette was about to stop on a dud. Hey! The man in charge of the event discreetly bumped the roulette. This caused the roulette to spin a little bit more, and it barely cleared the dud. Woojin won a prize. Oh! You won the special prize. Congratulations! The man handed Woojin a small shopping bag. Everyone else had received tissues, water bottles, and prizes of the same ilk. However, Woojin's prize was different. Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man in charge of the event. He glared at Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon winked back at him. Let's go. Woojin started to walk again. Ji-won played a lottery game along the way, and she also looked at the accessories being sold at a stall. They walked in a leisurely manner. The surrounding people still looked at them with interest, but the two of them really didn't pay attention to the others. Everything felt like a new experience, and she was thankful for everything. When was the last time she had experienced something like this? She usually walked like she was being chased by people in the busy streets. Ji-won felt like she was in a dream. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up from it. She was wearing a mask, but if Woojin wasn't with her, she wouldn't have dared to do any of this. Iron Man and Spider-Man ignored the whispers inside the restaurant, and they finished their meal. Then they walked towards a nearby park. There were a lot of people on the trail inside the park. There were families on a night walk, couples enjoying a date at night, and there were even students walking around. Still, it was less crowded than the main street. They walked without talking. They sat on a park bench after their silent walk. Ji-won couldn't help but laugh at her current situation. This is too funny. What is? This is. We wore strange masks to the theater, and we ate at a restaurant with an on. People must have thought we were strange. Who cares? Yes. You are right. The smile around Ji-won's lips faded away. It sounded wonderful. He had the courage to do so. I'm still short on courage. This really is like a dream. I was able to walk in a busy street, watch a movie, and eat out at a restaurant. Even if it was a brief moment, she was thankful that Woojin had allowed her to dream. For a brief moment, she had deluded herself into thinking Woojin liked her. However, even if he did like her, she didn't have the confidence to accept him. She was too shabby, and Woojin was already flying high in the sky. She wouldn't be able to see him even if she looked up. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It was like a dream. It has been a long time since I haven't felt afraid of other people's gazes. I'm really thankful. Even if she hadn't said anything, he would have felt her gratitude. It was for a short amount of time, but Ji-won had felt like she was a main character in one of her novels. However, life wasn't a novel, and one had to wake up from a dream eventually. It was time for her to return to reality. If she dreamed a little bit more, then she would fall for Woojin. Spider-Man has to return to being the Hulk now. Ji-won tightly shut her eyes, then she took off her mask. Woojin grinned. For your courage, I have a present for you. He grabbed the medicine bottle in his hand. It was at that moment. P-E-O-V-V. Pa-pa-pung. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the air. The people, who were enjoying the walk in an indifferent manner, let out a cheer. Each person held a single flower in their hand. Waa! Congratulations! Congratulations! They gathered around the two to congratulate them, but everyone was taken aback when they saw Ji-won's bare face. Heek? WH, what the hell? Hole. Her face. Ah, he must really love her. These people had participated in this event after being hired by Sung-hoon. They started to speak noisily. Woojin pressed firmly on his temple. Ah, Woo Sung-hoon. This, Woo. Woojin's eyes caught Ji-won's flustered face. Her mask was off, and half of her face looked unnatural. No. It looked as if her soul had been sucked out of her. She looked flustered as if she was having a panic attack. Woojin summoned the wall of bones. Charururuk. With the bench at the center, Woojin and Ji-won was surrounded by the wall of bones like a dome. This shut them off entirely from the people crowding around them. They couldn't hear the people's cheer nor the explosive sounds of the firework. Woojin took off his Iron Man mask. Wooin. She didn't look to be in a sound state of mind. Woojin took out the regeneration salve. Aren't you feeling a little bit suffocated by your mask? He suddenly came out of left field with those words. Close your eyes. I have a present to give you. You are right. You will probably wake up from this dream. With the regeneration salve in hand, he stroked her scar. When Woojin's hand touched her, she shook like a leaf. Nightmares are terrible. She must have had a hard time. Woojin knew that pain better than anyone. Woojin understood her. Now she will be able to wake up from her long nightmare. Woojin carefully applied the salve as if he was praying. The regeneration salve absorbed into Ji-won's scar. Chapter 47, Dungeon Break. Chapter 47 Dungeon Break. Chapter 47, Dungeon Break. TLN, another sponsored chapter. My butt hurts from sitting too much? It takes me 4 to 5 hours to translate/edit a chapter. Thank you dams_dap for the donation. She walked with her hat pulled over her head. She unconsciously smiled. He's quite whimsical. He put on a mask all of a sudden, and he took her on a date. It had been a long time since she had fun without worry about anything. Her heart was still beating fast from the excitement. He seemed indifferent, yet he also seemed to care. It somehow made her heart race. DDI ring. Don't shampoo for a day. The medicine will be washed away. Just sleep. Pfft. What the heck? Is he trying open a beauty parlor? When the unexpected fireworks went off, and the people crowded around the two of them, Woojin gave her was some kind of medicine as a present. He applied it on her head. At first, it stung like medication for mosquito bites. However, she felt a refreshing feeling afterwards, and now it cleared her mind. Ji-won sent a reply as she laughed. Yes, yes. Thank you for the good time today. Beautician Nim should hurry on in and rest. Het het. She had come home fairly early, so when Jiwon arrived at the dorm, Heejin and Naeung was about to head out for their night shift. Are you guys going to work now? Heejin and Naeung didn't respond to Jiwon's word. They left after they got ready. Jiwon shrugged her shoulders at their cold reaction. Woo! She was used to being ignored. Jiwon took a deep breath, then she got ready to sleep. She washed her face, and when she exited the restroom, she saw a chicken box strewn across the table. These dongsengs look like they will be great at eating chicken legs. Pfft! When she remembered those words, the recently departed dongsengs' faces popped up in her mind. She wanted to know what the orcs and goblins looked like. They really looked like a orc and a goblin. The tail end of her lips started rising, so Jiwon slapped her cheeks. Ah! I shouldn't be like this. She shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. She knew well how hurtful and wrong those actions could be. After putting on her basic beauty products, Jiwon's eyes caught the sight of her scar. It was a little bit less puffy. Maybe this medicine really works. The roused had the chance to encounter amazing items, so he might have applied a pretty effective medicine on her. When she return home next week, she'll have express her thanks in a proper fashion. Jiwon sat on her bed when she saw the small shopping bag. Oh yeah! It was the roulette prize, so it wouldn't contain anything amazing. Still, she was curious. Jiwon opened the box. Inside the box, there was a jewelry box with a plastic top. When Jiwon opened the small jewelry box, a ring was inside. What the heck? This was a roulette event hosted in the street, so they wouldn't give out a ring. Did Woojin prepare this? Now that she thought about it, the whole day was weird. The theater was empty, and she had received a ring. There was also the expensive restaurant and the unexpected fireworks, and people holding roses. Jiwon's cheeks reddened. That can't be it. Was Woojin trying to confess to her? No way. It was an unbelievable situation, yet her thoughts became chaotic. She was on the fence, but when she looked at the ring, her heart changed to maybe. The only thing that prevented her from believing it was Woojin's attitude. I don't know. Jiwon flopped onto her bed. She composed, and deleted several texts to send to Woojin. In the end, she couldn't send the text. She had already received so much, and she would be without a conscience if she also accepted his feelings. Jiwon looked through her photo gallery. She smiled at the selfies taken by Iron Man and Spider-Man. It had been 5 years since she was able to take pictures of herself. She fell asleep as she flipped through the pictures. Monday morning. Guild Allendale's office. 1. Stop being 2. Too nosy. Woojin sat on the sofa, and he tapped on armrest with his fingers. Every time he tapped, Woo Sung-hoon did a push-up. Hey, Sung-hoon. Yes, sir. Sung-hoon abruptly stood up. Just do what I say, and only what I tell you. What do you have to say for yourself? I misstepped when I tried to express my loyalty. Woojin grinned. He was well aware of that fact, and it was the reason why Sung-hoon was still alive. If his action had held any malice, his head would have been sent flying instead of him doing push-ups. Do it in moderation. Moderation? Yes, sir. Where did you get all the money? I used the Guild Corporation card. 1. Stop being. Sung-hoon was semi-automatically doing push-ups, and the person who saved him was Young Minchin. President is already here? Hey? Mr. Sung-hoon is also. I told you not come to work today. Did you get my message? Haha. How could I rest right now? It had only been a week since they established the guild. He was the general director, but he didn't have many employees underneath him. This meant the work he had to do was getting larger. There was a mountain of work he had to take care, so how could he rest on an off day? Woojin didn't stop mention, since he was the one returning his own off days. Then carry on with your work. Yes, sir. Oh yeah. Our business with the Ministry of National Defense was resolved. Really? Did they accept us? Yes, sir. When the Ministry of National Defense requests it, you have to participate 10 times in a joint operation. Your enlistment is waived if you honor the condition. Woojin grinned. He didn't need to make a plan. When the dungeon break happens, he'll travel to the region, and he'll mop up the monsters. Or he could clear a dungeon pointed out by the government. You did well, Director Jung. Haha. Woojin gave a rare compliment, and Jung Minchin had a satisfied expression on his face. Let's have a company dinner soon. Haha. Yes, sir. Woojin's feelings improved, so he decided to stop torturing Sung-hoon. Woojin let him go. Ah. It'll be too boring to go to the dungeon without Sunggu. Tranet wasn't going to invade any time soon, so Woojin decided to rest for one more day. He sank his body into the sofa, then he turned on the TV. He changed the channel several times, and he stopped on a show called Mysterious TV Surprise. It was a dungeon special. The program talked about the current mysteries regarding the dungeon, and they showed several people with hypotheses on the subject. Monsters are life forms from outer space. The dungeon is a prelude to the destruction of Earth. Soon, there was a man touted to be a dungeon expert, and several scientists were interviewed. They talked about what happened to the dungeons in the past 5 years, and they were coming up with hypotheses. One talked about the dungeons existing for longer than 5 years. The other one talked about extraterrestrial beings invading Earth. They also discussed several wild rumors. If we consider the invasion of the extraterrestrial beings as only coming from space, we are only approaching the problem from a 3D perspective. Dungeons are like tunnels. Basically, it is a platform or gate used by the extraterrestrial beings. Soon they will be able to cross into Earth. Yes. He's right. Woojin agreed with this foreign scientist's words. He showed several evidence as he lended support to his words. Even if the beings make a gate, they won't be able to cross over immediately. It takes 30 days for the dungeon break to happen. Why is it 30 days? I've formulated a hypothesis about the item called return stones. It is the only key that is able to dispel the barrier. I have a hypothesis where the monsters have to protect the return stone for 30 days. Then they'll be able to use the key for themselves. That sounds plausible. Why can monsters only come out 30 days after the dungeon is made? Maybe the barrier doesn't exist to protect the dungeon. It existed to protect Earth. The monsters from the early dungeons were weak. They staggered as if they were on drugs. In the beginning, we received a massive amount of casualty, since we weren't prepared for the monsters. However, when we compare the current monsters to the ones back then, the past monsters were most definitely weaker. Footage from the dungeon shock Woojin hadn't known about was played. They are small. I'm sure they aren't able to materialize because of the low energy. This had already been proved through BB. What was it like after the dungeon shock? At the time, we only had 4-star dungeons. Afterwards, the 5-star and 6-star dungeons started forming more frequently. If events accelerate in this manner, it won't be long before 7-star dungeons would start showing up. Before he knew it, Woojin was sucked in by what the professor was saying inside the TV. The hypothesis he was presenting was precise. Dungeons with larger amounts of energy was being formed. The number of dungeons increased steadily after the dungeon shock, and similarly, the number of roused on Earth was also increasing steadily. In the beginning, the highest rank roused was rank C. Now they were in an era where there was a line of rank A roused. If they waited a little bit more, a higher ranked roused might show up. No, it was inevitable for them to show up. Woojin wasn't sure about everything else, but he was sure about this. Rank A roused were only on par with the 6th circle magicians. Of course, there were higher-ranked beings in existence. So what was the cause of the increased number of roused, and the appearance of the high-ranked dungeons? In what way was the earth changing? The professor inside the TV was giving a warning. Dungeons are not mines. The bloodstones we plunder may just be the bait they are scattering around. It felt as if Woojin was hit on the head with a hammer when he heard those words. Bloodstones had energy in it. The root of the energy was mana. The mana concentration. The bloodstones were used to increase the mana concentration on Earth. This would increase the number of roused, and it would eventually change Earth's environment to be more suitable for the activity of monsters. What's the name of that professor? After a moment, the professor's name popped up, and he wrote it down on a memo. His name was James Toppler, and he was from England. Woojin was immersed in watching the TV when he heard a knock. President. It's Minchin. Come in. Minchin spoke to Woojin with a troubled face. Ministry of National Defense contacted us. The Ministry of National Defense? They want to mobilize us already. Yes. He aren't required to participate. We just have to send a explanatory statement. Minchin's job was to make up a believable explanatory statement. No. We'll go. What happened? It's a dungeon break. This will be the first time he'll be able to see the dungeon break with his eyes. Where is it? It's in Daegu. It is the Jukjeon station's third exit. Did Sung-hoon get off work? He's still outside. Ready my car? Yes, sir. This would be Allendale's first joint mission with the Ministry of National Defense, and it would start at Daegu. Asterisk. Jiwon's eyelids closed heavily as she looked at the clock, and she was surprised. Hook. PM 10:20. She went to sleep at around 12, so it basically meant she had slept for a whole day. She hadn't had any alcohol yet, she had slept for a very long time. Naeung and Heeji, who was in the same night shift as her, hadn't woken Jiwon up. They must have went to work without her. Jiwon didn't have time to wash, so she started running in haste as she put on her hat. Hook. Hello. Ah, yes. The dorm's security guard was puzzled when he faced Jiwon, who had greeted him. Who is that? Jiwon barely arrived on time as she punched her factory's attendance card. She went inside the changing room, and she bowed her head towards her fellow employees. I'm sorry for being late. She wasn't late for work. However, not being late for work wasn't everything. Everyone had already changed into their clothes, and they were in the midst of making instant coffees. Everyone's gaze was simultaneously focused on Jiwon. Ooh! I slept too much. She hadn't come into work yesterday, yet she was almost late today. She wouldn't garner much sympathy. Their gazes made her feel uncomfortable, so she hurriedly changed her clothes. Jiwon took off her hat to change into her uniform. My god! Is that really Jiwon? Uni? Everyone became surprised when they saw her, and Jiwon lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry for being late. After saying those words, Jiwon put on her work clothes, and she patted herself down to make herself presentable. She was about to put on her work hat on in front of the mirror when she noticed it. Jiwon lowered the work hat she was about to put on. She was so surprised that no words came out of her mouth. People weren't surprised at her tardiness. They had been surprised by her face. Ms. Jiwon. You hair. Uni. Your face. At everyone's surprised reaction, Jiwon looked at herself once more in the mirror. The scar that had covered half of her face was gone. The skin on her head had been peeled off, so the hideous scars had caused a permanent swelling and distortion. Now the scar was completely gone, and it was covered in luscious hair. The length of her hair was uneven, but she didn't care. Jiwon touched her face with trembling hands. My face! My face! Tears fell from Jiwon's eyes. It was Woojin. It was the medicine Woojin applied on her. Jiwon's tears were hindering her eyesight, but she was able to find Woojin's number on her hand phone. She pressed the call button. The call couldn't be connected. Please leave a voicemail. Ah. He picked the wrong time to not answer his phone. Jiwon didn't know what to do with the happiness and gratitude that was welling up inside her. Chi-ji-jik. This is a breaking news. Dagu's Jukjun Station's third exit is close to a dungeon break. The evacuation of the locals have been completed, and the roused Kang Woojin has entered the dungeon. The television was hanging on a wall inside the changing room, which doubled as a break room. When she heard the breaking news, Jiwon's head whipped around towards it. Chapter 48 Dungeon Break, 2. Chapter 48 Dungeon Break, 2. Chapter 48, Dungeon Break, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Christopher. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Woo Sung-hoon didn't drive his car straight to Dagu. Woojin was taken to Seoul's Roused Management Bureau. The building next to the Management Bureau was the headquarters for the Special Defense Brigade. They were a branch of the Ministry of National Defense. When Sung-hoon stopped his car in front of the headquarters, a soldier was waiting in the front for them. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lieutenant Chae Hesal of the Special Defense Brigade. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kang Woojin. After greeting Woojin, Chae Hesal looked towards Woo Sung-hoon. I will be the one guiding you now. Your companion may return. Go. Yes, President. Woojin followed after Chae Hesal, and he was guided into the headquarters. The Special Defense Brigade was an army unit, but they didn't seem too stiff. The passerbys wore military uniforms, but it felt like he had stepped into a normal company. So, do I have to go greet the general? No. After handling several administrative businesses, we will leave immediately. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll brief you on the go. Sure. Whatever. Woojin was led by Lieutenant Chae Hesal, and he had to take several tests. They checked his eyesight, and his blood was drawn. Woojin had to make several demonstrations of his abilities, and he also gave descriptions of his abilities. Hesal smiled as she spoke to Woojin. Mr. Woojin is quite unusual. In what way? Normally, roused don't like their blood drawn. They also avoid talking about their own abilities. Is that so? Wouldn't you have to know what my abilities are to make plans for the joint operation? Wasn't it a standard procedure to find out the Allied forces' power? Hesal laughed. I would like it if all roused thought like Mr. Woojin. If the roused cooperated without a fuss, then how great would it be? The army had a very difficult time handling the existences called the roused. All right. We'll be moving now. I will also guide you to Dagu. Okay. Woojin tilted his head in confusion when he saw the official vehicle on standby inside the parking lot. Are we going by car? Yes. We mobilize by car. Isn't there going to be a dungeon break? Aren't we in a hurry? Woojin thought he would be riding a helicopter. However, he was going by car, so he couldn't help but wonder. Hesal laughed as she opened the door to the back seat. To be precise, the dungeon break will happen 2 in the afternoon. I'll give you the details when we are on the move. Sure. Woojin took his seat and Lieutenant Chae Hesal sat next to him. Let's depart. When the driver started up the car, Chae Hesal started explaining the operation. All the locals have been evacuated 2 days ago. The inspection for the last stragglers will end today. The break will happen tomorrow at 2:11 p.m. The most common monster that will appear are goblins and trolls. Moreover, a few ogres will show up. You already know what will show up. Of course. The 6-star dungeon's break happens when the attempt at clearing a dungeon fails. Woojin understood what had happened. During a dungeon raid, the roused used the return portal to escape the dungeon once they realized the dungeon was beyond their power. When they escaped, they brought back information about what's in the dungeon. If it is happening tomorrow afternoon, we still have time left. Why aren't we trying to clear it again? What? Che Hesal was taken aback by Woojin's question. She couldn't help but be puzzled when he asked a question about something that should be common sense. A return portal can be used 3 times to escape a dungeon. On the 4th use, the portal itself won't open. So? Yes. Warang's Vermilion team failed the dungeon's first raid. On the second run, Warang and KH combined to make a team, but they also failed. On the third try, we asked for cooperation from the rank A roused in Korea, but we failed in forming a team. We used a foreign roused organization to form a team to challenge the dungeon, but they also failed. It is impossible to make another attempt now. Moreover, all 3 teams failed at the entrance of the dungeon. The portal can be made to escape the dungeon, and one had to use the same dungeon portal to re-enter it. It was a type of save point. They were able to step in at where the last team left. However, all 3 teams had failed. It meant the difficulty of this dungeon was unimaginable. If it is that difficult, then wouldn't it be very dangerous? Hesal nodded her head in a solemn manner. Doesn't the terrain have a huge influence on the difficulty of the dungeon? This dungeon was also largely affected by the terrain. Do you have any detailed information on the dungeon? What? The dungeon will break soon. The dungeon break will happen. The battlefield will switch from inside the dungeon to the outside. If the dungeon was the monster's home field, then the land outside the dungeon was the Earthlings' home field. They would receive help from modern technology that couldn't be used inside the dungeon. The humans held a large advantage outside in defeating the monsters. In the beginning, humans hadn't been prepared for the dungeon break. However, there were almost no civilian casualties now. Still, the property damage was immense. The ogres are problematic since they have high resistance. Still, a 12.7mm NATO ammo works on them. Then why did you call me? What? I'm not really sure. When will we arrive there? We'll arrive around 7. You can have some dinner, then you can rest at the hotel. We'll move to the area of operation at 10 in the morning tomorrow. Woojin rubbed his chin. If it's ogres, it might be worth trying. Are the information about the dungeon a secret? It's not. Information about dungeons are usually released to everyone on principle. Even if the Bloodstone companies are deeply involved with wanting to clear the dungeons, for most, it was a work done to protect cities and nations. Monopolizing of information happened, but it was extremely rare. Can you find some for me? All right. Lieutenant Che Hesal called somewhere, then she answered Woojin. You'll be able to read it immediately when we arrive there. All right. Thank you. Woojin looked out the window for a while. Then he leaned his seat back, and he closed his eyes. It was a luxury car, so it was very comfortable. Moreover, the driver drove the car very smoothly. When Woojin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, Lieutenant Che Hesal didn't speak to him any further. Asterisk. We've arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Woojin's eyes opened almost at the same time as when the car stopped. He looked outside the window, and he saw a very subdued and quiet city. It reminded him of a ghost city. Where are we? We are in front of the command and control center. Woojin glanced up, and he saw a sign for a specialty coffee shop. After we meet the commander, we'll go to the hotel. Yes, sir. There are other roused dispatched here. Would you like to greet them? I'll do that. Where is the data? Ah. It'll be delivered here soon. If you are going to give it me, please print it out. Yes. We'll do so. Woojin entered the cafe, and the 50th Divisional Commander was waiting for him. It seemed he was notified Woojin was coming. The divisional commander requested a handshake. I'm the 50th divisional commander. I'm Manager Legioni. TLN, he's speaking in a dialect. My name is Kang Woojin. When Woojin copied Legionti's accent, his eyebrows twitched. I'm reassured by the fact you came here. After you hear my brief overview of the operation, you can go greet the other roused. Understood. Contrary to Manager Legionti's words, his face indicated that he wasn't too thrilled with the other allies joining up with his troops. The divisional commander left since he showed his face to Woojin, and the other roused scattered around the cafe caught Woojin's eyes. I am the Operation Command Assistant, Major Kim Junyoung. I'll be explaining our operation. Kim Junyoung started explaining about how they will clear the monsters tomorrow. They will set a line centered around the Junjuk station, and they'll lay down a concentrated fire when the monsters come out. Then they'll fortify the second and third lines. The Air Force planes will deal with the flying monsters, and they will also lay down support fire. All the civilians had been given eviction orders, and they had all been evacuated. After the first barricade was destroyed, the roused was in charge of blocking the monster from reaching the second line. When the second line was breached, the roused had the autonomy to hunt the monsters by themselves. We've read the dungeon energy, and I think we will be able to protect the second line. However, we don't have any information on the final monster, so please be ready for the variable. The dungeon raid finished in the early stages, so they didn't have any information on the final monsters. A more detailed instructions will be delivered tomorrow at 10 am. Yes. Thank you. Then please go greet the other roused. When Woojin turned his head, he saw every roused staring at him. If one discounted the military and guild association, the total number of roused participating in this operation was 480. Amongst them, there were 30 roused who were at least rank B. And upwards of 20 people that were part of that group was inside the cafe. The rest were resting in the hotel. Korea's 11th rank A roused. There were a lot of people curious about Kang Woojin. Moreover, there was also an acquaintance there. A bobbed-haired beauty walked towards Woojin. Glad to see you. All right. We've seen each other before. Where? Seoul National University's 6th exit. Woojin's expression indicated she was talking nonsense, so the bobbed-haired beauty introduced herself while frowning. I'm the team leader of Hwarang Guild's Vermilion team. My name is Lee Yunhui. Surprisingly, Lee Yunhui was the roused representative of the Hwarang Guild. She would be participating in the operation. Okay. Nice to see you. After a brief greeting, Woojin received the bundle of documents brought to him just in time by Seoul. A rough map of the dungeon, information on the monsters that showed up, and a detailed information of the dungeon was spelled out in the documents. Thank you. Yes. If you need anything else, please talk to me. Your hotel room number is 502. After receiving the key, Woojin schemed over the bundle of documents. Then he rolled it up, and he stabbed it into his pocket. It's worth a shot. Woojin left the cafe. Lee Yunhui, who had been by his side, clenched her fists as it trembled in anger. Did he just ignore me? When Lee Yunhui started to shake, the members of the Vermilion team quickly came over to calm her down. Please calm down. Kids these days lack self-awareness. He probably thinks he is the best since he is a rank A roused. Hee. Team leader should be patient. His high nose won't last long. Lee Yunhui fanned her red face. Hoo. She took out her phone to find her oppa's number, then she pressed the call button. Hello. Why did you call him here? Who are you talking about? The fucker who stole the dungeon last time. Hey. Mr. Kang Woojin? I want you to observe him. Moreover, I want you to build up some goodwill with him. I purposefully brought him in to participate in this operation. What if I don't want to be friendly with him? Ah. Why are you being like this again? Just observe him closely. Try to see what ability he uses, and how well he controls his power. See if he has any unusual habits. Hoo! Why didn't you assign this to someone else? Warang's guildmaster Li Songho spoke after he cleared his throat. I'm not asking you as your appa. I am ordering you as the Warang's guildmaster. Gather as much information on the roused Kang Woojin. Li Yunhui's brow furrowed when she heard his serious voice. I'm quitting the guild. Keep up the good work, bitch of an appa. You always make me do the annoying assignments. Why are you being like this again, Yunhui? Appa is. Do. She ended the call in a temper. Li Yunhui exited the cafe's entrance with a frown on her face. Where did he go? Li Yunhui couldn't locate Kang Woojin, so she asked a soldier near her. Where did Mr. Kang Woojin go? He said he wants to look around the site, so he went there. Wasn't the dungeon going to break loose tomorrow anyways? Why would he want to go there? Do you mind if I use one of your vehicles? What? Yes, sir. We'll prepare one soon. Li Yunhui got on the military-owned vehicle in front of the hotel, then she headed towards Jukjun Station's third exit. There weren't any cars on the road, and she drove by tanks from time to time. When she got closer to the subway station, she saw barricades, tanks, and machine guns placed in buildings. When she arrived at the first line, it was filled with soldiers on guard. After exiting the vehicle at the first line of defense, Li Yunhui walked towards the problematic subway station, which was 4 blocks away. The surrounding high-rise buildings had been demolished for a better line of sight. However, they hadn't cleared the debris, so the surrounding was cluttered with debris. The dungeon entrance had been protected from the effects of the explosions, and Kang Woojin was standing in front of a strangely colored portal. Hey! What? Li Yunhui's face crumpled at Kang Woojin's answer. She always heard from others she was rude, but it felt weird meeting someone who was more rude than her. Why did you come here? Why would I come to a dungeon? I'm here to clear it. Yunhui was surprised by Woojin's words. You are mad. Woojin laughed. He wasn't crazy. This place had a lot of EXP and achievement points. It was crazy to make the 3 battle lines outside, and it would be crazy for him to share the monsters with the soldiers and the roused. Li Yunhui realized Woojin wasn't making a joke with his laughter. She approached him. Are you crazy? What can you do by yourself? If you go in, you won't be able to use the portal again. He wasn't going to use it. He won't use the portal to exit the dungeon. He'll break through the barrier using the return stone. Hey! Hey! Try thinking logically. Even if the monsters pop out, we can kill all of them if we work with the soldiers. So why do this? Are you thinking about making a noble sacrifice for your line? Hey, wake up! No one will care what you did if you die. What nonsense! He wasn't making a sacrifice for his line. TLN, family line. The monsters will be sacrificed for his benefit. Li Yunhui was surprised when Woojin took a step forward. Are you really crazy? You'll die if you go in. You are being really noisy. Woojin tilted his head as he looked at Li Yunhui's ghastly face. A small fry will always live like a small fry. Woojin took another step, and he was swallowed up by the portal. The portal emitted a loud light as it pulsed. The portal will disappear in 30 seconds. Wah! You crazy son of a bitch! Li Yunhui suddenly screamed out loud. Wah! Batshit crazy bastard! That completely psycho bitch! She had only met him for couple of minutes, but he made a very strong impression on her. This was the first time she had met someone like him. Moreover, his sneer at the end filled the inside of Li Yunhui's head. Think logically, Li Yunhui. Don't be impulsive right now. That crazy son of a bitch. That bitch should really be killed with a bullet to the head. Portal will disappear. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. That crazy son of a bitch! Li Yunhui threw her body towards the portal. Chapter 49 Dungeon Break, 3. Chapter 49 Dungeon Break, 3. Chapter 49, Dungeon Break, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter, and last chapter for the day. Thank you Renee for the donation. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Pot. As soon as Woojin came out of the portal, he became vigilant of his surrounding. The last team to come had hurriedly escaped through the portal while being chased by enemies. There were signs of a struggle, and he saw several corpses of monsters sparsely scattered about the surrounding. Girik! He glimpsed the goblins between the trees, so Woojin quickly summoned his bone spears. Shuong, Puck! Gyurog! The bone spear immediately flew towards the three hidden goblins, and it killed all three at once. He looked around the surrounding, and he expanded his senses. However, he couldn't feel any more living beings. The upper predators must backed off, and the goblins were left as scouts. Most of the corpses in the surrounding was goblins, but there were also 2 trolls. Troll corpses were quite valuable. The fact that the previous groups weren't able to harvest it meant they had been quite hasty in their retreat. Didn't they say the last team was from Japan? Woojin tried to take out the printed data from his pocket, but it wasn't there. He searched his other pocket, and his hand phone was gone. Ah! I can't bring stuff from outside. Woojin's clothes didn't disappear since it was made from materials found in the dungeons. The roused, who regularly enters the high-rank dungeons, wear clothes made from materials from dungeons by default. No wonder Jung Minchin had bought several set of clothes, and he had given the clothes to him and Sungu. Jung Minchin was able to take care of even these little details. He thought Minchin was quite talented. Pot. At that moment, the portal disappeared, and the last light from the portal disappeared. Then it spat out a person. After coming out from the portal, Li Yunhui started to yell again. Ah! Crazy! I did it again! Woojin's brows furrowed when Li Yunhui showed up. What? What? What do you mean what? I've gone crazy and entered the portal because of you. Why the fuck did you have to lose your mind in front of me? Fuck. If you want to die, then you should just die by yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you have to flip out in front of me? Crazy bitch! Who told her to come in? She came in here by herself. After he withdrew his gaze from Li Yunhui, Woojin started walking. Yunhui grabbed Woojin's shoulder. You crazy son of a bitch! Where are you going to go by yourself? I'll lead from the front. Since you are a magician, just support me. Woojin looked down at Yunhui's hand, which was grabbing his shoulder. It had been a while. It had been a long time since someone touched his body without his consent. Woojin turned his head to look at Yunhui. Do you want a beating? Hey! What? Woojin turned his body, and he looked at Yunhui straight on. Weak, Jayak. Woojin's hand slapped Yunhui's cheek. She didn't even have time to avoid it. Her cheek glowed red after she was slapped. She was confused and taken aback only for a moment. She immediately reacted in anger. You son of a bitch! Chong! Her ring suddenly changed into a sword. She swung it towards Woojin, but he had summoned his steel staff to block her sword. Bbaga! Woojin's foot flew in, and he kicked her shin. Ah! Her legs buckled. She screamed as she started to fall to the floor, but her body was lifted into the air faster than she could fall. Woojin grabbed the back of her neck, and he slapped her once more on her cheek. Bonk! Accompanying a dull sound, she was flung away, and she slammed into the ground. Eek! You son! Weak! Guong! Woojin jumped quickly, and he brought down his steel staff. It grazed the end of her nose as it embedded itself in the ground. See what will happen if you say one more word. If it's your wish, I can make you like the headless horseman. Eeeeeeeee. Yunhui gritted her teeth, and she growled. However, she couldn't do anything. She knew the truth when she saw Woojin's eyes. He wasn't joking. Ignorant bitch. Motherfucker. How can he beat a woman like this? To her? He did this to her, Li Yunhui? She had never been hit by a man in her life. She had been wounded until the brink of death fighting monsters, but she had never thought she would be assaulted by a human. I hate bitches like you. Woojin summoned his bone spear. He grazed her as he stabbed it into the ground. A chill crawled up Yunhui's spine. Stop trying to push your wrong onto others. Who told her to enter the dungeon? She came in here on her own volition, so how could it be someone else's fault? She basically came here to snatch his EXP away, and be carried. You were beaten since you are weak. Don't blame others for not being able to protect you. Woojin summoned a second bone spear, and he pierced the ground on the opposite side. Your soul reeks from it being filled with evil thoughts. Woojin stepped back. If you want another beating, then follow me. If you want to live, then stay here obediently. I'll take you out with me when I leave. Eeeeee. Her lips wouldn't open. Li Yunhui bit her lips. She yielded to him. She yielded to him. It made her feel so dirty. Woojin grinned when he saw her growl like a wild animal with a bit in its mouth. It wasn't as if he couldn't kill her. He just didn't want to add such a bitch to his collection of evil spirits. Quahajajajat. The bone spears on either side of her grew teeth, and it grew into a jail made out of bones. Woojin turned his back on her. Eek! You crazy bastard! What are you going to do by yourself? This is a 6-star dungeon. As if answering her frantic shout, Woojin extended his arm. A considerable amount of magic exited him at once. Pop-pop-pack. The goblin corpses strewn around the surrounding exploded, and a large quantity of skeletons were summoned. Keek 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 keek. Keh 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 keh. A morbidly strange sound came out of the skeletons, and they swayed after Woojin. Crazy bitch! When did I say I was alone? Ah, Kang Woojin! Your temper has died down a lot. Bitches like that wouldn't have been able to raise their head in front of him. Whether it was allied warriors, kings, or a priestess, they wouldn't have dared to look up at him. Ah, that bastard Sungu! He must be relaxing since it is his day off? Ah! Fuck! Somehow that makes me vexed. Somehow Sungu's absence felt large today. A soul has to be clear and warm for him form an attachment. Also it made it more fun to order one around. Woojin led the skeletons towards the forest. Asterisk. When a large group moves, they leave tracks of their movement. If they are in enemy lines, then one should try to erase one's track to the best of one's ability. It was survival instinct for herbivores to erase the smell and track of their movement by moving carefully. Carnivores chased after the faint traces with stealthy movements. They had the hunting instinct. Koong koong. Two trolls stealthily followed the various footprints. The tracks led them to a large cave. The scent was everywhere. There was an intruder right in front of their noses. It was a quarry. The two trolls entered the cave. When they entered the dark cave, they saw a human cooking and eating meat over a campfire. Moreover, red eyes were lined up deep within the darkness of the cave. Another one came. Hey guys! Go greet the customers. Waruruk. The magic spell appeared without any warning. It lit up the cave brightly, and it illuminated the skeleton magicians with red glowing eyes. Several dozen skeletons were illuminated for only 3 seconds. Waruruk. Pa-pa-pung. The outgoing magic ripped the troll's limbs apart as they were flung out of the cave. He had forgotten about it. He had left tracks, but he was someone who didn't care about such things. BB. Gather the ingredients. P. You are going to make me do this again? Hurry up and summon Dulcie. Hurry up and go get it. They are about to die. Bibi had materialized in her girl form. She inflated her cheeks as she pouted, then she trotted out of the cave. The little devil started gathering blood in a bottle from the dying trolls. Heh. It hurts a lot, right? I'll punish him for you guys in Master's dream. As the trolls started to lose consciousness, their gazes landed on a human stretching as he stood up. He had a bone grasped in his hand. Ooh. Since I have a full stomach now, I should start leveling again. He didn't bother to hide his presence as the forest started to be soaked in madness as the upper predator felt the killer's instinct. Kuwa. Ogre. They were one branch of a race descended from the giant race. The inhabitants of the forest ran away just from hearing their booming steps. They were the apex predator of the forest, and everyone was terrified of coming across them. Ogre. There was a loud group chasing after the forest's predators. Kikat. The skeleton soldiers ran quickly as they faced off against the goblins and kobolds. Every one of them were cut down. The skeletons opened a path for Woojin. He ran with Bibi hanging on Woojin's head. Skeleton soldiers in black robes followed after him. Ooh. Bibagok, Bibuk. He heard a loud noise, and it seemed the advanced unit of skeleton soldiers had encountered an ogre. As the crowded forest road ended, an ogre could be seen in the wide open space. Ogre. It was around 4 meters tall. It wore a primitive garb, and it barely covered its sexual organ. It had hard head, and its headbutts were dangerous. They were descended from the giant race, so their 2 fists were deadly weapons in itself. If it grabs a boulder, then the boulder became a catapult. If it grabbed a tree, then the tree became a large club. It was a ferocious predator of the forest. I've finally found one. It had high EXP and achievement points. This monster also held an incredibly large bloodstone. Kuah! The predator let out a savage howl. The ogre's fear couldn't stop the skeleton soldiers from marching. They were existences that had forgotten about fear. However, the ogre's tyrannical hands had enough strength to demolish the skeleton soldiers. Woojin couldn't match the large cry of the ogre, but he had a way to match its large body. Hey, Dulcie! At Woojin's shout, his familiar Dulcie showed up. Pot! A handful of light let out a dim glow like fireflies, and it started to spin dizzily around the surrounding like satellites. The light increased and decreased like the beat of an animal's heart. The light overflowed with vivaciousness. The light was absorbed into the ground. Goo. The ground shook, and a pile of earth rose up. The head showed up first, and when it raised its arms and legs out, it let out a roar. Goo-ah! Bibi jumped towards the head of the clay golem Dulcie. Dulcie Jing. The golem's head was Bibi's favorite location. Crush them. Dulcie Jing. Go. Goo-ah! At Woojin's order, Dulcie charged. The golem was taller than the ogre by 1 meter. Kung. Every time Dulcie took a step, a clump of dirt with weeds and rocks fell off. Huung, Quang. Dulcie's fist struck the ogre's face. However, it was a level 1 golem, so it was very weak. It was impossible for the golem to inflict a critical blow. However, the attack was enough to draw the attention of the ogre entirely on Dulcie. Hurry up! Woojin jumped on Dulcie's back, and he ran along it. When he leapt, Woojin transformed the warrior's weapon. He held a hammer in his hand. Gua! Dulcie's enormous body hugged the ogre, and the ogre let out strange sound. Then Woojin's hammer dealt a blow to the ogre's head. Gah! The ogre swayed from the impact. Woojin landed on the ground, and he rested the hammer on his shoulder. Then he measured the distance he had to travel. Hold on to him tightly, Dulcie. I'm going to hit it one more time. Gua! Master! Use your strength a little bit more ahong. Blow it away in one blow ahong. Uyacha. He accelerated as he charged, and he used Dalsi's curved back as a jump stand. He added his jump to his momentum, and he jumped much higher than before. Then Woojin's hammer hit the groggy ogre's head again. Kwajik. The sound of its skull breaking reverberated, and the ogre's body started to tilt. It had an incredible thick skin, so most sword couldn't penetrate it. It also had a high resistance, so the skeleton magician's magic would have only tickled it. The current skeleton soldiers and magicians weren't effective against the ogre. If he wasn't a dual class, then he would have had a very hard time defeating this monster. BB. Go guard the surrounding with Dalsi. All right. Dalsi Jing. Let's go for a walk. Why do you keep calling him Dalsi Jing? How can you call our cute Dalsi that? Ah, I guess he is Hooksy now. TLN, Dole equals stone, hook equals earth/dirt. I saw it on the TV ahong. If you find something cute, you call it with a Jing. TLN, it's a form of baby talk, usually used by adult female to adult male. It's a form of egyo. Hey! The TV is ruining you. What did you watch? It was Martian virus ahong. Master should also watch it yang. I learned a lot about Earthlings through it ahong. I'll watch it with you next time. Hurry up and go look around the surrounding. Dalsi Jing. Depart. Kung. Woojin started to dismember the ogre's body since he needed it as ingredients for his medicine. It wasn't that hard of job, so BB could do it. However, Woojin decided to personally dismember the monster. Ah! I shouldn't have given Sungu the time off. Woojin complained as he cut the ogre's body into pieces. Master! Come over here quickly, and see this. Why? Woojin put the harvested ingredients into the inventory, then he approached BB, who was yelling urgently. When he approached her, the end of the forest could be seen. The forest ended abruptly. An earthquake fault? Canyon? Cliff? There was a separation. Woojin looked down below. It was an endless cliff. About 200 meters in front of him, there was an amazingly large cliff rising 300 meters up from where Woojin stood. Woojin looked from side to side, but the canyon was maintained with a uniform distance separating one side to the other. The shape reminded him of a moat built around a castle to stop the advance of an enemy. He kept walking to the side, but there weren't any roads leading across to the other side. The land resembled a donut shape, and there was a large pillar in the middle. There was also a gap of 200 meters. In Woojin's memories, he had heard of a land with a familiar layout. It's the Terut's Plateau. Woojin's face became serious. It also had another name. The Temple of the Giants. Woojin's gaze went past the very high walls of the canyons to the land beyond it. TLN, I hope the description doesn't confuse you. 300M. _Woojin__________________________ forest. Endless pit. Chapter 50, Terut's Plateau. Chapter 50 Terut's Plateau. Chapter 50, Terut's Plateau. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. This will probably the only chapter out today. Thank you for the donation Renee and Christopher. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Woojin brought a boulder that weighed about the same as him. Try throwing it. Gwuha. Dalsi used all his might, but it fell way short of reaching the land across the divide. It was possible to throw 200m across, but it required much more strength to throw something 300m high. Wait a second. Woojin add 9 skill points to the golem summon skill. He upped it to 10. Meditation is used to summon the golem's heart, which creates the body. Depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust, the required control is decreased. The summoned being needing control by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Possible medium, dirt, boulder? LV20 cancel. Magic consumption, 30, needed control 0, minus 99 loyalty, minus 99 trust. Pop it. Gua. The light swept over Dalsy several times, and his body started to grow rapidly. His height almost reached 8 meters. Woojin grabbed his neck as he tried to look up at Dalsy. Hey, Dalsy! Let's go eat some boulders. Gua. The dirt making up Dalsy's body fell away. It was like 10 dump trucks pouring dirt at the same time. Woojin jumped away with BB in hand as they avoided the dirt. Oh! He should have gone to the side and done it. Wing! At Woojin's criticism, Dalsy's true body, or the golem's nucleus trembled. BB touched Dalsy in a sweet manner. Are you sad like a stone? Dalsy Jing. I'll send Master to Dreamland at once. Jeju, TLN, exaggerated/comical kissing sound. Wing. Woojin frowned as he looked at the rapidly rotating light. What the hell are you guys doing? Heh. The Earthlings played like this for fun. Woojin made a note in his head to see what Martian virus was all about. As he was thinking this, he pointed toward a boulder located off to one side. Dalai. Cut it out, and go eat a boulder. Wing. The golem's nucleus absorbed the boulder. The boulder shifted and it started to slowly disintegrate. Then it reformed as it rose from the ground. Its height was smaller. It was about 4 meters tall, and its strength couldn't even be compared to the clay golem. Weoong. Dalsy threw another boulder. It reached the opposite side, but it fell way short of reaching the top of the cliff. This won't do. If he put the rest of his skill points into the golem summon, will Dalsy have enough power to reach the top? Dalsy's level would naturally rise as they fight alongside each other. It felt like a waste to use all the skill points based on a rash decision. I have to level up anyways. If he reached level 40 then he'll have a way to cross the divide. The forest was large and there were a lot of monsters in it. The only thing worrying him was the dungeon break, so he tried to calculate when it'll happen. The return stone needed to be found in 30 days real time. The amount of time passed in here would be 120 days before the monsters start popping out. One had to secure the return stone before that time. When did I come in here? It was past 7 p.m., but it hadn't been 8 p.m. yet. The dungeon break will happen the next day at 2:11 p.m. So he had around 18 hours? 19 hours? He didn't know the exact time. It was 4 times slower in here, so he should have around 3 days and 4 hours. The margin of error was large. I'll assume it's 3 days. That was the amount of time he had to obtain the return stone. He couldn't use 3 days to just jump over a canyon. The key is to reach level 40. He had to reach it in a day. Woojin looked at the forest. Dalsy could use boulders as medium to form his body now, so it should be pretty easy to deal with the ogres now. He had to get to level 40 as fast as he could. He'll use his new familiar to get over this canyon. The obtaining of the return stone was his top priority, since he had to block the dungeon break. Woojin had a purpose and a goal now, so he started to move. Asterisk. Jukyung Station's dungeon break first line of defense third checkpoint. Sergeant Kim. What? The portal disappeared. What bullshit are you spouting? Sergeant Kim had been lying on his side. He raised his body then he looked toward the Jukyung Station's third exit. The portal that had been formed in front of the stairway had disappeared. When did it disappear? It just disappeared. A man went in first then a woman also went in. Then the portal. Fuck. You keep watching it. Yes, sir. Sergeant Kim quickly called the signal corpsman over. His report was quickly relayed, and it reached the 50th Divisional Commander's ears soon. The aide visited the hotel room where the Divisional Commander was staying. Who entered? It was roused Mr. Kang Woojin and Ms. Li Yunhui. Divisional Commander Li Junti frowned. The two of them had been impudent from the first time he had met them, and both of them had entered the portal side by side. Is it the young trying to play hero? Li Junti looked at his aide. What about the media? They don't know yet. There are only soldiers near the area of operation. However, they will find out soon. The portal emitted light. Even from afar, one could see it through telescopic lens. If they notice the oddity and ask questions, then he couldn't hide the incident. Ugh! Li Junti was worried. How would this incident affect him? He thought about the various possibilities, and he concluded that the damage he will receive was minimal. What if they clear the dungeon? I have a hard time seeing it. I guess we have to consider them to be dead. Then the dungeon break will happen on schedule. Nothing will change. So the only thing different is losing Warang Guild Presidents Dongseng, Li Yunhui. Kang Woojin was the guild master of Allendale Guild. It was formed only couple days ago, so his disappearance didn't bother Li Junti. I guess nothing has changed. I want you to crack down on the troops, then get ready for the break tomorrow. Yes, sir. Understood. When the aide left, Li Junti took out his hand phone to make a call. Just because he wasn't affected by this, it didn't mean the others would be in the same boat as him. It's me. Yes. Why is the divisional commander calling me in the night? Impudent bastard. This bastard was always short on words. Li Yunhui just entered the portal. I'm pretty sure that wasn't part of the plan. He knew the other's silence was accompanied by a large amount of confusion. Li Junti secretly smiled. The reporters will start making a hubbub. What should we do? I'll call you again after I assess the situation. Understood. Please suppress the media reports. I'll be heading to Daegu immediately. Li Junti laughed after he ended the call. This bastard was arrogant, because he rose to the seat of president at a young age. Li Junti was amused by the current situation. The guy manipulated the events, and now his Dongseng's blood was about to be used as a scapegoat. Asterisk. Ready my helicopter. Yes, sir. Li Songho's cold face was rigid. He picked up his hand phone, then he called the Li Yunhui's vice team leader. Yes, President. You maggots. Where is your team leader? What? Team leader tailed after Mr. Kang Woojin. A vein popped out on Li Songho's forehead. You son of a bitch. I told you to look after her, so that bitch, Yunhui, won't get into trouble. What? He didn't know why he was being yelled at, so the vice team leader answered in a dazed voice. This made Li Songho yell louder. You son of a bitch. They said Yunhui went into the portal right now. I'm currently heading there. Before I get there, find out what happened. Go right now. Yes, President. Do. Who okay. Li Songho took deep breaths to suppress his anger. His face was red, and both his eyes were bloodshot. His anger didn't show any signs of abating. At that moment, his hand phone started ringing again. Li Songho frowned when he read the name that popped up on the screen. Why is this old man so good at hearing things? Li Songho pressed the answer button. Yes, Chairman. President Li. What's happened? It isn't a big incident. What do you mean it isn't a big incident? Your Dongseng went in. Is she perhaps trying to clear the dungeon? Are you really going to put me in an awkward situation like this? How can that be? The money I invested isn't small either. Yunhui acted on her own. It doesn't represent the stance of Warang. Kuhum. Let's see what happens tomorrow. The dungeon break will happen on schedule. All right. It is regrettable what happened to your Dongseng. I'm sorry for making you worried. Duk. When the phone call ended, Li Songho's face became red, and it looked as if it would explode. You son of a bitch! Regret? Did he say regret? His Dongseng was about to die yet he only felt regret? Lee Songho was about to throw his phone when the phone rang again. DDIRI ding dong. DDIRI ding dong. When he saw the number, Lee Songho laughed loudly. I guess he is feeling really impatient? He must have planted many eyes in various places. The information traveled on an LTE level. The official statement to the media wasn't even sent out yet. So how was he able to know and call him so soon? He must have a lot of people in his pocket. Of course, these bastards are experts at such dealings. Lee Songho answered the phone. Yes, Congressman Park. Are you trying to play with me? Is Warang trying to pull some mischief? We aren't trying to plot any mischief. The dungeon break will happen. After the city is fully demolished, we have to redevelop that place. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Do you realize how much of my money is invested in this? My money? Absolutely. Please don't worry about it. Duk. After the phone call ended, Lee Songho didn't have the strength to be mad. He flopped down onto the floor and a dejected laughter leaked out of him. Ha ha. Ha. Li Yunhui. Li Yunhui. He was merely a rank B, so she was the roused that had to represent the Warang Guild instead of him. If she is gone, then the current Warang will disappear. The guild master Lee Songho of the three great guilds of Korea won't exist. That crazy bitch! She should have appropriately managed her anger. Fuck. He had soothed and humored that rude bitch to come this far, yet she inevitably made an accident. Moreover, it was a suicide. Even if you are going to suicide, you shouldn't have done it during this big deal. Lee Seon-goho's cold face hardened. 2222222. From a distance, Lee Songho heard the rotor of a helicopter, so he stood up from his seat. Lee Songho's chest wasn't filled with sadness. It was filled with anger instead. The fact that he lost a rank A roused affected him more than the fact his Dongseng had died. The wings that would have allowed him to achieve his ambitions was broken. Who? The relationship between the siblings had festered too much for him to feel sorrow for his Dongseng. Asterisk. Ah. I have to pee. Li Yunhui looked between the bones, which was as thick as her arm. She looked around her surrounding, but she couldn't see Woojin anywhere. It had already been a while, so he must have covered a lot of distance by now. That psycho bitch! How can he beat a woman like that? Especially a pretty girl like me. Yunhui released her anger towards Woojin, and she broke off one of bone teeth. She was a rank of physical ability roused. Ddo Dog. She didn't have any problems escaping a bone prison of this caliber. Her strength was several times higher than a normal person. Oh! They said that bitch was a magician, so why is he so fast? When she thought about Woojin, it automatically brought a surge of nausea. When she broke the second tooth, a hole big enough for a flexible woman to escape opened up. After she got out, she picked up her fallen sword, then she looked around her surrounding. She quickly pulled her pants down to take care of her business. Shui! She looked towards the direction Woojin disappeared to, and she could see several dozen footprints on the ground. That gangster bitch! He isn't in the mob yet, he goes around with a posse. She had an illustrious career, but she had never seen a necromancer like him. Still, she had never had the chance to clear a dungeon with other roused. She had always been together with her teammates. When she pulled up her pants, she tilted her head in puzzlement. Is he really going to clear it himself? When she thought of Woojin's overflowing confidence, she was sure he could do it. Moreover, when she recalled the glare he gave her at the end, her body automatically shook. Whew! Fuck! Her pride had been hurt. The humiliation drove her crazy. She had thought she had moved beyond death. However, the extreme fear she had felt and the desire to live had corrected that notion. She felt an unbearable humiliation at having such thoughts. Oh! If he wants to kill me then he can try. Of course, she had no plan on dying. It wasn't as if she couldn't clear this dungeon in the first place. She had chosen not to clear it. Her group stayed in the beginning portion of the dungeon, and they hadn't even attempted the dungeon. She had no idea if it was possible to clear this dungeon or not. If they seriously tried to clear this dungeon, they might have still failed. However, Li Yunhui was confident she would have been able to. If it wasn't for her Appa's order, her Vermilion team would have been able to clear this dungeon. I'll be the one getting out of here first. She wasn't confident she could face all the monster, but she was confident she could find the return stone and run away with it. She was a rank A swordswoman. She was the shadow hunter Li Yunhui. TLN, Li Yunhui and Li Songho are real siblings. Just wanted to clear that up if anyone was confused. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.